Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Going to go over some more of that DemoCrazy as we see it in our current times. The people that I call Hitler's willing executioners, people walking around with idiocracy in their head because they don't know any better. The sad state that we're in today, and it's going to change sooner or later, always does. Got to go through hard times to create good men. So before we get started, I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. And of course, the StreamYard link is down there for anybody who wants to join the panel. And we're going to get into it. A lot of the videos we're going to go over today are, of course, police videos. So we're going to start out with one. I think it's Elyria. Let me see here. Elyria cop placed on Brady list after credibility called into question. And one of the things I want to say right off the bat when it comes to calling things into question, we should be doing that with these policy enforcers to begin with when it comes to law. See, if they're not practiced in law, then how can they enforce the law except by somebody else's directive and impute their own discernment as according to what they might interpret that law is? And this is why the language is so important, and the comprehension of the language, particularly when we have so many different jurisdictions and they use a different grammar style in each. So when it comes to these policy enforcers, I urge everybody to reconsider their authority, where it comes from, its interpretation, and their discernment, as well as how it's administrated, processed. So let's take a look.
Local police officer no longer allowed to testify in court, her credibility being called into question.
This comes after 19 Investigates exposed how she mishandled an incident where she and two other officers.
So I want to point out real quick here, if the officer's credibility is called into question and found to be lacking, and therefore they cannot testify in a court, isn't that what's at question when you take a man to trial, is his credibility? And yet you want him to testify as to his credibility. See the idiocy that goes on when you turn over your responsibility of your own credibility to someone else. Because that's truly what we're talking about. Everybody wants to take upon, or let's use a different term, undertake the dogma of somebody else. It was just mentioned to me in a panel I was on about somebody using their incompetence as a weapon so they don't have to take responsibility themselves. You see what's happening?
Barged into a man's home without a warrant.
Mike Mason broke this story. He has new information for us, all new at 6.
This officer has been with the Elyria Police Department for the past 10 years. She's also president of the police union. Now the prosecutor's office has placed her on the Brady list, stating she has a history of making false statements.
In May of 2023, 3 Elyria police officers stormed the home of Raul Ortiz. Senior Officer Paige Mitchell tased, arrested, and charged Ortiz with 5 felonies. But
I see in the background, Ryan, but it says your device is not connected. If it doesn't connect soon, go out and come back in. And one thing I want to point out here is when this officer knocks on the door there, is because she's not allowed entrance. And the woman that she turns around and says, "You can do it," that's an act of incompetence. And it's trying to belay that the woman would take responsibility for breaking and entering. But she was authorized to do so by somebody else that was incompetent. Both of them are incompetent.
But those charges were later dismissed. And a year later, when 19 Investigates aired Mitchell's body cam footage, she was suspended for mishandling the situation. Now, the Lorain County Prosecutor's Office has
Giving unlawful authority to do something unlawful, not illegal, unlawful. See, that's a rights violation. That's unlawful. If it's a violation of a contract or a policy, that's illegal.
placed Mitchell on what's called the Brady list, which means she's banned from testifying in court because of credibility issues. 19
So if she's banned from testifying in the court and she brings a claim through a traffic citation or something, where is the affidavit that she's supposed to submit in order to be able to testify in court as to her witness? See, the whole system falls apart when you see the incompetence at the very level that it's actually required.
Investigates confirmed the Lorain County Prosecutor's former chief of staff placed Mitchell on that list last October. He says Mitchell provided 3 false statements to investigators when questioned about the incident. In one example, when Mitchell was asked
3 false statements in one incident.
why she didn't stop Ortiz's ex-girlfriend from kicking in the door, Mitchell claimed she was distracted because she was having a conversation with the ex's friend. But on Mitchell's body cam footage, it's clear she's the one who told the ex to enter the home.
You've lived here, so if you want to kick the door in and go and get your stuff, you're more than welcome to.
You've lived here. Let's look at that statement. You've lived here, so if you want to kick the door in and go in and get your stuff, you're more than welcome to. No. See, that's a civil matter. And she's in a legal matter, a civil matter. She's telling this woman that she can violate the man's lawful rights of being secure in his person's papers, houses, and effects. Now, granted, she might have property in there, but again, that's a civil matter that's got to go to court first to make sure that they aren't violating the man's rights by just allowing her to go in and get them. See, there is a process, folks.
Mitchell was also questioned why she tased Ortiz after he told her he had a heart condition. In her report, she claimed he told her that at the same time she was tasing him.
Oops. No. When we watch this video, again, this isn't a matter of incompetence. This is a matter of asserting absolute authority to do whatever the fuck she wants. And she was given a warning in plenty of time and still asserted that authority. It wasn't a matter of incompetence there. This is plainly trying to cover her ass because she knew what she did was wrong.
But video shows she actually tased him 5 seconds later. Mitchell also told investigators she handled the incident according to the way she was trained, but the prosecutor's office found Mitchell was taught to stay out of civil cases and let the court
Stay out of civil cases and let the court discern it. See, this is all a matter of comprehending that process they're supposed to follow and their incompetence in not following it. That's the process they're supposed to follow because they're subject to it. They're not supposed to violate anybody's rights for any reason, let alone incompetence or belief in absolute authority. They don't have it, folks. So let's go on to the next one. This is a series of videos somebody else put together, and I wanted to bring it up to the current times and all this DemoCrazy that's going on in relations to Elon Musk and Trump and this DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. And everybody's up in arms claiming that they're trying to dismantle the government and this and that. And in fact, this is something that's been spoken about in every presidential administration, is the fraud, waste, and abuse and how we need to cut it down. It's just these people are actually going in and doing it effectively, immediately, without haste. They've known this stuff, and they know what to do about it, particularly a businessman. These other people have all mostly, for the most part, been politicians. Trump's a businessman. And again, I'm not political or anything. I just see things for what they are. And I never voted. I don't support either side. I know the difference between fiat money, commodity money, and the Lord's money, and they are distinct differences, and I urge everybody else to learn those. That might help in your capacity to understand what's going on in this DemoCrazy.
Hey, my heart.
I hate them. I hate them. I need them off the streets.
I don't want to fight my neighbors, but I will. I will fight.
Someone needs to help me understand why Elon Musk is not in jail right now.
Yeah, find a babysitter, bitch. You dicking around at everybody's social security number.
Oh, yikes. What's up, everybody? It's another day, and you know what that means. Another treasure trove of delicious liberal meltdowns.
And real quick here, this is from We Got Receipts. 124,000 subs. Go check her out. We Got Receipts.
This time about Elon Musk.
People keep correcting me, telling me that it's Cybertruck and not Tesla truck. I don't f***ing care. I don't care what it's called. I hate them. I hate them. I need them off the streets. I need them off the road. I need them off the highway. I need them out of my town. I need them out of my country. I'm so sick of them. I'm so sick of Tesla trucks. Cybertrucks.
Part of me wonders if this is real or not. Like, why would you upload that to the internet? It'd be incredibly embarrassing. But these people never cease to amaze me with their craving for public humiliation.
New at 11, a case of...
And that's almost what it seems like. It seems like a large portion of these people crave public humiliation because that's their comfort zone, is victimhood. A lot of these people live off the system and victimhood through this DEI concept, and believe that they should automatically, because of equity, be included for their diversities. And those diversities are so far extreme in most cases that it's just wild to comprehend sometimes for the average guy that's in the middle.
Of vandalism in Northwest Portland caught on camera, with a suspect targeting a Tesla and an owner who thinks the culprit wanted to...
And at the same time, what that's doing is normalizing those extremes. It's an attempt to normalize the extremes, make them traditional. Don't think so.
Send a political message. Alma McCarty has the story.
The video shows the vandal covering his face, writing something on the hood of a car.
That happened in broad daylight. I mean, he was brazen.
Bridget, you are a brilliant woman with 2 wonderful children. Embrace the chaos.
We're going to go! And Tim Tees says the culprit targeted his Tesla, parked in his Northwest Portland driveway on a quiet neighborhood street.
During Super Bowl Sunday, while I was up watching the game, my son and I were watching the football game. I showed you the video. They spray painted my car.
When Tees went to investigate, he discovered the word Nazi written in red. And he thinks there's a connection to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's now serving President Trump.
He thinks there's a connection? Wow.
Yeah, that's that projection that's going on. And that's why I wear this short mustache. I honestly see it on American soil, people slowly turning into Hitler's willing executioners. This is the insanity. For a totally different reason, too. While at the same time, kind of the similar reason. All these people think daddy government's going to protect them. Well, daddy government's the problem. And all you're doing is following that problem. You're not doing anything to solve anything in your life. You're laying all that responsibility on somebody else through your normalized victimhood.
We need a detective on the case stat.
I get that people are upset about Elon. I'm upset about Elon, you know. I bought the car before, you know, Elon went crazy. hence the bumper sticker.
A sticker that'll have to wait, since after cleaning, his Tesla
Before Elon went crazy. Again, that's a projection. They're the ones that are technically crazy. They assume these people have authority over them, so they lay in that assumption and play that victim. If you didn't do that and took that responsibility yourself, you'd say, "Yeah, I made a bad choice and bought a car from somebody that I maybe shouldn't have." Your rhetoric changes, your attitude changes. You got to do this yourself. Ain't nobody else going to do it for you. That's the foundational cause of your own willingness to live in a comfort and convenience zone, to lay responsibility on somebody else to provide that comfort and convenience.
What? No. Okay, I was actually feeling bad for this dude, but
Suck it up and don't be so wanton into keeping up with the Joneses. Go ahead and go through some solitude, go through some hardships, force it upon yourself. Don't buy that brand new car. Walk for a while. Use another transportation system. There are other things you can do to alleviate the supposed benefits and privileges of a false patriarch.
he just made an excuse for the guy who spray painted Nazi on his car, despite there being a bumper sticker clearly indicating that he's an anti-Elon Musk Democrat voter. This dude is still making excuses for him. Oh my God.
is now in storage.
I'm thinking about selling the Tesla, although I really like the car.
This vandalism reported to
Wait, so you like the car and you're thinking about selling it because you just can't blame people wanting to spray paint Nazi on your possession.
See, that's that material possession, that wanton desire is so strong. They will hold that over their own insane ideologies while trying to affect and enforce their own insane ideologies. You can't serve two masters, folks.
Possessions. This dude thinks it's okay for people to vandalize his personal property just because they don't like Elon Musk. You know what? I used to feel bad for this dude. He deserved it. Okay? Hot take. He deserved it.
Why do you pronounce words fucking stupid? Why do you pronounce word fucking stupid? No, I'm not talking about your accent. I have heard you. He says this. He says campaign. The campaign.
What? He says? He says? You guys catch that? Talking about how he talks, and she says, he says.
Heard you. He says this. He says campaign. The campaign. I have heard you. He says this. He says campaign. I have heard you. He says this. He says campaign. The campaign. Say pain. Campaign.
Wait, you're complaining about how someone talks and you say he says, he says.
He says this. He says pain. On the campaign. We're doing major overhauls. What kind? Major, perhaps? Major overhauls? Major overhauls. Why do you do that? Just one of the many, like, why do you piss me off with everything you do?
See, that's their own incompetence right there. Speaking of, incompetent to enunciate the language themselves while complaining about somebody else that doesn't enunciate it accordingly to her standard, of course. And let's hear that again.
Why do you do that? Just one of the many, like, why do you piss me off?
Why do you piss me off? No, see, that's the deflection of being pissed off and placing a cause on someone else because of your own incompetencies. That's the weaponizing incompetence.
With everything you do. And then brings fucking Y equals MX plus B on his shoulders to make himself look humane every time. And always tries to draw attention as if we don't You see the little boy on top of his bomba clawed head. He's like, sorry.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Calling the kid y equals mx plus b, the slope equation, is a pretty fire joke. The kid's name is like X-A-12 or some weird nerd shit. I don't know honestly what it means, but it's pronounced X apparently. So okay, she made a funny joke.
It's kind of hard to focus right now. Yeah, find a fucking babysitter, bitch. You dicking around with everybody's social security number. Sorry. And if you're going to say something about Kate, don't talk about the way people talk. Girl, shut the f up. Because at the end of the day, don't ever in your life forget that I am the GOAT at accents. Pat myself on the back and toot my own horn.
So she stays.
Don't ever play with me when it comes to imitation.
She got a little out of hand by the end of that. That's your brain on internet, ebonics, and Adderall. That's my guess.
Just to give you a little idea of how my neurodivergent brain works.
Oh my.
If you say F Elon and put it together, it's felon. I'm like, nothing against felons. I'm a felon. But like,
wow, this guy is connecting some
This
stuff.
dude is so proud of himself that he came up with that, but he probably saw it somewhere and just copied it. Just like his Elton John outfit.
So this is an awkward moment when I'm rolling up in my Tesla with my Kate has no home here flag. But I'm going to Tesla dealership to protest Elon. I'm in my Tesla. Kind of awkward. All right.
Wait, she's driving her
Kind of
Tesla
awkward.
to a Tesla dealership to protest Tesla. Maybe she could get an oil change while she's there.
I'm not mentally well.
Okay, wait. She opens with, I am not mentally ill. Alex, I'll take stating the obvious for 2,000, please.
What these two are doing to our country is not only illegal, but it's mental abuse. Those of us who already have mental health issues.
Someone with mental health issues. I'm going to tell you the psychology behind two people with some kind of authority over a government that they're mental. This is rich stuff, folks. This is Hitler's willing executioners through incompetence weaponizing.
Are at our wits' end here. I'm so scared for the future of our country, and I know what's coming. I know we're gonna have to fight physically. I know we're gonna be in a war, and I just am not mentally prepared for that.
I don't think you're
physically prepared either.
qualified to fight in the armed services. Going out on a limb here. Also, Trump's the one who wants to end wars, but don't let reality stop you.
I don't want to fight my neighbors.
Go Jack Talcott.
I don't want to fight other people, other Americans. I'm terrified, but I will. I will fight because I also love this country. And I can't see it turn into this dictatorship.
Wait, why do you have to fight your neighbors? Let me guess. There's a Trump sign in the yard.
So I have to talk about something that I saw today. I was going to make a tweet saying that I was shocked to see a Tesla in town that had put bumper stickers over the iconic T to kind of hide that it's a Tesla. But literally a half hour later, I saw another Tesla where they had taken like Sharpie to black out the T. And then I shit you not, I just saw a third Tesla that put blue painter's tape over their T. And like, I have never, ever seen somebody hide the Tesla T before. And then being out today, saw 3 of them. So I don't know if people with Teslas are kind of like waking up to the, yes, honey, we'll get out in a My daughter wants to also join the TikTok. What do you have to say? Anyway, I think people with Teslas are realizing that Elon is a fascist.
First of all, please stop filming your kids. Second of all, is this a white?
Are realizing Elon's a fascist? See, these people are literally inducing themselves through their own mentality because they refuse to accept responsibility for themselves and just tell the fascist to fuck off. If you honestly think he's a fascist, tell him to fuck off. Why would you let a fascist assume or presume that they have authority over you? especially when you're wearing that garb, look kind of like a hijab. Maybe she's Muslim, I don't know. But my God, our God, come the fuck on, people.
White lady in a hijab swearing up a storm and supporting the Democrat Party? That's got to make the whole women's rights thing a little complicated.
Can we all just admit that Teslas are shitty cars? Not only are they owned by,
Now, come on, Rebel Studios. We know better than that. We know better than that. Greetings, John. How you doing today, brother?
Hey, what's up, brother Keith? How you doing?
I am well. I am well. Same with this, Rebel. Trump is not funding the war in Ukraine. If Trump was funding it, I would seriously question his motives in being in office, particularly when he doesn't take emoluments of the office. You understand? Oops. So let's get back to it. What do you think so far? I think you're one of the guys that, we talk in private message here and there, and you seem to have a good abstract of the reality of what we're dealing with this fiat military government and everything. What do you think about the DemoCrazy? You're along the same general lines, aren't you, John? This is all just basically the same thing as Hitler's willing executioners, that weaponizing of incompetence.
Yeah, what they're doing here is they're putting everyone in a prison, and they're hoping that we get used to it. And I think we are. I mean, any word that starts with DE is bad. I mean, look at the word DE, or the first two letters. Democracy, demagogue, derogatory, destroy, denigrate. Any DE word is just bad. So that's why we have so many.
Yeah. And you would be well to do if you could prove that. If you could send me a link where you said so I could read that context, because in fact, if you take a look at the economics of it, Ukraine can fund their own damn selves. That's what this whole thing is about, is their natural resources, their commodities. Anyway, bring me that source and I'll be glad to discuss it further.
Voldemort?
They're like the bumpiest ride I have ever been in. Can we all just agree? They're shit.
The bumpiest ride ever? What if she was just in a school zone and those were children?
You!
Wait, this guy knows that Elon Musk isn't actually inside the dealership, right? These are just people who need jobs? Oh, yikes.
Nice, huh?
Stop the coup! 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 Stop the coup!
Yeah, and so that's another thing. You saw the guy with the poster of Elon, and it looks like he's giving a Nazi salute. But if you go back and watch the actual video, his salute was, "My heart goes out to you." It was not a Nazi salute. He stated his intent, and then he signified it by a gesture out to the people. People are insane. They don't understand how language works. Not only did he state it with that visual, that was two languages concurring together, he stated the visual intent of that language.
Stop the coup! Stop the coup! Stop!
This is your brain on Democrat Party propaganda. They think he's stealing from them when it's actually federal bureaucrats who've been stealing from us. I like that sign right there, though. Go steal data on Mars. And ironically, this protest is similar to Mars in that no intelligent life has yet been detected.
Boycott Tesla! Boycott Tesla!
And that's slowly what we're getting to, is lesser and lesser intelligent life. Trump even gave the leader of Israel the key to the White House. Well, yeah, symbolic key to the White House. It's a sign of a treaty in peace. It's a gentleman announces his presence and a welcoming of visitors. And in case you didn't know this, the members of the Senate take a dual oath to the United States and Israel, just so you know. So let's get back to it. Unless you got something, John, you always know, just stop me and interject. I always like hearing your opinions, your commentary.
Hey, you know the Christmas song, Born is the King in Israel.
Yep. And that's the foundation of this nation's laws.
I mean, it's still there. That song was written in 1950.
Yep. Yes, just after the Second World War.
I love this phenomenon of liberals who would bought Teslas because they care about climate change. They bought an electric vehicle. Who are now boycotting Tesla just because they don't like his politics. They have a
Well, and of course, there's other issues like lithium batteries blowing up, fires that you can't put out. Amazing chemical toxins spewed out, all kinds of shit. Let's not talk about that. That's one of them straw issues, you know, the plastic straws and paper wraps. And now we got paper straws and plastic wraps. And nobody actually discussed the real issue was the plastics as a whole and how to consume and recycle them as a whole. Because that plastic straw you put in that plastic cup with the plastic lid, all of that was ignored for the plastic straw.
Sophie's choice decision between appearing principled on climate change or virtue signaling their anti-Trumpism. Guess what they're choosing?
We don't have to. Hey,
Break my heart.
Why do you get so emotional though? Stop. Like, let's just have a conversation.
We need to weed out our political affiliation.
It's free speech.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we're talking. It's good. All good.
You want to give your thoughts? It's just the U.S. flag.
Yeah, it's free speech, folks. It's free speech. But see, the thing about free speech is that freedom of expression. See, in your speech, that's your verbal speech. And that's why I talked about in your expression, that's maybe a different language, a visual language. See, your freedom of expression is the ability to hold the sign without speaking and let the sign say it all. Same with all of your apparel, with all the logos and everything. It tells the world who you support and what your thoughts are. And let me help you understand. It's okay if you don't, it's okay if you disagree with me. I can't force you to be right. Okay? It's okay if you disagree with me. I can't force you to be right. And I'm not saying I'm always right. I'm open-minded, so when you do disagree with me, that's when we go talk about it together. We do research together. We don't go based on opinions and somebody else's descriptions and definitions. We find out an agreeable come-between between the two of us without third-party intermeddlers. That's competence and communication.
Flag with the hunter stuff. It's a hunter's hat. It's no political, I promise.
It looks political.
It's not political, I promise. This is just a brand.
Why are you wearing it then?
Because it's cold. So it's Cabela's. You never heard of Cabela's?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
See, it's a logo styled hat from Cabela's for hunters and fishers and wildlifers. And it's supporting the United States and those laws, those regulatory laws under licensing. This lady wants to make it political because it's got a flag and she thinks it's some kind of fascist idea. She's attacking him. Why would you attack? The only reason you would attack is because you're incompetent in the communication and you use it as a weapon. You come forth offensively.
Yeah, see, our language, Keith, represents meaning and sound at the same time. But there's actually the visuals and the facial expressions and the symbols. That's also part of it. And that never gets talked about.
Yep. Terrorists supporting terrorists, basically. It's idiocracy.
Yeah. So like this.
I've also seen the flag used in ways that's very disrespectful.
Okay.
And my parents were both in World War II.
I can see that.
I think it's a symbol, and I think you're trying to make a statement.
I promise you, I'm not. I just honestly, I got this as a gift.
Oh, honey.
I promise you.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Let me see what's even on here.
You're so innocent.
Yeah, I mean, it's got.
I think you're trying to make a statement. No, you don't think. You are projecting that he's making a statement, but won't say what statement he's supposedly making. And then when he says he's not making a statement, he got it as a gift. Oh, now you're innocent. Still projecting that he's making some kind of statement. This is just fucking insanity. And look how old this woman is. Pathetic.
It's got geese and elk. I mean, this is what
Dude, who gets that upset over a beanie?
Oregon's about. It's kind of like an Oregonian thing. You don't like that?
You're so innocent. Give me a break.
Hold on. You
Give me a break.
You act like I have Trump's face on here or something. This is just a hunting thing.
You're so innocent, honey. Come on, give me a break. Pretend I'm your mama.
I know.
Pretend I'm your mama.
Okay, I will. My mom died last year, so I would love that.
I am so sorry. That's
You really
a
think
story, too.
You really think this is like I'm trying to like be malice out here?
Tell
Like
me what you think of Elon
like
Musk.
I have bad intentions with this hat?
No, tell me what you. I think Elon Musk has bad intentions.
We can't talk about Elon until
And
we
you
get
just
over this
said that.
because you're like
No,
thinking
you
I'm out
just
here
said
trying to.
Elon Musk has
This is just-
bad intentions. Thank you. I totally agree. Have a great day.
You know what? Elon Musk should be president in 2028. What do you think about that?
I think that Elon Musk has no skills and no ability.
Well, he's the richest man in the world.
Bringing that up, that's an interesting aspect. What do you think, John? What happens if Elon Musk becomes our next president? No?
I'm stuck here.
Well, I'm going to bring up another one, which I might see. But there are a couple other possibilities. One would be Ivana Trump. Oops. And of course, another would be Barron Trump in the future years. Wait for it, folks. Wait for it. And be sure to tell everybody you heard it here first.
He's got some skills, right?
He cheats, he lies, he steals, and he bought a presidency. He has done nothing original other than to create things off of other.
Yeah, Elon Musk money is the first billionaire weighing in on US politics. You know what's so funny? They are flipping out. I just have to say this. They're flipping out about Elon Musk when billionaires like Bill Gates, George Soros have had a completely undemocratic influence in US politics for decades. But because they've mainly coordinated with the Democrat Party voters don't care. At least Doge is fully transparent and posts everything online. This is just rank partisanship. They're not even trying to be consistent. Oh, and by
exactly, and as she just kind of implied there herself, this is stuff that's been going on in every presidential administration. Is the fact that we need to address more strict regulations and enforcement of government oversight. Right, John?
Yeah, my screen froze. I was going to say Elon Musk is already president through the back door.
In a sense, yeah. And that's why I say I wouldn't doubt it if he is a future president. Again, you have two businessmen running a corporate presidency, a corporate government. I think that's wise. So on the next level, again, like I said, what do you think about Ivana Trump and Barron Trump? What do you think about those possibilities?
I don't know. I mean, the father with his superlatives would say, Barron is great. Barron is handsome. Barron is smart. Fuck you.
Yeah, but I think Barron's a little bit more well-spoken. And I also want to throw in a Trump card here. Haha, pun intended. His daddy's name? Fred Christ Trump Sr.
Wow, that's the father's name, right?
Yeah, just interesting information, folks. I don't know how it plays, and again, I'm not political.
Yeah.
I don't get into religion per se. I do dig into theology and spirituality, and I am not a Christian, but I do follow those concepts along with the um, general concepts that are quite similar in all other religions. There's a basic set of principles that give us a foundation of morals. Do unto others as you would have them do unto yourself.
Very interesting, Keith. That's the grandfather's first name, Donald's father.
Right.
By the way, bought a presidency. The Democrats outspent Trump 2-1 in the last election. So if you want money out of politics, start with your own party.
Things off of other people's ideas.
You think that Elon Musk is
Honey,
Tesla and
you
and
are
SpaceX?
clear
Hold on,
as
we don't
mud.
we don't
Oh,
we don't have to. Hey,
break my heart.
Why
Break my
do you
heart.
get so emotional though? Stop. Like let's just have.
Exactly. Why do you get so emotional? See, that's the downfall of these DemoCrazy people. They don't think with reason and logic. They use their emotions, and they project their emotions to establish some kind of, particularly in this environment of DEI, some kind of victimhood, one side or the other. Like this woman here said, she says, "Oh, you're so innocent." Like there's supposed to be some kind of victim because of your claim of Elon being a fascist. Prove a victim first. It's just insanity.
Have a conversation. I want to hear what you think, man.
Hold on, I have a.
Hey, ma'am.
Oh, your mom.
Wait, is this her husband? Oh my God, imagine going home to this every day.
Mama died last year.
Ma'am,
Sorry.
Ma'am, it's okay.
Have a good day.
Listen, ma'am, if you're that upset though.
Don't call me ma'am.
And actually, Bex, that's not actually true. An American president does not necessarily have to be born on U.S. soil or born in the U.S. That is actually an impossibility. You can't be born in the United States, the United States being a corporate entity. What it is you have to be a United States citizen. You have to maintain residency for a certain number of years. And greetings, Mary. How you doing today, sister?
Hi, Keith. I love your show. Thank you. And I want to say that in Connecticut,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. So, in Connecticut, it's a heavy blue state, and I'm pretty vocal. And I don't know, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you fine, sister.
Okay, sorry, but there's a public access Channel 5 station that is controlled by the Democrats, and they don't let any right-thinking views on the show. And when I go to the host's Facebook page, he's blocked me, so I have to go in on another page. You should hear the Democrats, because they're so hateful. That's all I can say is just they're out of their mind with hate towards, they hate President Trump and they hate Elon Musk. And I'm like, we're not supposed to hate our fellow Americans, and regardless of political ideologies. I may disagree with my adversaries, and I may have a lot of anger towards the actions and inactions, but I don't hate them. In fact, I spent a lot of time, lighting candles and prayers to not be hateful. But you don't see that from these Democrats. They are full of just rage.
Yeah, see, and that's
Pure
where
hatred.
that's where you and I are similar, is that I don't hate people, but I will tell you that I hate the things that and I include myself because I'm not perfect and I still do it at times, but the way what we say and do to each other. It's the way we treat each other. Again, that do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's the thing that we fail. But I agree. And it's not just the Democrats, but it seemingly is a majority Democrats. I'll agree there.
Okay.
Don't call me ma'am.
Sir?
Call me sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Okay, whatever you want to be called. Whatever you want to be called. Why are you so upset? Why are you letting politics get you so upset? Like, don't you see that we're just human beings?
And my apologies. Welcome, Dino. How you doing today, brother?
Kind you were. Doing well, brother. Just listening in here, and I'll get on board here soon enough. But yeah.
All right. You know, you guys know, just stop me and interrupt me anytime if you want to make a comment.
Seriously, you think completely different from me. I don't think ill of you. You've treated me so disrespectfully right here, and I still don't think less of you.
Don't point your finger.
I'm sorry.
In my face.
I didn't mean to.
You did certainly mean that.
No, I didn't mean that in a disrespectful way.
Trump. You want Elon Musk Trump to be the
just because I
president.
have certain political beliefs, you think you're going to treat me like that? Is what you're saying? Okay, that's insane to me.
At least she admitted it. She's like, yes, I'm going to be nuts. I'm going to have a mental health incident on you, to your face.
Someone needs to help.
Yeah, that's admitting that she's going to weaponize her own incompetence to be able to deal with somebody else that has a different view. And again, look at how old that lady is. And look at this one. This is on the other end of the spectrum. This is a young woman professing or implying somehow that she knows enough that Elon should be in jail. Where the hell do these people get this concept? Is it because they believe so much that that government has so much authority over them that they have some kind of say in the vote? If so, that you don't understand the Electoral College. I've never voted. I never will. If I do anything, it's a parlay for Jesus.
Help me understand why Elon Musk is not in jail right now. What happened to checks and balances? Why is an unelected official?
He's unelected. He's not an official.
Exactly. Unelected official is just like kind of like the Sovset. It's an oxymoron. Okay, you can't be an official without being elected. You can be an agent of the official through contract and license, but you cannot be an official without being elected.
The background check, who didn't get security clearance, looking into the systems with 5 barely out of high school boys.
Maybe because the government's such a steaming pile of corrupt shit that it takes someone from the private sector using their own funds to clean it up. It's actually really sad if you think about it.
Access to all of our social security numbers and payments that are going out of that system. You've got to be kidding me. Everyone's like, oh, this is happening. This is happening. And I'm like, yeah, what, are we really that easy to like infiltrate?
Gonna give them access to all those records for government oversight to make sure there's not fraud, waste, and abuse. And somehow that's abusing us. No, there is a security clearance. There is a Department of Government Efficiency created, and in that he has security clearance for those duties that were so assigned. Part of which is fraud, waste, and abuse, which means he has to have plenary review of records. Some people just don't get it. That's what auditing is all about.
So it's what she was saying, though. I mean, I'm seeing it where I'm at on a smaller level, but it's still the same damn thing. There was this issue on some alleged BLM land, Bureau of Land Management, where it took 2 years and a local group of private people, not government people, trying to work to get these derelict vehicles off this alleged BLM land. And the BLM was actually creating a problem for them to get this stuff done. But you had to bring in private people to do all this and to get it done. What's the point of having the BLM out there in the first place when they're not even cleaning up themselves? And then when the people try to do it, they're in there making it take 2 years to do. I mean, it was just ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I've got a buddy that's going through this similar situation. He's got a piece of private property, multiple acres, and the property right next to him is abandoned, and he's wanting to purchase it and everything. But the county is saying he's got to clean it up first, but they're not giving him a way to clean it up except through them, and they haven't cleaned it up yet.
Jeez.
Been years.
Oh, jeez.
So same situation all over the place. It's the incompetence, and it's being used as a weapon and as fraud, waste, and abuse in the process, extending the process so that it takes longer and is more expensive and therefore cost analysis says that those who are managing it should get paid more over the longer time. It's a long game fraud.
I'm just at my wit's end. This is a hostile takeover. He is probably a foreign agent.
Hostile takeover when the previous administration peacefully handed it over. Where do these people get this delusion? I hear you giggling.
It's crazy. Hostile takeover.
He's going to steal all that money and keep it, probably. I just cannot.
Probably. He's going to steal all that money and keep it. Probably. Again, the rhetoric in the communication shows their incompetence, that they don't know what they're talking about, and then they make these videos to weaponize it through their emotions. Anybody disagree with that? Hitler's willing executioners.
I understand.
Wait, does she think Elon Musk is going to pocket people's social security contributions? I'm confused.
How the United States, who spends trillions of dollars, or maybe not trillions, isn't it upwards of like $800 billion or something on our defense, and nobody's doing anything?
Yeah, she's a little off. Can't even come with the right numbers.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
And then professes that well, maybe not quite. No, it's in the trillions.
Yeah.
Anything about someone actively hacking our systems that keep us all.
It's the most prolific part of the budget by a long stretch. I mean, if you look at the government budget and you see what percentage the military budget is, it's way up there. I'm not going to say an amount right now because it varies, but it's always been way up there. And we can always take a look at it if you want. Let me know.
Float. I just
He's not hacking them. He has access to them.
don't understand.
Yes, we know that.
America is supposedly, not anymore, but supposedly this big worldwide leader in defense, and yet we can't even defend our own system from people who live in our country. Like, you've got to be kidding me. I don't want to read any more news until I see an article that says Elon's in jail or arrested. Like, come on.
I don't want to read any more news. Keep it real, lady. You don't read. Nothing says I'm an avid reader more than making statements like, America is supposed to be a big worldwide leader in like defense. And
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why their military budget is so extensive. It is, in fact, a program of economic warfare fomented through the Trading with the Enemy Act. And according to Cambridge University Press, the United States is the new world order that operates that particular program worldwide. That's why the US dollar is the base dollar for the international currencies.
here's one of those liberals now. This is Sheryl Crow selling her Tesla and donating the proceeds to.
Oh, yeah, we got them entertainers out here making videos showing their emotions, too.
Wow. This is insane.
Yeah. These people out there doing this shit, making themselves look insane. And this is why I say, you know, I get tired of our younger generations walking out of high school and thinking that they've got enough knowledge to live the rest of their life, and they go out and they live a hedonistic life, enjoying all the entertainment, the singers, the rappers, the movie stars, and this and that, and think life is all about fun. And it's a sad state.
PBS. Yes, a liberal who says she cares about climate change, but not enough to actually drive an electric vehicle. It's almost like these people have no principles and everything's just about virtue signaling.
Donald Trump!
Well, she might actually be on the right track there, because as we find out, some of these electric vehicles aren't quite as efficient as you might think when you have to go charge that Tesla up and they have a generator using fuel to charge the chargers up. Funny stuff.
Donald Trump!
And my apologies for the
prepaid
commercials, as I am not monetized. I am not monetized, so I apologize for the commercials.
Musk must go. Musk must go. Musk must go. Depose Elon. Depose Elon. Depose Elon.
So at the risk of splitting hair.
A lot of feminine voices out there, folks. Just saying, I don't know if anybody else noticed it. Sounded like a bunch of girls.
You can only depose someone who actually holds elected office. Obviously, their point is that Elon Musk was not elected to anything, but Trump was elected under the promise of Elon Musk having a Department of Government Efficiency and doing exactly what he's currently doing. So arguably, you could say that Elon Musk's actions are still in accordance with democratic will of the people.
Nobody voted for Elon Musk. Nobody voted for Elon Musk. Nobody voted for Elon Musk.
It is so fucking
Don't
crazy.
buy swastikars. You guys see that? This is funny stuff. This is funny stuff. And Rebel Studios 2 says all pre-planned, and to a certain extent, it is. Like I said, program of economic warfare, folks, been going on since pre-World War One.
Get Musk out of the White House. Get Musk out of the White House.
I think he was only in the White House for that press conference. Again, he's not the sitting president.
Terrible, bad.
I like
They're losing their minds. They lost their minds, I guess.
Yeah, stop the fastest movement while they are actually literally acting in a fastest way out there protesting like that. You do not have the right to protest, folks. You have the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And when you are in grievance, you don't go out into the public and make a goddamn fool of yourself. You have etiquette and you communicate appropriately. You don't use your incompetencies as a weapon.
Hey, Keith.
Yep.
Listen, I, you know how I studied under Chris Hallett and John Gentry and Kirk's Law Corner on the right to petition the government through a petition of remonstrance, and I have attempted in Connecticut since 2019 to educate the elected reps for that right. I sent them links to all three of those law mentors videos on that right. And Chris really brought that home really hard to me because I had tried all other methods. But, you know, I never knew what the word remonstrance meant. And a lot of words, Keith, I really respect your work so much because you break down the importance of the etymology of the root words, of what they mean. Yep. And I have so much respect for your teachings for that and all the other great things that you provide to us. And like this platform, I don't think I've ever come on this before. I'm a little funny with this, but in Connecticut, number one, in December of 2019, I sent a rep a link, a couple of reps a link to either Kirk's or Chris Hallett's remonstrance videos. And I love John Gentry's work. And the state rep ended up calling the local DEMAS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And they went through the back door and sent over a crisis mobile team to do a wellness check. Okay. This is December 2019. I'll bring it up to today's date. Through all this time of being criminalized, thrown in prison, you name it, I'm on 14 years of malicious prosecution. And they won't let these cases go. But the big long story short is this new term. You know, I'm batting home with this new local state rep and others sending them the links to the right, and even in the state Connecticut Constitution, the word petition, address, and remonstrance are all in the verbiage of the Constitution. Nobody knows what remonstrance is. Nobody knows how to go about doing it. And I keep on telling them, look, it's in the Parliamentary Masons Manual. Follow what Chris and John Gentry and Kirk. My God, these are brilliant men.
Yeah, the parliamentary, what she's talking about there with the petition, redress, and remonstrance is the Mason's Manual and Robert's Rules of Procedure. Yeah. That's how you address your legislatures.
And they won't let me.
I would argue differently, though. As was one of the people, I'm not required to know any of that nonsense. I should be able to have a plain language conversation with the legislature saying, hey, here's what happened, here's what I need done, and then they can handle all that nonsense so that it works right in their system.
Right, and that goes down to the redress, because a lot of people don't understand what redress and address are. See, when I address Mary as sister, that's how I address her, as sister. When I address her as Mary, I address her as Mary. It's not a physical location. It's a matter of diplomatic etiquette. Did you get a high school diploma? And when you got that high school diploma, did you give up that diplomatic etiquette for state grammar for multiple different jurisdictions that switch and vary throughout those jurisdictions? You have a better standing with the diplomatic grammar. I'm not competent of the terms and terms of art of the legal industry, but I am qualified and accredited with diplomacy upon graduating from high school. It wasn't perfected and it never will be perfect, but I much better know today how to address my fellow brothers and sisters. And it doesn't take a pronoun.
But that certification is false too. So there.
Well, no, it is self-authenticated. Self-authenticated. My yay is my yay, nay is my nay. And if you have something to say, please do so, even if we disagree. So I can prove that I am open-minded and willing to research it further to see if I need or have a better choice to make. So again, it all comes down to that communication and comprehending what we've been duped into. We've been duped into a bastardized language. They don't teach you what you think you should learn. You are taught to remember certain things and never taught to think for yourself. And that's the sad part.
Well, I went someplace where people made those poignant points in our learning. They saying we're here to teach you how to think. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're just showing you the evidence. And that was the science classes. They were very clear about, don't take our word for any of this. You can research this or do this yourself. And that's where we're giving you the skills on how to not only question it, but to do to repeat, let's say, an experiment. Those were the skills I was taught, and with those ideas in mind. So, yeah, generally, maybe they're not teaching these things everywhere, but they do teach them some places.
Oh, what the hell.
But Keith, I didn't know, and friends, Don or D knows, and who's this Rebel Studio? And anyways, I realized that when I first went to the city council on September in 2010, and I got up in front of the podium and I addressed the city council and I gave them a written, at the time, it was what I had understood to be a required lawful notification letter of intent to sue. But it was a remonstrance. I didn't know what the word remonstrance meant until under Chris and you guys studying with you guys. But and I've written letters to the president and governors and senators. There's a whole bunch of characters, I guess I call them, on the screen of that life, the de facto that unfortunately, I want to talk to you too about, Keith, about something in terms of records. You have really honed in on the importance of correcting the record. Okay.
Yep.
And that has to happen on so many levels, as you well know. And, it first off, it's a really deep dive into the personal, soul journey of healing and getting out all of the, cogs in the eyes and whatever you call them. You know what I mean? Like,
cobwebs, get all the cobwebs from being stagnant and remembering
first. And thankfully I've had a lot of people like you and others who have helped me in recognizing that and continuing on that long, path. And I'm really good with that. But in my research, I found out that the Veterans Administration, okay, when I got out of the Army in '83, and I went to the federal VA in Hartford. I'm like 22 years old. I was requesting the money that I had deposited. There was if you deposited $1, you were going to get $2 back in educational. And I got my money back, but they told me, you will never get VA benefits. Don't even try, because I got out on other than honorable bad conduct discharge. And that's a whole nother long story, but I didn't need educational benefits or VA benefits to do anything, including heal. I worked my way off of the Social Security disability that I was put on I applied. Obviously, I just wasn't put on it, but I applied for it and was made eligible for Social Security disability. And I worked my way off. I got my associate's degree in '88 and never looked back. I became gainfully employed in human and social services. But anyways, in 2000, I know this is kind of a long story. In 2000 and in 1995, okay, I was unemployed. And now here it was, 83, 95, I had an associate's degree. I owned my own home, didn't have any VA help doing any of that, or even the courage to heal I did through 12-step and, heal yourself kind of work. All right. So in 95, I was at the local job center and state program, one-stop shop. And I'm doing a resume job searching. And there was a federal VA employee there, a male nurse. And when I was talking to the regular, counselor or whatever, oh, you're a veteran. Oh, there's a representative here. Go talk to him. I'm like, no, and he's like, no, they're helping vets like you now. And so I went and talked to the nurse, and from 95 to 98, I drove from Torrington, it's about an hour, to Hartford, the Hartford Vet Center. And the director was also the primary therapist. And she manipulated me. First off, my mother died in August of '96, tragically, at 60 years old. And I had just started this readjustment counseling. And I was in a bad marriage with an alcoholic, chronic relapser. I met in NA. Both my husbands I met in NA. All right. So
we tend to pick them, don't we?
So anyways, but anyways, so I didn't go there for her to put me on these 3 intentional dead end roads to apply for a discharge upgrade and apply for VA benefits for what she diagnosed as severe and chronic PTSD from MST. MST, the armed services have made like every other, good or bad thing. They have to turn it into an industrial complex, and it's, it's a farce. And, but I signed all these documents for all of my records to be provided to the VA benefit side. And for 2 or 3 years, I mean, they wanted my children's birth certificates, their social security numbers. They wanted all of my release of information from the medical treatment that I got when I got out of the Army, and I got private, mental health care. They got all my records. Okay. And then they denied me benefits. I would only ever be able to be treated for MST under the same, code that people like me who are discharged are automatically given. They're automatically, when you get other than honorable bad conduct discharge, are said to be eligible for medical care for any condition that is found to be service connected. Okay. And so in 95 to 98, the director, totally politically motivated, because especially when you find out what happened during that time frame, she had me go in front of a discharge Army review board with her, and not the state of Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs, who took hold of power of attorney to become my service organization and provide inadequate both legal counsel, as my POA. They took a case all the way to the BVA in 2000, and it completely destroyed any alleged opportunity that I have towards ever being able to be compensated for my condition that I didn't join the service with. You know what I mean? And now in 2011, I ended up going back for help, and I got back on Social Security disability right away, because that's how severe what happened with the police and the assault and battery, and it's been downhill ever since. But anyways, big long story short, I keep getting approved for Social Security disability. And it's because the police never let up with assault and batteries, false arrests and false imprisonments, and blah blah blah. But anyways, Keith, what I want to tell you is, so I went to the vet center from 95 to 98, and I never looked back. The case went through 2000. I don't even know if I got paperwork. Everything was a squash, and I just got on with my life. But when I went back to the VA in 2011 with a real bad relapse in my severe and chronic complex PTSD, and now it's, of course, 22 years of diagnosed legal abuse syndrome. That's actually part of the DSM now. And that was from Dr. Karen Huffer. I actually worked with her. She ended up providing me with that diagnosis. But anyways,
And to give the people a little context here, MST is military sexual trauma. And what they did was, evidently there's a sexual abuse that happened. And when she reported it, that's when they went against her and discharged her for less than honorable because of that incident. But they twisted it back onto her as the responsible party for some kind of violation of regulations or something for the dishonorable or less than honorable discharge. And that's the whole thing, is the accountability that we're talking about. Nobody wants to hold accountability, and this is why we've got to stop this stuff. We've got to stop it.
But you know how they're talking now about, Keith, thank you for affirming that, the records. They're getting my records. The city of Torrington police seized hold of my medical history on November 24th, 2010. They assaulted and battered me. They forced me into a protective custody and forced psychiatric exam while they're sitting there listening to me having to tell the in handcuffs accident that wasn't even my fault. But anyways, what I want to tell you about the records is I found out 3 or 4 months ago that somebody in the VA enrolled me in healthcare in 2001. And I didn't do that. And that was actually, I believe, a power of attorney who I was referred, a lawyer down in Maryland who I signed over power of attorney. He was supposed to help me with the discharge upgrade and the case at the BVA. And he just not only did he completely disappear, and the Connecticut DVA has now, guess what? They scrubbed my records. That's a felony. That's tampering with evidence.
Well, see, technically that's what they should do. I was just going to mention, maybe we should talk sometime in private and go over a Department of Defense Form 715, declassification. So
please do, yeah. The Department of Defense, believe me, they know my name, Keith. My
that's
father
what
was
it's all
a retired
about.
Army major, and I gone every one of those. I call them bastards. Sorry, but you know.
Hey, it is what it is. And we got Rebel Studio, we got Sob, and we got Rich Manson. How you doing tonight, guys?
Hey, how you doing? My name's Rich. LIE News said that Elon Musk has his dogs walked, and the dogs wear KKK hoods. It's not propaganda, Keith. It's the truth.
Okay. We'll let the world know. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here, folks. First, folks. Rebel, you've got something. You said YouTube deleted a comment. You wanted to come up and make the comment on the air. Go ahead, brother.
I'm clear.
Man, you got to get a new mic. Something, brother.
Something, brother.
Yeah, you got to do it, brother. You there?
Ain't no better. Is that better?
Nope, you're still breaking up. Tell you what, type it in the back chat. Type it in the back chat. They won't delete comments there. They're not public. And we got Sav with us. How you doing tonight, Sav? You there, brother?
Hey, Keith. Good to see you, bud. I had to figure out the mic on here.
Long time no see. How you been, man?
Yeah, we hanging in there.
Good deal. Well, yeah, I was gonna ask, where you at nowadays? You still in the nice tropical zones?
Yeah, I'm way down south.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
deal.
doing pretty good. Yeah, the finca's coming along. We got a lot of mangoes and bananas and tomatoes and onions and all kinds of stuff going.
Good deal. Man after my own heart that does the old homegrown garden and stuff. Good healthy food.
Hey, we're looking at teaming up with White Buffalo Nation and possibly Agency Tribal Nation. We're doing our own documents, which I've been doing for over 35 years, but our own IDs and passports and other documents.
Yeah, you're talking about establishing indigenous governments yourselves.
Yeah, and standing up for our own individual sovereignty.
Yep. I'm going to be doing a video soon again on the a gentleman called Gary Davis in the World Service Organization about that world passport. I'm going to do a video on that again, going over the concept of that indigenous government and providing your own private credentials, like I mentioned earlier, as a matter of diplomatic communications.
Right.
So.
Well, I went to the United Nations a long time ago, and they're the ones that I'd already heard about it, but they're the ones who told me about the world passport, and they supported it, and I gave them my sovereign American passport, and they were acceptive and, respected that.
Yeah, it's just a matter of being that, a gentleman gives the notice and he addresses people properly and this and that. And this is a different kind of language that people aren't used to. And what you posed there was that the UN accepts the world passport, folks. But it's when it gets to the United States doesn't necessarily want to accept it.
Yeah, but another thing that I've learned basically proved is they don't have a choice in the matter. They don't like my sovereign American ID.
Right.
That for 35 years, and they didn't like it, But like I went to the Treasury Department, and the guy says, "Well, let's see your driver's license." I said, "I don't have one. This is my ID." And the head of the Treasury Department came down and said, "Some people don't believe in having it. You've got to accept it."
Yep, absolutely. And that's one of the main things about being at that upper level of diplomacy is a man's yay is his yay, his nay is his nay.
Yeah, exactly.
You either accept his authority or you have to subject that yourself is under authority and show where that authority comes from.
Right.
It's a catch-22 for him. So Rebel Studio's back, and his mic is no good, but he did place the comment in the private chat, and it says, they need hate and division, or they cannot exist. I agree with that. They got people to come in only to then turn around and kick them out under Trump to create more hate and division. This is part of the effect of diversity, equity, and inclusion in that it looks that way, but in actuality, what it is people are tired of putting up with people that are not competent and qualified for the positions they are filling because they are hired through diversity, equity, and inclusion to fulfill some kind of numbers ratios. That is not how you run a business. You do not run those kind of numbers. You run qualified people that can generate the numbers for good profits and fair competition and good quality products and services for satisfied customers. You have to meet all of those things. You can't use one thing of diversity, equity, and inclusion and put somebody in a place. It ruins the whole setup. Then it goes on and says, without them, there is no reason for anyone to run for president. Right. The people, but see, this is the scriptural thing that it's the people that demanded the kings, right? They demanded leaders so that they could follow and put off that responsibility for their incompetencies. It's just that nowadays they're weaponizing it. And it's like JG said earlier, it's terrorists terrorizing other terrorists. It's just fucking insanity. So let's finish up this video and then we're going to go into some shorts.
I love the protest signs that say, stop the coup. Trump won the Electoral College, the popular vote, all 7 swing states so quickly, actually, the night of the election that they had to call the election, MSNBC in particular, even though they didn't want to, and they delayed it by like 3 hours. So coup, file that under another word like depose that these people actually need to look up. And of course, the P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S.
Absolutely. This is why I say if you listen to their language, you can hear the babble. And you can quote me on this, folks. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary.
Is de Resistance, Rachel Maddow, completely self-owning on Elon Musk this past week. It was so delicious, so juicy, so mouth-watering.
Elon Musk has apparently somehow convinced the United States government, specifically the United States Department of State, that the taxpayers of the United States of America should spend $400 million buying, quote, armored Tesla production units. Isn't it great and definitely not at all illegal or profoundly corrupt? Definitely not ripping us all off to pay themselves, right?
There's only one problem with that.
Donald Trump didn't give that contract to Elon Musk. Joe Biden gave it to him.
Ah.
Oops. When the real facts come out and it screws up your whole fucking conspiracy. See, this is why we have to start listening to the reality of what's going on and do your own research. Because when you do the research and you find out these people are babbling and lying, see, and that's my big pet peeve is all the lies. People today live in this world living comfortably and convenient by putting up with the little white lies because it's so good for them. It's what allows them that comfort and convenience. It's okay to lie and say you're incompetent, can't manage your own life, and therefore you need a king to tell you how to live it. So let's take a look at another one. We talked about those entertainers earlier. The entertainers and their political views being pushed on the population. And there you go. In fact, Trump just canceled that contract. See, he knows there's a conflict of interest when you start doing that. It's got to be something that is qualified for military equipment. It was designed and developed as household products and goods, not a military unit. Matter of fact, that's another one of those points I want to make again about these two men up there. They're businessmen. They don't want to kill themselves. And that's the first way you kill yourself as a businessman, is by not knowing how to do those contracts and not comprehending what those contracts say and can affect. So the next one we got, one of them entertainers running their mouths. Come on.
Oprah started having a meltdown after this woman educated her on what being American really means.
I'm tired of being labeled. I'm an American. I'm not an African American. I'm an American.
Oh, girl, don't set up your Twitter on fire.
What? Did you catch that, folks? I think that sounds reasonable and logical. Particularly when you take into the set of facts that you take that term African American and you look it up for what it is. I urge you folks to do your research. It is, in fact, patented. It's a patented trademark name. Better think again.
What did you just say?
I will say this. I don't know where my roots go to. I don't know how far back they go. I can't go on.
And this is the more important aspect of what's being said here, is the roots as it relates to the just soli and just sanguine, the flesh and blood that was born of the dust of the ground and the waters of the earth. And wherein God formed man of that dust of the ground, when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul.
You know, I don't know what country in Africa I'm from, but I do know that my roots are in Louisiana. I'm an American, and that's a colorless person, because we are all people. I have lots of...
A colorless person, because we are all people.
things running through my veins.
I mean, you're going to get a lot of flack for saying you're not African American. You know that, right?
I don't label myself.
Okay. So I want you to say what you really mean by that.
What I really mean by that is I'm an American. That's what I really mean.
Oprah started...
Which is coincidentally a label. I don't label myself. That's a label. It's a noun. So again, Genesis 2:7 of the Christian scriptures says that God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man became a living soul. He is expressed as an adjective, not a noun. Taking upon or undertaking a noun, or taking upon a noun, is the very labeling that we do to each other. Even the name is a hearsay.
Having a meltdown after...
You guys understand that? The name is a hearsay. Anybody disagree with that? Okay, we'll continue then. The next one we got. Come on. Chief of Staff, another one on at the presidential level. We got Commander in Chief and then Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff. What's a staff? That's your occupation and the co-workers therein.
Staff Stephen Miller manhandles Jake Tapper while putting a common widespread myth to rest.
42% of crop workers were undocumented immigrants. These migrants do jobs many Americans do not want to do. So how does President Trump make sure that the effort to deport people who are not in this country legally doesn't end up hurting Americans who want safe borders, absolutely, but also don't want to see even more higher prices in groceries?
Okay, first of all, let's make sure that we're clear and distinct on the real issue isn't the prices of commodities and stuff, but the fact that they're undocumented workers. Okay, so they want workers to be documented. So if you have that document, such as a state ID or driver's license or any kind of license that's issued by the state of Iowa, that's a corporate entity. That's for employment, for income tax purposes, this and that. Do you not have the right to contract in privacy yourself, independently with another man? If so, why do you need an ID or a license from a third party known as State of Iowa, a corporate entity itself, which then uses its statutes as contract terms and conditions to regulate your activities? You don't need that, and they can't force it upon you. But we all have been induced to believe so.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not your position that we should supply America's food with exploitative illegal alien labor.
Why don't we provide our own food? Why is it we need immigrants to process our food? Notice they said 42% undocumented immigrants. You suppose we could fill that 42% up with qualified workers here in America? You know, maybe the ones that are on welfare and state aid programs that are fully qualified and capable of doing such physical work, but are just lazy and want to live off the state. You suppose that's maybe one of the reasons they're cutting some of the welfare programs and making sure that if you are capable of doing something, that there's something out there that they can put you to work doing? I mean, if you are a documented worker, you want to be part of that documentation and lay that responsibility on them and carry that ID, driver's license or other license and paying tribute to a false patriarch, go ahead. That's your indentured servitude, and you must do so willingly, voluntarily. Whether you know it or not isn't up to them. That's up to you.
I obviously don't think that's what you're implying. Only 1% of alien workers in the entire country work in agriculture. The top destination for illegal aliens are large cities like New York, like Los Angeles.
I'm talking.
Suppose that makes sense? Doesn't that kind of cut that figure down that they're trying to oppose? So you see two different realities, which I would believe that, yeah, most immigrants are going to congregate in the cities, not out in the fields.
About the ones that work in the agriculture industry.
The illegal aliens that Joe Biden brought into our country are not full stop doing farm work. They are not. The illegal aliens he brought in from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Nicaragua, they are not doing farm work. They're in our cities collecting welfare. But they're
bingo. You hear about it throughout the last 5 years about the undocumented immigrants coming in, and they're booting out the certain patrons of certain establishments and moving the immigrants in and giving them stipend checks to get started on a nice, healthy life that they don't even afford to the American people. Somehow they find some reason to disqualify them, like they did Sister Mary there. Nope, not qualified.
There's no universe in which...
But they'll just blatantly give it to undocumented immigrants.
Which this nation is going to allow the previous president to flood our nation with millions and millions of illegal aliens who just get to stay here. And we are especially not going to allow a subset of those illegal aliens, to rape and murder our citizen.
Chief of Staff Steve.
That was strong language at the end, but might be called for. Because again, I think a large portion of these immigrants, not just here in America, but in other nations as well, are mostly adult age males of ill repute. Sure, there are a lot of women and children too. And they may even be families of those men of ill repute. But that's why we send them all back. It only seems reasonable and logical to me, particularly when it comes to the aspect of keeping families together. So let's look at the next one here. Owen Schroyer destroyed destiny on illegal immigrants.
To illegal immigrants to buy houses. You do realize that they give money to illegal immigrants to buy houses?
I don't think you know how any of this works because I think you're probably born a rich kid and you've never bought a house on an FHA loan before. So I had a tax credit when I bought a house. The way that these work is you apply for these refundable tax credits when you get them at the end of the year when you've qualified for them. An illegal immigrant definitionally doesn't file taxes because they don't have social security numbers. They don't get money back from the government. How would an illegal immigrant qualify for a tax credit? Again, this doesn't make any sense. It's like the hurricane
I agree.
machines.
It doesn't make any sense.
Where are
Thank
these
you.
lazy people that are coming over and not working and not getting jobs, getting the money for homes?
The U.S. government.
They pay them for the homes too? Then why even give them the tax credit? Why not just give them the homes outright?
Don't
what the
give them
fuck
any
are we talking
ideas.
about?
They might do that next. Who pays for the hotels that they're staying at in New York City, in Chicago? Well, who's paying for those
Watch this.
hotels? Who's paying for that room and board?
I imagine there's probably federal money allocated to
And
people
where does
that
the
are part of
federal government get its money?
From the,
U.S.
from the U.S.
taxpayers.
Treasury? Sure, yeah.
U.S. tax.
Oops. He ruined his own argument by having to admit where it comes from, despite the fact that they don't pay taxes. Funny how that works.
Taxpayer. So you are paying for illegal immigrants' housing. Thank you very much. You do realize that
You are paying for illegal immigrant housing. If they're illegal, in other words, undocumented and not supposed to be here because they didn't go through the proper process, showing a valid intent, then it kind of discludes them. You're not supposed to be part of the process. So the only process is removal. It's like computer programming. If you don't start at the beginning of the programming, you try to inject some kind of input in the middle of the programming and expect it to continue on when there are prerequisites that the computer program needs in order for it to move, it ain't going to move. We have to start thinking about this stuff with reason and logic. Yeah, but some of that might be undone because if you have an ill repute president granting these pardons and then they convict him, they could also turn around and withdraw those powers of pardoning that he fomented as an act of treason, if that's what they find. I'm not saying that's the case, but again, possibilities like Ivana Trump being next president or being a president, Elon Musk being a president, and of course, most certainly Barron Trump one day. All possibilities on both sides. And we have to be open-minded to this shit and understand that's why this DOGE is in there. Department of Government Efficiency is a matter of redress by the way the people are addressed by etiquette, not by position or place or location, but by how we address each other, brother, sister, sir, madam, whatever. And here we got one on whatever. This goes to the feminist thing of that victimhood and taking advantage of things as part of this DEI and this movement against, I'll say, white male. Not particularly because that's my opinion, but that seems to be the rhetoric out there in the whatever platform as part of their discussions. Come on.
I don't
Who hurt them?
care until you have $100,000 in cash. I don't want you to talk to me. Okay.
Until you have $100,000 in cash, I don't want you to fucking talk to me. That's pretty hefty, just to talk to some dumb bitch. Excuse my language, but that's what I get out of it right from the start. You want to demand $100,000 from somebody just to talk to you? You're an entitled little bitch.
Okay. Bring me $100,000 in cash.
Why are you
can
yelling?
say to me.
Why are you
okay?
yelling?
You too.
Why are you yelling?
100,000. You can't do it. So shut the f up.
See, you're going to use money as a mechanism to make people shut up and censor them. You can't talk unless you give me $100,000. And where's your authority to fucking open your mouth on whatever? If it was my show, you was saying that. Sorry. Later. I don't have that shit on my show. You want to be insane and delusional like that? Of course, that's why these guys do that, because that's their content. They like to show how people prove themselves. Like I said earlier, and you can quote me on it, a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Listen to the way people talk.
If none of you have that much money, you're not richer than me. I want you to shut the f up.
What does that have to do?
If you are not richer than me, I want you to shut the f up and don't
Do you know
fucking
that
talk
scene
to
in
me.
Dallas where it's like,
Get your finger out of my phone. Do you know what? Get your finger. I don't give a fuck. You guys think it's all funny? You're gonna end up fucking homeless in the streets. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen to you. Good luck with your fucking $23 an hour.
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up. You're still gonna be broke. Coming for me. Let's go to the next topic and let's choose another topic.
And see, she thinks she's so all about that now she's going to co-host the show and move things along. The audacity of some people. I mean, delusion.
I'm just
let's keep coming for you.
I don't care until you have
No, let's keep coming for you. Yeah. See, that's what their podcast is about. They like that drama, so they're going to keep going after her. And the rest of this panel is going to go after her too. I'm sure of it. If you watch the whole segment, I'm sure of it. Now this one here, I can't remember. This one's got, says don't click the sound. I can't remember this one. Oh, this is one of those things about communication visually. Visual communication. Watch this.
This is literally one of the greatest battles of all time. This street artist had a battle with the city, and just wait until you see who wins at the end. It's hilarious. This is the
So in case you guys don't understand what happened there, at the very end, it says, well, that's one way to end it. Thanks, mate. It's been fun. So what happened was he got them to paint the entire building and make it look better. It went from looking like this to this. Got the city to paint a nice new fresh paint job. Sometimes you don't have to say a word. Sometimes you just incorporate your actions into the effective solution. Pretty ingenious. I just thought it was kind of unique. Surprised I didn't remember it. Anyway, I've got to take a break real quick. So enjoy the commercial, and I'll be right back. Okay, thank you kindly. Appreciate everybody joining in and hanging out there. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down there in the details section for anybody who wants to share some love. And if you're on one of the other channels, the StreamYard link is pinned on El Perro. So go over to El Perro if you want to join the stream and hit the StreamYard link there. And let's get back into it. More of this DemoCrazy as we continue on. And again, entertainers and their viewpoints and other podcasters like whatever. And we've got another one coming up. We got Matt Riddle's controversial ban in the UFC. And again, it's because of the controversy here that I'm looking at this one. So let's see here.
This is the guy, Matt Riddle, who did an interview and said, I smoke marijuana so I don't beat my wife and children.
You leaving UFC felt like, from the outside looking in, feels really stupid.
Now, the reason he's not in the UFC anymore is because he could not pass a drug test. You're so weak-minded and so addicted to marijuana that you couldn't stay off it enough to pass a drug test 3 times a year. And I want to know where this rocket scientist is going to go and make $100,000 a year.
And like even when I was with the UFC and I got fired for failing a drug test, marijuana 2 times, and I had a medical license and everything. Now you fast forward, it's off the banned substance list. Back then TRT was allowed. Then I go, hey, you're allowing fighters to use steroids and painkillers prescribed by doctors, but you're not allowing like me to use medical marijuana because it's a performance enhancing drug and I'm super dangerous. See
how that was thrown back on him? See, that's what's going to happen is people are going to find out that everything that's been going on and all these regulations is just like that plastic straw and a paper wrap. They were so concerned about it that now they use paper straws and plastic wraps and forgot and didn't even mention and totally avoided the other issue of the plastic cup and the plastic lid that they use the plastic straw with. Not even to mention all the other plastic and styrofoam products and shit. It's pathetic.
Dana White put me on blast and called me a loser and this, that. Go make 6 figures somewhere else smoking weed. I'm doing that easily, and I've been doing it for like a decade now. Bro.
It's just one of those things that I thought made Dana look a little idiotic there on his views, just to show that I don't agree with everything everybody says. And this is one of the things I disagree with on Dana. Is the use of steroids and all that and how it's legalized and medically accepted and this and that. But at the same time, he's holding this view of marijuana, for crying out loud, as if though it's an addiction. Whereas now the steroids and stuff, it's not seen as an addiction, but actually as a requirement so you can be in the top level. It's funny how this shit works. The inconsistencies and the incompetencies of reason and logic. Now, here's one that Elon is a big topic, so we're going to, I don't know, I think I've got a few more shorts in here, but this is a longer video here of Democrats freak out as Elon uncovers their massive
is admitting now that Democrats
media
are falling
scandal
apart and are a laughingstock for their behavior attacking Elon Musk in a rally where Chuck Schumer and Maxine Waters were dancing and yelling with each other in what might be one of the most cringeworthy political clips that you'll ever see. The reason Democrats are so mad at Elon, though, besides him dismantling agencies that push their agenda around the world, is because, and I'm not joking, he may have just uncovered the biggest scandal in news media history. I'm going to build up to that in this video. First, for perfect context, there is a clip going ultra viral all over social media that Elon shared on X. It speaks perfectly, besides the language, which I've cut out for you, to how most of the American people feel and how delusional and out of touch, lost the current Democratic Party is right now as Trump and Elon and Doge clean up the American government. This is spicy. Check this out.
And this one here is from Zach Costello. Zach, Z-A-C-H, Costello, C-O-S-T-E-L-L-O, 196,000 subscribers. Go over and check him out.
I'm Zach Costello.
It is just going downhill for the Democrats, dude. Can you please tell me if someone, right, robbed a bank? Okay, let's talk about a hypothetical before we get into the real quick. If someone robbed a bank, someone watched the security footage, saw who robbed the bank, told you who robbed the bank, you caught who robbed the bank, are you gonna be mad at the person that robbed the bank or the person that told you were being robbed? Okay, that's what's going on with Elon Musk right now. For those of you that don't understand, okay, Elon Musk was hired for the Department of Government Efficiency. What does the Department of Government Efficiency do? What is its main number one goal? To make sure that our government is running efficiently, dumb. And here you are literally trying to shoot the messenger because he is showing you that a lot of our money is being wasted.
And again, this goes to the fact that every presidential administration addresses this issue because they know it goes on. They know there's corruption within their ranks. And they want to make the government better as an intent anyway, as it's supposed to be, but the corruption is so far widespread is now become systemic, top to bottom. Hitler's willing executioners. Sad and sick at the same time.
That is not needed. What type of transgender opera do you need overseas? What type of all of these DEI inclusivity programs do you need to be spending our money on overseas? And instead of being mad at the people that are stealing our money and spending it 100% irresponsibly, you're mad at the man who told you you were being ripped off. You are a fucking cult member. Plain and simple. There is no saving for you, okay? Every single time you guys continue to peddle these lies, you are screaming more and more that you're a cult member. And the more and more you do it, the more and more the moderate Democrats are going to leave you. Keep going. Keep going. Show your utter stupidity. It's what
you do. When you do this, when you say things, I was on a panel the other night, and the guy admitted he's a man, but on the panel he didn't have a picture up or his video up, but rather he had a picture, and it was a picture of a woman, and it was a female name, Lucy. And I called him out on it and told him I didn't appreciate the visual lie. And we went on into the discussion, and I said, well, you dress up like a woman. That's a visual lie. And he says, no, I don't dress up as a woman. I wear women's clothes. So the contradiction in his own statement shows that he's not willing or he's incapable of accepting the lies that he puts out himself. That's insanity. Insanity, folks. You cannot be a man, be born a man, and just determine that, no, you don't want to be a man, you're going to be a woman. You can only present as a woman. You will never be a woman, and vice versa. Born a woman, you will never change the XX chromosome. That has to be done in every cell. And that means there's a transformation of the genitalia and other parts of the body, including the sacrum and pelvic area, the whole 9 yards. It's an impossibility.
You've been doing for 4 years, keep it up. The rest of us are happy that we found out what we already knew, that we were being robbed. It must be shocking for you to deal with facts, but they're going to keep coming out.
Yeah. So the Democrats are attacking Elon Musk because he is the one telling us that we've been robbed by our government for a long time. They're trying to paint Elon as some independent, unelected agent, tyrant, acting unconstitutionally on his own. Elon works...
The same thing they did to Trump in the 2020 January 6th. 2021, January 6th. That supposed insurrection upon the White House. This is ridiculous. These kind of claims are insane, and they come from insane people.
For President Trump, whom the American people elected. And the president runs the executive branch of government. These agencies being looked at, like USAID, are areas of the executive branch. Elon is simply performing a job directly for the president and his agenda. Elon finds out what's going on with competent and effective people, reports to President Trump, and Trump makes the call. Very simple, very legal, and very constitutional.
And I would assert that if the government actually did proper audits at regular intervals as a maintenance of and oversight of the government's accountability, we wouldn't need to have to go in and do this. It would already be established, and it should be already established. I mean, according to the rules and regulations, there are certain things that are established, but they've got certain loopholes that they try to use. Well, I gotta try to impress upon everybody, the only way a loophole works is in a commercial venue. The actual legalities of it as it relates to the legal entity as opposed to the commercial entity, those are different things. That's more what Sister Mary was talking about earlier with Robert's Rules of Procedure and Mason's Manual when you address the legislatures.
As soon as there's a loophole known, shouldn't that loophole be closed up?
Not necessarily. There's a thing called exception based out of necessity. And that's particularly why a lot of loopholes exist. And that's why Trump said, hey, there's certain tax loopholes that I use. He admitted what Hillary was saying. You use tax loopholes. And he said, yes, I do. And you, while you were president, could have changed that, but you didn't. Why? Because you and your cronies do the exact same thing. They're legal exceptions. That's all they are. Or excuse me, they're commercial exceptions out of necessity for legal compromise. People have to understand that you have to contract your services for a government to be subject to that government.
Complicated. So,
which should be a service and not power.
Correct. And in order for them to assert authority over you within that government, you have to be part of that government. That's only done by contract of some sort, whether it be elected as a society contract, a social contract with the people that elected you, or an agency thereof.
Things like this, we must all see right through it with truthful, clear eyes. This is just bad. Watch.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist!
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses.
We have days to stop the destruction of our democracy. We have work to do. Tell Elon Musk to take his hands off your money. We don't pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the United States of America.
And goddamn it,
a lot of projections there with no foundation. And notice how he called the followers of Elon Musk creepy. Creepy. See, this is a weak democracy or weak Democratic Party that uses ad hominem and character attacks while professing on their extreme side that they want diversity, equity, inclusion for those very extremes. Funny how that works.
shut down the city. We are at war.
We will win.
We are at war. See, they literally take it as a war against the people. In case you don't understand that, they're saying we are at war. And if you're at war here on American soil, who are you at war with other than the people?
Win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest.
Gretchen.
Yes,
So
the Democrats need a real leader.
They're lost. They're a laughingstock, but also corrupt and against the American people. When they say,
funny how he said the same thing I just said.
Tell Elon to keep his hands off your money. No, it's taxpayer money that the Democrats have been using to push their agenda around the world. And here's the proof. In what might be the biggest scandal in news media history, it has been found that U.S. aid was funding the news company Politico. $8.2 million awarded over 237 transactions. That's right. Taxpayer dollars were being used for state-funded narrative control. U.S.
State-funded narrative control. Just say it. It's fucking political propaganda. Okay? It's rape of the people. As they said, the people's money. Okay, that's that fiat money. That's their money. That's their creation. You're using it because, of course, you think there's no other way. Because you don't know the first thing about commodity money or the Lord's money. May you gain wisdom someday.
Aid was shut down by Doge, and guess what? Politico didn't make payroll this week. Politico,
without it, Politico can't campaign its propaganda for the government. Oops.
Spent the last 10 years bashing Trump, ruining MAGA, and published things like the Hunter Biden laptop being Russian disinfo, as you see right here. This was all being funded with your taxpayer money and being executed in the executive branch of government.
So you see, all you people out there voting and think your vote counts. It counts. It counts as propaganda against you. Think about that. And again, I've never voted. I don't play that game. It's either party. This isn't just specifically Democratic. Republicans do the same kind of shit. It's all a political war, as he stated. We're at war. Technically, they're at war with each other as supposedly bipartisan. Ugh, imagine that.
I thought we were all supposed to be on one mission headed to one place.
Yeah, that's that commission.
Propaganda machine.
Russ got that. I don't know if anybody else did, but Russ got it.
For the Democrats, the bureaucratic state. So tell me, whose money is Elon getting his hands on? The Democratic Party is finished, caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Guys.
And like I said, it's both parties. I'm going to pull something up. I just did a video on Word Wizard on the etymology of bureaucrat. So let's look up BEA. We're going to look up bureaucracy etymology, and it's going to tell us something. Let's see here. Okay, bureaucracy, government by bureaus. Bureau of Vital Statistics, the state's jurisdiction. When you're born, there's a birth record established, which is the establishment of the state's vital statistics jurisdiction, known as the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Government by bureaus, especially tyrannical officialdom, excessive multiplication of administrative bureaus, and concentration of power in them, in reference to their tendency to interfere in private matters and be inefficient and inflexible. Department of Government Efficiency. They have to go through the bureaus and audit them. It's a part of the process. Imagine that. So let's take a look. Let's see here. Finish up here.
And haven't yet subscribed. If you get value, I ask that you please do. What I give you here are the top nuggets.
Zach Costello on YouTube. So go check him out. Zach Costello. Okay, the next one. Clay Higgins turns tables on Ayanna Pressley.
This congressman just destroyed this woke politician.
Please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouth. When he was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized people.
I appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedom that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now. Thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against.
Absolutely. I'm going to play that one again in case you don't understand. She outed herself in hypocrisy. And before we do, welcome, tribe, they use terminology, not words. So etymology does not always apply to their legalese definitions. Correct. And that's why I make it a very strict point that when we study these codes and everything, what do, Mary? We look up the definitions, see what they write them down as. So when they use a definition, United States business means a United States citizen. We know the etymology doesn't matter. It's their definition that they're going by. That's what we correct. I'm not a United States citizen. And yes, it's terms of art of the legal industry in which they've converted, like I said, that bastardized English to begin with. And then even that, they convert those words of that bastardized English into legalese, which are terms. Oops, what did I do here? There we go. Missed something there. Okay, so let's play it again real quick.
This congressman just destroyed this woke politician.
Please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouth. When he
Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a great man. Martin Luther King Jr. was such a great man, he wrote his own way out of jail by being diplomatic and using etiquette in a letter to the judge. I'll use Martin Luther King Jr. anytime I goddamn well want to.
Was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized people.
I appreciate.
And all marginalized people, which would include, of course, in case you hadn't noticed, white men.
My Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedom that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now. Thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against.
The oppression through that incompetent weaponization with Babel. Literally. Here we got a mother sues school principal for her son's injuries. And again, this goes in reference to we really need to start taking responsibility of the education of our little ones, because it's supposed to be in a spiritual context first so they can get that complex set of morals and values that you want them to exemplify. Not some teacher or some other outside source.
It was Jason's actions that caused this machine to topple over. He violated our code of conduct.
Is shaking the machine respecting school property?
But Your Honor, he didn't push the machine that hard. He put the money in it. He didn't get what he paid for. He becomes flustered, starts shaking the machine, and then.
And this is just going to the concept, folks. Again, of responsibility and showing that people do not want to take responsibility. So, and again, I admit this is probably a fake scene, made up for the metaverse to provide a concept. And that's what we're looking at here, is the concept of the responsibility. If you don't want these kind of things to happen to your children and you want to sue the school, I recommend that before you do that, you preemptively take action and educate your own children. It is not a requirement that they be educated by a public education system based on a Prussian military training.
and it topples on top of him. Glass everywhere. I thought he was dead.
So that actual vending machine fell on top of your brother?
The whole thing.
My boys are athletic, but they're not these big, muscly guys. But I still feel that that machine needed that force, that pushing and pulling to knock it over.
You're dealing with 17-year-old high school students, and you all are in the business of nurturing 17-year-old boys. So here, with that knowledge, you should have tethered the machine to the wall. So I'm going to award to you $350,000.
So this reminds me of a situation where I first moved to Nebraska and had to do a little stay in a motel while I started my business over there. And a friend came over, and she was not of the environment. She was a homebody and still kind of young and hadn't experienced much of the world yet. And when she got to the motel, which included she didn't go to motels, she'd never spent time in a motel. And so she got to the motel, and in her visit, she realized everything was attached. You couldn't move the end table. You couldn't move the lamp off the end table. You couldn't move the phone off the table. And I had to explain to her that it was because the motel was being preemptive in insurance costs by attaching everything so it couldn't be stolen, because that's what low-life people do. They will steal the furniture if it's not nailed down. So preemptively, when you're dealing with situations like this, it is wise for the school, knowing that students will shape things like that. It is wise for the school, but not required. And again, it is wise, I pose, that people teach and educate their own children, but not required. And again, neither is the public education system. It is not required either.
Was Jason's actions that caused.
Oops. So the next one is surprising a homeless streamer with a house. I wanted to check this out. And again, it's one of those probably made up things. I don't know. But it goes to a concept of faith, hope, and charity, and charity being the greatest of the three. Is this what we're really supposed to be doing if you just give a man something? So I'm talking about the context of feeding a man for a day if you give him a fish, but if you teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And that's, I think, an issue in these kind of things, but we're going to take a look at it.
This homeless Twitch streamer just had his life changed forever. His name is Psychology, and he was streaming games out of a library.
Interesting. Psychology. And so when you look up his channel, he just started streaming. And so I already wonder, he's here in a library, it looks like, streaming from a library, posing that he's homeless. And he just started streaming. And because he's homeless, supposedly this other guy gives him a house. I mean, where does the faith and hope come from in giving that kind of charity over this metaverse? This metaverse, which you only get like 0.1% of reality of it. So how does a guy take something on the metaverse posted by this psychology guy that's posing homeless in a library and use that 0.1% of reality to judge that he give him a house? It makes me wonder. It's why I question things. There's seriously something out of balance when these kind of things happen. And I don't know so much that it's this guy being homeless. There are people that are in much worse shape. I mean, for crying out loud, there's homeless veterans that deserve a whole lot more than this young man that could be out there working and have a place.
For years, but no one would ever watch his streams. He unfortunately became homeless after.
And it says for years, but unfortunately nobody would watch his streams. And like I said, under psychology, he just started streaming. I don't see any other streams. Of course, it might have been under a different name. I haven't found out yet.
After suffering many accidents and was not able to work anymore. But one day everything changed because I came across his channel one night and he started to tell me his story.
I'm 100% homeless.
And after sending him $1,000,
dude, I'm gonna cry if that's real.
I asked the internet to show him love and they raised him over $35,000. Psychology is no longer homeless. This homeless.
So I wonder, you know, as I pose myself here, you know, I question things. Is this a grift? I don't know. I'm not going to put it out that he is, but I certainly question it. And I think I have good reason to question it. And at the same time, I think there's good reason a lot of people question for people to question my presence here and what I do. But should I allow that to affect me and what I do? And I think this is a poignant point where we have to start realizing this kind of stuff goes on in reality, and we have to start looking at things for what they really are. On this metaverse, we really can't. It's only 0.1% of reality. So in that question, if I really wanted to find out, I'd have to do some more research. Is it really worth that to me to determine or be opinionated about whether this guy is grifting or not? Or whether he deserves that home? And I only bring this up not as a stance on my part. I'm only questioning to bring it up about the psychology and the interactions we have on this metaverse and how much they really affect our real life, our tangible existence, both negative and positive. Tribe says, according to law, a sovereign citizen is a desirable status, impressed with their responsibilities in our self-governing republic. That's what a republic is. Like I've said before, it's a body of people that know the law and can maintain the oversight of a secondary body of government, because the people themselves are a governing body that delegates the authority to the secondary body governing those who can't. Now, the next one I got almost revealed his true self there. See what goes on.
Mad respect to the woman interviewing this man. She was face to face with a demon and stood her ground.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business, but...
Isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid. The airplane...
Did you hear that little evil little chuckle? And you can already see he's trying to bounce around. And so one of the points I want to make out here is these kind of people, these ministers, when it comes to that faith, hope, and charity, where's the charity? I mean, why does a guy like that, who's supposedly humble in the word of Christ and sharing that message of the gospel, where is his humility? If he's the one taking in all that money. See, as somebody, I profess myself to be a chaplain, kind of along the same lines as a minister or priest or something like that. Somebody that spreads the gospel. I could never have that much money. If I had that much money, I'd have to do the thing of the previous video where we saw somebody get a home because he was homeless. That would be the kind of thing I'd have to do, because that is the greatest thing. Faith, hope, and charity, the third of which is the greatest. Why? Because it's through the process of faith in oneself and the hope and assistance of others that our cup fills. And that assistance of others, that's that education beyond our own observance. It's like give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And there's no better way to teach another than by actions. So while this man is in his actions that materialistic being, and look at his eyes, that should tell you something too.
Yeah, I've seen this.
See, these are the false prophets. These are the false patriarchs. Those that profess they know and discern the word of God, but their actions show completely different. And people will gather around them in the throngs and throw that money at them, not understanding that principle of charity and that they've been deceived.
That we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help it. I love your eyes.
Again, getting back to
Made it so cheap I couldn't help but to buy it. Pretty eyes. See the deflection there? Sick.
the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are?
See, this is one of those guys you can see as a false prophet. He doesn't want to get in a tube with a bunch of demons. Isn't that who you're supposed to be ministering to? Are the ones that have been deceived and gone astray? You know, those criminals and convicts. Aren't they the ones, the heathens and the infidels? Aren't those the ones that Jesus ministered to? I mean, for crying out loud, the guy that's got good money and follows the law, they're not the ones you're supposed to be ministering to, but yet those are the ones they do minister to. That's how they get all that money. Other wealthy people that could spend it on charity themselves, but instead they give it to evil, greedy bastards like this.
Demons.
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Mad respect to the woman.
You see, those expressions are practice. That facial expression should tell you all. If you can't see the demonic eyes and what they project when he says, "Don't you do that." You know, he was trying to assert some kind of authority, and it wasn't spiritual. That was pure evil, in my opinion. Greetings. Welcome back, Dinos.
Thanks for having me back. Gets weird on this, technology stuff. But yeah. You're talking about the spirit of charity. I gotta tell you, man, where I've been the last few months, there's charity all around here in just some amazing ways. I've known people that have been gifted an entire van to live in, and it may not sound like much, but they were already living in like a smaller car, and people just gave it of their free will, and I've just seen that around a lot, and I just got to tell you, it exists.
There's some truth to one man's junk's another man's treasure.
Absolutely. This is and that's part of the principle of salvation as well, guys. In case you don't understand that, one man's junk is another man's treasure. Refurbishing, recycling, like I talked about the straws earlier. We have to do that with a degree of sanity and pre-thought, preemptive qualifications for intent, things like that. We go around babbling and running around like we don't care in this hedonistic manner, thinking life is supposed to be all fun and joy, happy. That's the delusion. That's part of that diversity, equity, inclusion, that American dream. And again, that's a label, folks. Why don't we have an inspiration of the Most High? We all succumb.
Well, that's where I'm coming from. I mean, I'm saying maybe you suggested you had to do it with certain discernment. I'm thinking I just do it with love and love for my fellow man. I can't be drawn into thinking, does this individual in front of me deserve this or not? I don't have that capacity. It's I have it, I'm giving it, and I'm giving it with that in mind. If they're going to take it and abuse it or abuse me, that's on them. You know what I mean? I just don't have time for that.
Right, but and that's the discernment that I'm talking about. Is if I have three people standing in front of me and they all want $50, the intent of their use of that $50 determines my charity. Because if their intent is to take that $50 and give it to somebody else, most certainly. If their intent is to take that $50 and go buy alcohol, probably not so much, depending upon what the alcohol is for. You know, if it's a drunk man standing in front of me wanting $50 to go buy more alcohol, no. If it's a nice young man that's wanting to provide a gift for somebody, he just doesn't have it but really wants to express it, yeah, I might do something like that. So the discernment comes down to intent of its use. That's it. Not discernment of necessarily of the other person, but their use of it. So again, it goes to a communication of education. Give a man a fish, you feed it for a day. The next one. Unhappiness doesn't justify a crime. This is the extent of pre-crime because you hurt somebody's feelers. White knighting, slap a hose. So let's take a look.
I'm not against you or anything like that, but just even for the law's sake and justice sake, it only makes sense now that 3 complaints have been made and we're doing nothing illegal that you would come and at least stand or uphold justice.
We're here working for Central Bank. We're going to do what they ask us to do.
Just because you're working for Central Bank, you still don't uphold the law when it takes place right in front of you?
We're working for Central Bank and we're going to do what they ask us to do. Okay, see, they're not there to enforce the law. They've been contracted by the bank privately. That was a dispatch that the bank called and required their services. That's a contract. So they're contracted to uphold the bank's policies and wants and wishes. They're not concerned about the law. And that's a direct conflict with their job. This is the same thing as a guy going to the local store in his uniform and asking for donations on his off hours. Except these guys are actually doing it on the clock.
It's almost discrimination that you're kind of picking a side and you're not responding to any complaints that have been made.
Both parties are unhappy with the presence of whatever's happening. We're not happy with them.
But unhappiness doesn't justify a crime.
No crime has been committed.
If they're not going to come over and check it out, they're not moving position to try to uphold justice or order, but they said, we're hired here by Central Bank and we're going to do what they tell us to do. I'm not against.
Amazing how that works. What do you guys think? See, this is they have no competence in the law.
I think
Well,
they all
doesn't
should
it
lose
also-
their job immediately.
It goes to character as well. I mean, it's basically saying, you know, I'm going to be enforcing the law when I'm getting paid by taxpayers, but then when I'm not working, well, I'm over here committing all these crimes because, you know, I'm not working. You know, it's okay. There's no character there. There's just looking for the bag, chasing that bag.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly why this DOGE is going into effect, and it's all based on the integrity. And if there's no integrity at the bottom, then there can't possibly be integrity at the top.
Well, and then the lack of integrity is being shown because allegedly the Social Security Administration is saying, yeah, you know, well, you shut down our computers. We can't give these checks to the people who need it and are relying on it. And they're basically, it's like a political grandstanding. It's like, well, not our fault. They came in and shut down our computers. Well, they only shut down you paying people that weren't living. They didn't say, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're acting like there's this whole interruption now, and they're going to blame it on this DOGE people doing what they're doing. But it's all just a political move. It's just, it's pretty bad.
Well, yeah, it's that incompetence weaponization again. The Social Security Administration is weaponizing it against the executive branch, saying it's not their fault because they came in and did something. Well, like you said, what they did come in and do wasn't what Social Security said. They didn't come in and shut down everything. They shut down the undocumented shit that they were doing, sending out all this money to motels and hotels and stuff to provide funding for undocumented immigrants as a matter of welfare under the Constitution. No, it don't work that way.
Well, it does work that way in the sense that by doing this, the people who really get hurt by it are now, if they don't have proper knowledge about what's happening and what's going on, you know, it does sway that public opinion. And so it's just being used to wag the dog, so to speak, which is,
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Wag the dog. Let me get you. Let me get you. The wag the dog concept here isn't so much wag the dog, but having your head so far up the other dog's ass. You know, that's what we're looking at. Nobody can see the reality because they got their head up somebody else's ass. Good point, Dean. Good point. So let's go on to the next one. And this is, we've got to understand that these attorneys are private bar members. They are not officials. They act under their private oaths.
Wait. I got a question about that then, because as far as Washington State goes, it's a subdivision of the Supreme Court, which makes it a public thing, not a private thing.
Well, right. It's a public venue for private people contracting. It's the Article 1 courts, not Article 3. They take an oath to the administrative Article 1 corporate courts, not the common law Article 3.
And that's that's the state Supreme Court, though. Are you telling me that's an Article 1 court as well?
Correct. Article 1 court.
Then the federal bar is not under the federal Supreme Court that's allegedly the only Article 3 court?
It's all Article 1 courts of administration of the executive branch. Look at its Supreme Court administrative office. It's all administrative. That's why equity was merged with common law. You have access, but you can only do it through a public relief law, or excuse me, a private relief law. That's why you have to address the legislator. That's that remonstrance and redress, or petition of redress.
Or basically sending them a bill in equity for just compensation.
Yeah, that's basically the remonstrance, but it's got the value system to it. The remonstrance is a matter of the redress as etiquette, the communication, the language, and then the bill in equity is for any compensation to make all parties whole. So that if you are if you suffered a loss through person, then you can get that back. That's why people are going back to the IRS and getting all of their income taxes back because they weren't qualified to pay them. Things like that.
And then on top of that, if they ignore that, then they're also violating your First Amendment right to redress because they're not even talking to you at that point. But then where do you go to enforce that? Especially if it's the bar, the one that you're claiming you're going after. It's because they're in all the courts.
Federal Court of Claims.
Yeah. All right.
We said that.
I have a no bond.
Okay.
As I understand it, I have a parole hold.
Okay, but didn't you ask me to set this hearing for a bond reduction today?
Well, I've asked you several different things to do, and I've tried to get a hold of you over a 2-year period, a minimum of 30 times, and I've never gotten a hold of you.
2 years. He's tried to contact his attorney well over 30 times and no response. That is ineffective counsel on its face. No doubt about it. And I don't understand why anything else continues on after this point. Having that stated in the court, and this guy doesn't rebut it.
Now, I saw you in jail 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, over a 2-year period, I've seen you 3 times. Is there a parole hold on me?
I don't know. You told me there was.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
Okay.
No, see, it's the attorney that's supposed to have access to the record and know this stuff. And when the defendant says he thinks there's a hold on him because they're still holding him. Why are they holding him? See, the attorney's supposed to know this stuff. This is totally ineffective counsel.
Never mind. You want to come try to see me before then? Because the last
I'm going to come see you.
Haven't showed up.
I'm going to come see you after Christmas. I'm out of town all next week, so it'll have to be after that.
So you're not for sure?
I'm for sure I'm going to come see you after Christmas. Like I said, I can't tell you the exact date because I'm out all next week.
You haven't showed yet on
See, what he's doing here is avoiding setting an appointment. And there's another important term, appointment. He's already been appointed counsel.
I'll come see you after. Listen, I'll come see you after Christmas, John. Okay. What is your bond currently set at?
I have a no bond.
Okay.
As I understand it, I have a parole hold.
Okay, but didn't you ask me to set this hearing for a bond reduction today?
Well, I've asked you several different things to do, and I've tried to get a hold of you over a 2-year period, a minimum of 30 times, and I've never.
This is pathetic. And this is why we have to understand we don't belong in those courts, folks. That is not our venue. Those are administrative courts, and you have to be a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. In other words, you have to be elected to office, or you have to have a direct contract with such an official. No other way. So let's take a look at the next one. This is another one where the left, being totally hypocritical in what they say and what they do. Another attack against Trump.
Repeat that again. I want you guys to both say this out loud very clearly.
Wait, what did you just say? I said I don't condone violence, but I hope I see something.
What does that mean?
It means that Trump got it coming to him. He's been saying this for years and years. You guys get a nice position. There's bound to be some point where a Republican or a Democrat, somebody loses their shit and says, I'm not happy with the president saying all this all the time. I'm not happy with him trying to destroy democracy.
I'm not happy. See, everybody thinks it's about being happy. I don't give a fuck about whether you're happy or not. Let's start using reason and logic instead of your goddamn pathetic emotions. This is getting so sick. Again, it's because of this we are slowly turning into Hitler's willing executioners. We've got to stop it. Grow the fuck up.
I'm not happy with him trying to destroy the American dream. That's how my generation feels. We're going to go and kill
really quick. Do you condone? Yes, that's exactly what happens all the time in America.
Do you
condemn? But what you just said is that you hope something happens. And when Republicans hear that, when conservatives hear that, that does validate that people want violence. The reason why this changes everything is because we just saw a man who was politically persecuted. He was shot, and his first instinct, was to get up, bloodied, beaten, raise his fist, and tell his supporters to fight.
If you enjoyed that clip, then make sure to subscribe to Rattlesnake TV for daily debate content.
And so that goes to the same concept that I mentioned that I ran across on a panel the other night, where the guy says, I don't dress up as a woman. I wear women's clothes. I don't condone violence, but I want to see it. It's the same damn thing. You contradict yourself, and your words prove that you're a fucking liar. Pathetic. You guys see this kind of stuff? Are you guys aware of that when it happens, when people say that kind of shit? I know Russ does. Russ has been out there. He's done some videos and confronted his local officials, and they do that shit all the fucking time. It's amazing. People need to wake up. This is an interesting one about the delusion of a system that supports certain women and their greed and materialistic views in this world. And it's changing. People are seeing the bearing false witness out of those emotional feelers of the women that use the welfare system. And it's not just women, there are many people that use it. But in this particular instance, we're talking about she took him to court to get more, and this happened. Sometimes you don't always get what you ask for, so you have to be careful with it. And this is why I say you got to stop with this fucking greed and keeping up with the Joneses and all this insanity of diversity, equity, and inclusion, so you can keep up with the Joneses. That's what's destroying you.
Defendant is not full of money. That is the whole reason we're here. We need spousal support.
We have discovered the prenuptial that was signed in 1991.
They found the prenup. And you'll find out as we listen to this in the context of this case, they knew there was a prenuptial. They just couldn't find it. So they moved forward, decided the case, and then she came back wanting more. And by that time, he found the prenup.
Prior to these parties getting married, which addresses the spousal support.
The prenup, therefore, cannot be material to helping balance the parties' incomes and needs.
At this point, grant plaintiff's motion, and we'll consider the prenuptial agreement at the time of the remand hearing. And as a result, the defendant's motion in limine will be denied. You're free to go. Have a good day.
They previously went to court where it was determined the support he should give her, but on that hearing, they didn't include the prenup as he couldn't find it. However, she didn't agree with the amount she was getting, so she took him to court again for more, but she was unaware that he already found the prenup, and this happened.
For newly discovered evidence and defendant's motion in limine, Mr. Schaefer, you can proceed, and why don't you address both of them at the same time?
And they're referring to the rule of lenity, Lenity, in which in certain cases, particular cases like this, where things may be ambiguous or out of context of some sort, they are to rule in the favor of the defendant.
Same time, we don't have to jump back and forth.
I think the record is clear, at least from our perspective. We have discovered the prenuptial that was signed in 1991, just prior to these parties getting married, which addresses the spousal support issue in paragraph 7. That was discovered pursuant to the affidavit after the proofs at the trial level have been completed and during the process that the defendant had appealed the ruling of the court. I think it's relevant. The court can give it whatever weight it wants, but it's certainly relevant to the spousal support issue. Thank you.
That's a good point. Since it was found, it should be added to the equation.
Correct. Because the court didn't have it prior, they couldn't give it weight. So therefore, they went ahead, made their decision, gave the judgment, and finalized a certain amount. Then when she decided she wanted to come back and go for more because she thought it wasn't fair and thought she could get the court to up it, they had found the prenup. And even if she didn't come back for more, according to the rule of lenity, he could have still come back and said, hey, we need to adjust. He could have done the adjustment. She's the one that wanted to come in and do the adjustment, and it backfired on her because he found the prenup.
It's a valid document that will change the direction of things.
Thank you. Ms. Capture?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I would like to state that I think there's a misrepresentation by plaintiff here. The spousal support issue is not before the court. In fact, the Court of Appeals was very specific. The only thing the court is supposed to be doing is balancing the parties' incomes and needs. Those incomes and needs have already been presented to the court during the course of the trial in this case. And therefore, the spousal support itself is not at issue. The factors have already gone through. The prenup would have been an objection or a defense, perhaps, to spousal support, but it was never raised during the course of the proceedings. The prenup.
False. It was raised, and that's how they knew there was a prenup, but they just couldn't find it. It was, in fact, raised. So this woman, in her delusion, just, in fact, lied.
Therefore, cannot be material to helping balance the parties' incomes and needs.
I think she should separate things. Why was she mixing prenup and balancing the parties' income and needs? Those subjects should be addressed individually. Once the prenup was found, it shouldn't be dismissed as she was trying to do. Both knew she signed and what it meant. But still, her lawyer wanted to pretend that it didn't count.
Lastly, Your Honor, or moreover, we have stated that plaintiff has waived his right to bring the prenup. This is a concept.
No, he hasn't. And notice she's saying this is a concept. Well, where did it get conceived? By you?
The raise or waive concept is something followed in Michigan courts. People v. P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S states that in order to properly preserve an issue for appeal, a defendant must raise objections at the time when the trial court has an opportunity to correct the error. Again, we have gone through an entire trial in this matter. Plaintiff had numerous occasions to bring up the issue of a prenup and never did. The parties' incomes and needs have already been presented to the court. There's been ample evidence presented. And this is simply a new issue. The plaintiff has created costs and additional hard.
No, it is not a new issue. Again, it was brought up in the trial. It's just that it couldn't be entered because it wasn't found. They couldn't find it. They couldn't locate it.
On defendant. And again, defendant is not.
This is why discovery and exculpatory evidence is so important in situations. It is exculpatory. It does exist. It just couldn't be found. But once it was discovered, now it can be presented, particularly since it was brought up in the trial as not being able to be located and therefore couldn't be put in as weight in balance.
Full of money. That is the whole reason we're here. We need spousal support. The spousal support that was awarded previously was inequitable and unfair to defendant, and she is essentially barely getting by having to dip into whatever property award that she was given.
Her lawyer said she is barely surviving financially, and then goes on to say that she has to dip into the property she received in settlement. So it sounds like she has something to work with, but wants more to add to whatever she already has. She knew she signed a prenup. They both knew of the prenup agreement. They couldn't find it at first, and they found it now. Justice is never too late to come. So once a divorce is finalized and spousal support set, you can go back and...
Absolutely. Justice is never too late.
Ask for more? They were both adults when they signed the prenup. Why even showing up in court? Isn't alimony and spousal support the same thing? Your Honor, I would like to suppress the prenup because it is not in my client's favor.
Well, in this case, the court has read all the pleadings, and the court does note that, again, there was no ill will or nefarious basis by plaintiff for presenting this motion at this time. Clearly, if they could have brought it up at the time of trial, they would have, as that would have directly addressed the issue of the spousal support. And there's multiple cases that discuss newly discovered evidence that was not able to be discovered at the time of trial, which they weren't, or the court does believe they would have brought it up at that particular time. A prenuptial agreement would be applicable to the factors under Sparks v. Sparks at 440 Mich. 141 in 1992 case, which the court must consider as whether to grant or deny spousal support. And so as a result, the court, recognizing the defendant's objection, would at this point grant plaintiff's motion and will consider the prenuptial agreement at the time of the remand hearing. And as a result, the defendant's motion in limine will be denied at this particular time. I'll ask Mr. Schaefer, you prepare an appropriate order. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Life isn't fair, but this ruling was fair. Prenup's a prenup no matter when signed. She appealed hoping to get more support, and now she may get no support. Rough blow. But she knew.
Yeah, see that, and that was the premise, that she appealed to have it raised because it couldn't be found. They hadn't found it. To her surprise, he found it, and there's nothing she can do about it. That's
knew this prenup existed. She took the
pure greed
risk. Emotions do not count. The law does. She accepted the prenup and signed it. Lots of unanswered questions of what led to the divorce and what relationship they had, but the court was correct in the ruling here. I think the ex-wife, who knew about the prenup all along, let enough time pass until she was comfortable in her thinking that he'd lost his prenup. Then she asked for more.
Yep, absolutely.
Mistake.
That's that sin of that love of money.
Absolutely. That's what I was talking about, the materialistic want and greed to keep up with the Joneses. Therefore, you got to have a good marriage. And if your husband doesn't give you enough and you get a divorce, you still got to be able to keep up with the Joneses on your own. So you got to take everything he's got to do so. You don't care about keeps up anymore.
There's a bigger issue here too, that you're not, we're also in this society where you have to chase after these, or people are taught up and believe that they have to chase these Federal Reserve notes to have this comfort, to have their well-being taken care of. There's a level of self-preservation going on here that, while she is out of line, I agree with, there's a deeper level that she's being forced to be this way on some way of thinking. We all are in this society.
Well, yeah, that's part of the indoctrination, again, through their public education system, political propaganda,
but also not being provided the means to do the things we need. I don't know how to get gas without producing Federal Reserve notes so that I can move around freely. That's allegedly a right that's not being, secured. I don't know another way. I don't know anybody that knows another way. If there is another way, I've not yet figured it out. I mean, I don't have enough goods to barter and trade for it.
Well, that's the key. The ability to barter and trade, which is a commodity money. Many people don't understand this. This fiat money that the government uses for applications, registrations, insurance, and all of that shit, that's just a medium of exchange by a third-party intermeddler posing some kind of authority over your right to contract. See, everybody's got a right to contract, and one of the first elements and priority elements of a contract is privity, which is your own privacy. Why would you need a third party to be involved in a private contract with you and another man exchanging commodities? That's the violation, guys.
But why do I need that to eat and have shelter and do this life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness that is to be secured by this government? But I'm now being forced to contract with people and get into agreements with other because apparently this contractual government isn't going to do it for me, or at least help me make it manageable and accessible without having to prostitute myself to somebody else.
No, you're not prostituting yourself to somebody else. That's servitude. A contract, a simple contract between yourself and another man, is just like back in the Little House on the Prairie days, where you got a neighbor that needs a dozen eggs, so he brings over a loaf of bread and says, "Hey, can I exchange a loaf of bread for a dozen eggs?" That's what the barter of trade is.
I get that. I'm just saying that. All right, yeah. It's a very confusing thing. All of it is all I'm saying. On some level, it's compelling people to behave this way. That's all I was suggesting. Is she may not know another way. That's her ignorance, and that's sad. And that's the thing that would be nice to teach. But I don't even know how to teach her that because I don't know how to do it. Like it's not as easy as it ought to be. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's so much teachable, but more observable by learning the aspects that we've been indoctrinated in. Because I agree, we've all been indoctrinated, and that's why I talk about the fiat money as opposed to commodity money, as opposed to the Lord's money. See, the Lord's money is your talents, your abilities. So your Lord's money would be the aspect. Okay, I make a loaf of bread, and the neighbor makes a loaf of bread. Now the quality of the bread I make is much better. So you're willing to trade a dozen eggs with me for a loaf of my bread rather than the neighbor. You would maybe trade a half a dozen eggs for his loaf of bread. See, so there's a different mechanism for value system or for valuation in each one of those different monetary systems.
I had it in a safe place like a bank deposit box and could retrieve it quickly. Too bad it was not provided at the time it should have been. Better late than never, I suppose.
Plaintiff has waived his right to bring the prenup. The plaintiff had numerous occasions to bring up the issue of a prenup and never did.
It wasn't included.
And again, she's saying that he never brought it up. It was brought up. It's just that it couldn't be included because it wasn't there to be found yet.
Previously, because he couldn't find it. And I don't know why she is trying to make a case that it shouldn't be added to the process when it's vital information for their case. The best part is that both knew about this prenup, and they also know that the outcomes of their previous hearing would have been completely different if he had that document. But still, they decided to come to court again to get more.
At this point, grant plaintiff's motion, and we'll consider the prenuptial agreement at the time of the remand hearing. And as a result, the defendant's motion in limine will be denied.
That was a good verdict. Even though her lawyer was trying to get the judge to ignore it, he was able to understand that the only reason this evidence wasn't presented on the first hearing was that he couldn't find it. So since he has it on his position, it should matter, and obviously added to the process. One thing we can't ignore is the fact that she signed it, and it should mean something. This is what they should take into account.
See, the prenuptial is a private agreement, and it cannot be interfered with. They can't use a state's legal process and, like the lady was trying to imply, that it was never brought up, when that's false. It was brought up, and it was known that it just couldn't be located. That's exculpatory evidence that works for him if it is located, showing it the proof of his existence in that private contract form, which makes the law.
It was interesting that her lawyer was acting as if he shouldn't bring the prenuptial agreement to this hearing. But this is not how things work. That document matters no matter when it was presented, and she knows it. She should have come up with a better argument as trying to get a judge to dismiss it. Just because it doesn't favor her client isn't a good reason.
I want you to come to your senses and understand what's going on, and that it's not a big deal.
I don't understand. Oh, you don't understand.
You don't understand what a prenup is. It's everything before the marriage. Once you get married, you share everything after that. No problem.
I know.
Yeah, okay, then what's the problem? That's a great question. If you know that a prenup will protect the assets he acquired before knowing you, why are you upset?
Oftentimes I do feel that it is her way.
You understand that concept, ladies and gentlemen? See, if you're going to protect assets, it's a wise idea. The delusional people are the ones that don't want to protect those assets. And that's likely because they want to take them assets. Material world for material girls and guys.
Or the highway, and there's not as much compromise as I would like to see.
And I will reaffirm, and guys, and remind you ladies that we have Woman of the Year was a man by USA Today.
And look, I'm a pleaser, and I want her to be happy, but I need to be happy as well. Whether she signs the prenup or not, I think the dynamic in the relationship.
Actually, it was included a man, because they chose several Women of the Year and included a man. And at the same time, we have the Secretary of the Health Department is posing as a woman and born as a man. Think about that. Fat, obese at that.
Relationship does need to change. She's calling me. Hello?
Why'd you do this to me?
If she's having a breakdown over a prenup, then he definitely needs to get one signed. Hold your ground, man. Prenup or walk away. If prenup is an issue, she is the issue. A girl that intends to stay by your side won't care because you won't break up anyway. He knows exactly why she's with him.
And she knows it's a protection of the assets. If it's a protection of the assets and you're married to the asset, you two are protected, you dumb bitch.
She knows what a prenup is. A prenup is understandable. He wants to protect his assets, but this also protects her. If they were to get a divorce, she will get alimony and whatnot. Based on how she acted, I know for sure she is a smart woman. Why was she mad at him when he clearly explained it would protect whatever he had before their relationship? Why was she concerned with the assets he acquired before meeting her? If she didn't have her eyes on them, a prenup wouldn't be a problem. And this is everything this young man needed to know. But as always, most pretend they didn't notice the signs. And later, they will be the first to act shocked when they see the other side of the person they are with. I know for sure she most likely would do the same things if she was in his shoes. For those who feel the need to get a prenuptial agreement, if you find yourself in a similar situation where your partner is having a breakdown over this subject, that's your sign to get it done. You need to get it before marrying that person, as they have their eyes on your assets. We all know those who have no intention of the things you have acquired prior to meeting them wouldn't mind a prenuptial agreement. In fact, they would encourage it as they see it as fair, since they didn't contribute to its acquisition.
Living with OP.
Absolutely. If they don't contribute to the acquisition and they don't want to sign a prenup, and they want to acquisition your assets and take off, that would be likely. Otherwise, a good, competent woman would understand, again, the protection of the assets, and the marriage to you and those assets is a protection of you as well. So again, a man fulfilling his position by providing and protecting, it is actually a contract, ladies.
It just proves also that, yeah, it's a contract. It's a business arrangement. It's not any of the love, family nonsense. It's none of that.
Yeah, and also understand that business arrangement includes a dowry and a legacy. And those are the inputs. That legacy is what acquired those assets as part of that territorial area that a man possesses, in which he includes his property and his assets.
And what a mess it becomes once those two create another being.
Yes, and those children. Go ahead.
You know how I said about the Eastern Kentucky University and that Combs gentleman that was the chairman of the Board of Regents of Eastern Kentucky University and the banking commissioner?
Yeah.
That seemed to have been in the family at that time, because his father, who was a Yankee, Earl Combs, in the 20s and the 30s, played on Murderer's Row, was the original one when he retired and came back to East Kentucky. So it would seem that that head teaching spot and that banking, this whole financial system was already, I don't know, in place somewhere.
Well, yeah, that's the main intent of government, folks, is education. That is the main intent. And that's what everything is based on in trust law, in contract law, commerce, banking. And this is why I say education is the true benefit. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Because he can now invest in himself and his abilities to show other people how to fish. Okay? This is your Lord's money. The ability to teach. Your commodity money, and that's the intangible aspect. Your commodity money is the physical aspect of one product for another, or a product for a service, and this and that, independently, without third-party participants. And then you have your fiat money, which demands a third party. This is a government money for the benefit of those who can't govern themselves, and therefore there's a welfare program. That's it. You can choose your point in life. And again, I agree, most of us been indoctrinated and kind of trapped into this pig pen of public education and indoctrination of fiat money. And it's hard to convert ourselves and change ourselves to being able to have that value and still sustain our lives comfortably and with a certain respectable lifestyle. Then you have the Lord's money, and that's the one that's most important. That's your mindful ability to be careful to maintain good works in everything you do. Faith without works is dead. The next one we got, and this goes to the extent of the authority that people think they have over somebody else because they're wearing a costume that says somebody else said they have authority over you. Again, they don't know the law. They're being told idiotic shit because people want to try to possess some kind of authority, and they know people out there will accept it if you assert it in certain ways. It's time to be done with that, folks. You gotta learn how to make your yay, and your nay, your nay. Make sure you know what your stance is. Quit believing. And again, this is where I'm going to tell you, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know. It's time to get over this shit.
You need to leave.
Are you a police officer?
Nope, not a police officer.
Okay, well, guess what, Mr. Security Guard? No disrespect, I ain't leaving. Like I said, I'm going downstairs, and then...
No, not in police parking, you're not.
Are you going to physically stop me?
Yes, I'm going to physically stop you. I'm telling you, you're not allowed.
Okay. So you're going to put your hands on me?
No, I'm not going to put my hands on you.
Look at it impeding my progress.
I'm allowed to impede your progress. It's my job.
It's my job to impede your progress. Do you see the insanity? This is what we're dealing with, Russ. I know you know it.
Yeah.
And they think they're right. They think they're just. They think they have power. They think they have authority. It's a fucking clown suit, folks. Some little badge.
Stop. You're touching me, invading my space.
It's public.
You're touching me, invading my space. No, you came up to him, dude.
You're invading my space.
I'm allowed to go here.
No, you're not. Back up. Stop pushing me. Push me again, and I will hit you.
He has his hand on his weapon.
You assaulted me. I did not.
Show me that says no trespassing. Not one sign here says no trespassing.
He's not allowed down here. He wants to.
And he just laid his hand on me and pushed me several times. I want to speak to your supervisor. This is public, man. See, he's telling you.
This is public, man. This is public, man. I don't understand it. This is 2025. We've had First Amendment auditors out since 2000, probably. And it's getting progressively worse and worse. Is it because we've got more First Amendment auditors and more videos out, more people taking videos out there? Or has it always been this bad?
I don't know if it's that or if the times, because we all know there's a lot of difficult times on a lot of people. So is it the times that the turnover rate is so quick? These people are just eager to have a job. I don't know. I don't know how you can be so ignorant. So I don't.
Well, and not only that, but you know, we're talking about a security guard posing as if though he knows some kind of law and doesn't even know the difference between public and private, and obviously comprehends the fact there's no trespass signs. We have to quit allowing people to come up into adult age and giving people like this these kind of jobs where they're out in public that has some kind of aspect of government or official authority, and opposed because they have some kind of government or official authority, that official authority is over you. That is not how it works. You have an official authority within that establishment. And like I said earlier, the body of people is one form of government who delegates the authority for the other form of government known as a political body that maintains oversight and provides benefit for those who cannot govern themselves, as well as those that can't govern themselves in a mischievous way. They provide consequences for them that benefits the rest of society, keeping them jackasses out of the way. Go ahead, Russ.
I just think that we've been asleep all of our adult lives. I mean, this is generalizing, obviously, from where we came to where we are now.
Yeah, I know. I was in a haze for a long time until my mom woke me up with that, Keith, the police are your authority, and I had enough. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it's just hard for people to fathom that there can't be an easier way. And I think you've seen some work I've done with the acronym COMS and the COMS framework so far. I find that interesting that I have that knowledge and that capability within inside of my being to be able to fathom this and to put things together in a way that there's no way something happened that's hidden from us.
Well, yeah, it's that indoctrination again of that public education system. We have not been taught to think for ourselves, as that public education supposedly poses.
Right. And then
we've been taught to remember. That's
right.
It. Not to think outside of the box. We've never been taught the concept of critical thinking, and that's why I get upset when I see so many of our younger generations walking out of high school thinking they know enough for the rest of their life. They don't do anymore.
See, another interesting fact of that school is Eastern Kentucky University, original in its creation in 1906, I believe. It was Eastern Kentucky State Normal School, and the curriculum was to teach the students to be teachers. From that time until 1966, it changed names 4 to 5, maybe 6 times from creation to 1966 to its current name today, a university.
Yeah, and that's that one verse. Okay, so when we think about these different jurisdictions, they've each got their own grammar style. That's their universe. Their teaching. Not diversity, it's university.
You stupid cocksucker. Put your hand on me again. I dare you, motherfucker. Uh-oh. You
You say I'll stab you?
bad, motherfucker. I'm asking you.
Yeah, he's standing back there shaking his head with them officers trying to hold it, pushing him back, say, hey, this is public. The broad arrogance that people get when they get some kind of badge saying they have authority, they take it as absolute with no proper discernment. This guy should have never graduated high school. Should have never graduated high school. And that's part of the problem with the public education system. I ask people, did you get a diploma? If you understand what diploma means, it's a matter of diplomacy where you have diplomatic etiquette. That's what the diploma is actually about. It's saying that you've been taught to communicate correctly. You know, your reading, writing, arithmetic, the basics. But it was never expanded upon to the diplomatic level. It was kept to a colloquial common man, common parlance of, again, a bastardized English. We've all been indoctrinated. Oh, here's a good one. This one is about, again, that culture of that fiat money and paying tribute to the false patriarch through commercial entities that provide for 304s. And this is one of those dating platforms. And again, it's not just women, but this is according to both sexes, because both men and women play the same game about materialistic popularity contest, keeping up with the Joneses. So let's take a look. So let's take a look at this. This is that balloon popping thing, and listen to what this woman says in regards to the guy with jeans.
Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Probably the pants. Sorry. I think you're dressed really nicely.
Appreciate it.
It's just a little flashy for me.
A few more. It's just a little flashy for me. Oops.
Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Got a nice shirt.
Probably the pants. Sorry.
Yeah, just a button-up shirt with a pocket on the left breast and some writing across it. It looks like a logo brand or something like that.
I think you're dressed really nicely.
Appreciate it.
And then it looks like a pair of jeans. He's got a chain hanging out for maybe a wallet or a pocket watch, and he's got some highlights on his pants, some kind of sparkly dust or something. You know, it's flashy, right?
It's just a little flashy for me.
A few moments later.
You're like my type, is what I'm saying.
Like, what's your type?
Yeah, what's your type? You know, you don't like the flashy type, right? You don't like the flashy type. Look at this. Look at all this bling. Watch this. Listen to these figures. She doesn't like flashy, but she likes the figures.
Flashy?
No, not flashy at all. But you seem like you're about your business, and I really like that. You seem very...
Not flashy at all. Okay? Listen to the lies. You're not flashy at all.
Very, like, put together, and I like that.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So is it a yes for you for her?
This is where you get real, folks, and I love this guy for it.
No. I like her. She cool, but she said he was flashy, cause his pants, and I got him a $1.2 million watch.
What?
$400,000 chain.
What?
I know I'm flashy, so I don't know why she chose me. If he said he flashy, cause
he got almost $2 million I bet with the chain on his left wrist, and look at them rocks on his fingers. I bet he got $2 million on. And again, he got a chain coming down out of his pocket.
his pants. So I
look at them glasses. I bet them glasses probably close to 2,000. Got some nice rocks on the earrings.
don't think I'm her type. I think maybe she liked me, but I don't think I'm her type.
Why'd you end up popping his?
You got to stop it, folks. You got to quit being fake. We hear it. It's easily discernible. Oh, you're a little flashy. Got maybe $500 worth of clothes on. You're too flashy for me. But I go for the guy that isn't flashy, got over $2 million in jewelry on. Come on. This is a huge sense of entitlement because she's a woman. I'm a queen. I deserve. And you guys can call me misogynistic all you want. I don't care. It's just my opinion. Call them as I see it.
You know, the biggest thing that pissed me off, more than anything, I had one tell me, she told me one day when I was standing up, for truth, you think this turns me on, you're crazy. I'm like, oh, what? Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you think that turns me on, you're crazy.
Yeah. That's part of it. That's what I don't understand. And it's blatant here on the metaverse. All the drama. People are driven by
coward. That's a turn on.
People are driven by it. Again, it's that victimhood. It's amazing how it works. Here we got a guy who says, I am glad you're a lawyer. Watch this. This is funny.
You really want to go before the magistrate for this?
I do not. I really don't.
I mean, I'd like to let you get back to work.
So what?
And notice, just a fun fact for everybody, and you should find it in your Constitution somewhere, in every state, that the governor is the chief magistrate. Just a fun fact.
Why are you harassing me right now?
Also, is the AG the Attorney General or the Accountant General?
Yeah, it's the Attorney General. That's his counsel. He's the magistrate, and everybody has to have counsel, even the judge, even the magistrate, even the lawyer.
Several times for your identification, and you're failing to provide it.
One cannot present oneself in a Article 1 court. It has to be done through a corporate entity that has a body known as a board of directors that can hire an attorney to make a representation in Article 1 courts.
There's no need or law or reason why I should have to provide my ID.
There's no need that you feel.
Do you feel like I committed a crime?
It's very possible.
You feel like I've committed a crime?
Yes.
What crime do you feel like I committed?
Being in possession of that.
Very possible. So we asked him again, do you think I committed a crime? Yes. Now he's stuck. See, now he's got to articulate the crime and connect it with suspicion that's reasonable as a latch to require the identification. These people are stupid as to discernment of an actual process.
Well, I believe you're in possession of drugs. Do you mind if I just pat you down real quick?
And here, let me put my gloves on real quick for my safety.
Yeah. Let me give you the finger test.
Anywhere in Virginia law where being in possession of keys to a vehicle is reason enough for me to have to provide my ID when you never saw me operate this vehicle.
You're going to end up being detained if you don't just show.
Why are you detained?
You're going to end up being detained. You're already detaining him, you dumbass. Left and right, folks, these people do not know how to fucking speak the truth. They will deny the truth at all costs. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing.
Funny shit.
Go back to work.
Why are you detaining me?
For further investigation.
It's sad that knowing the law.
You're going to be detained. And then he asks, why are you detaining me? And he goes on to explain. See the idiocy?
Isn't that what you were doing just right then?
Exactly. That's what he pointed out. Why are you detaining me? He says, let's
Further investigation.
If you don't just
for me to provide my ID. When you never saw me operate this vehicle.
you're going to end up being detained.
You're going to end up being detained. While he's detaining him, as the man turns around and says, why are you detaining me?
If you don't just show
Why
me
are
your
you
ID,
detaining
go
me?
back to work.
Why are you detaining me?
For further investigation.
For further investigation.
I'd have probably been half tempted to turn around and walk off at that point when he said, you're going to be detained.
Objection, Your Honor. I call into question the integrity of this man's testimony because he can't state the truth. He just said that you may end up being detained, and then when I asked him why he's detaining me, he admitted he is detaining me. I don't think this man knows what he's speaking.
It's sad that knowing
He
the
just
law
might
is
be
frowned
under the
upon by those
influence.
Yeah, he's got to be under the influence or a total idiot, sir.
who are supposed to enforce it.
You know, in Virginia, I don't know if you know this, but even if I was just walking in here with a firearm, that's not reason enough for you to stop me and talk to me or ask me for my ID. But here I am walking to work.
Depending on the circumstances.
It's not. It's not.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're a lawyer. Where'd you
Definitely
get your
not.
degree at?
Definitely not a lawyer.
Do you really want to go?
Do you really want to go to
before
the magistrate?
for this?
Actually, I want to go before the chief magistrate and redress the government for a grievance. Here's my petition, writ of remonstrance. Well, what are your thoughts here? I don't recognize this one, but we'll play her anyway.
They removed the litter box from my son's
Oh yeah, this is the insanity. I think I played this on last week.
school's bathroom this week, and I'm pissed about it because I fought for 5 or 6 months to get that litter box put into the bathroom.
That's AI, isn't it?
So, like I said, we've gone through civil rights, feminist rights, gay rights, transgender rights. We're looking at transhuman rights, and now we see trans species rights, right? Or right. This
Who
is
knows what's right?
I think I heard about this is the Furbies culture, where people dress up as animals and believe that instead of making it a gender issue, they're going to make it a species issue and decide that they're going to change species. You see where we're going, folks? You see the DemoCrazy of the diversity, equity, and inclusion? Someday you're going to have a kitty cat for president. Going to have 6 nipples and 18 kitties.
Is his name going to be Tom? Or will it be Jerry the Mouse?
Identifies as a cat. He only uses litter box at home, and when he would go to school, he would refuse to use the toilet. So he was holding his pee all day. He ended up getting a really bad UTI. It lasted for weeks because he kept holding his pee. So I told the school, I said, for my son's safety, for his health, we have to install a litter box into the bathroom. And they told me no. And after months and months of me going back and forth and agreeing to pay for the litter.
For his health, we have to install a litter box in the school. No. For your mental health, we need to put you in an institution and place this child with people that can actually raise him as a child.
And to come and clean it out every day, they finally said, yes, okay, we can.
This is child abuse. This is psychological abuse of children.
I would have to agree, man.
Ain't no way a child decides on his own it wants to
I
be
have
a
a
kid.
hard time believing this is true, but obviously it is.
Ain't no reasonable man or woman that would instill such psychopathy in such a child. For the best interest of the child, any reasonable mom or dad would say, no, you can't be a kitty. Any reasonable mom and dad would tell a little boy, no, you can't grow up to be a girl.
Yeah, after about like 3.
and put the litter box in the bathroom. But now they said because of some, I guess, executive order, they have to remove the litter box from the school because the school is not tolerant of trans species students anymore. So now I guess I'm going to have to.
So what if that trans species child only learns kitten language? What if because of his trans species disability, he can't learn English to read, write, or speak? You see how deep this goes? That has to be instilled into a child. That is child abuse, in my strongest opinion.
To remove my son from the public school system. They removed the.
They should remove you from the public system. They should put you away private somewhere. This is the same woman.
Put you in a nice padded room somewhere, give you a coloring book and some crayons, and check on you about every 2 or 3 hours.
Well, this is the same woman. And I don't know how true or fake any of this is. I'm just posing, this is out there, and this is where we're in fact going. Even though this might be fake, we know the transgender isn't. We know that's posing a reality, trying to make transgender a traditional lifestyle, making gay and bisexuality a traditional lifestyle. Making these kind of things traditional lifestyles is the insanity. They are not traditional. They are not normal. They are extremes. And while they are extremes doesn't mean you just put them out. You have to find some way of dealing with them. But trying to deal with them through diversity, equity, and inclusion because of their feelers and emotions isn't the way to do it. So while this may be made up and fake, the concept again is we have to stop and understand that all this stuff is being induced into our children by adults. These children don't learn this stuff on their own. And here we're going to play another one. Let me double check. I might have played this one last week too.
If it's not true, we need to know now and we need to stop.
Yeah, I played this one last week too. This is where the gal accused a man of rape. And it goes to the consequences. And again, in scripture, it says eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And this goes more to the aspect that if you accuse somebody of rape and they're looking at a 25-year sentence for such rape, and you're the one bearing false witness, the levity of that crime, bearing false witness, by making a false accusation of rape where the man could have been put away for 25 years, you're supposed to eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, suffer the same 25-year sentence for bearing that false witness.
I would agree with that.
The progression of this whole thing from getting worse because it's just going to get
that would be right.
Well, yeah, that's my interpretation. In my opinion, I don't go to church. I don't vote. I don't like politics. I don't like religion. I love the spirituality that's connected through all religions around the world. The base foundational concept, like I said earlier, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And I'm telling you, it's egregious when you go around making these kind of false allegations.
So I guess the big question is one Christ-centered, obedient, meek, blessed, and have salvation?
Right, but you have to understand where the power comes from and use that power as your ability as well for redemption. It's not just for your own salvation, but then to turn around, again, this is that concept of give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Feed him or teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. And that concept is that redemption and salvation process in and amongst each other. Do unto others again as you would have them do unto you.
The news, this police interview with a Fort Collins woman. She was later convicted for making phony rape accusations, and the man she accused was arrested and put in jail 1 year ago today. Well, tonight he is speaking.
And see, he was arrested and put in jail, and the word went out that he was a rapist. Now that word is going to exist for a very long time, and it's going to have some effects. And of course, this is a case that evidently was resolved in the aspect of being a false accusation rather quickly, but the effects themselves are outstanding. Losing jobs and things like that, even just for the accusation.
Speaking to 7 News reporter Lindsay Watts about why he is still struggling to pick up the pieces.
It's definitely a reminder of what I've been through.
Accused of rape, cuffed at the police station the day before Thanksgiving.
I can ask you some questions regarding the crime of sexual assault.
So he missed out on Thanksgiving, and you're going to find out he lost his job and caused financial hardships for a period of time. This gal goes through 35 days in jail. Pathetic. Weak.
Watching it back 1 year later, Dustin Totes says his life still feels out of control. His accuser, Catherine Bennett, a coworker he'd started dating.
And right now, the statements that I've been given do not match evidence.
This is exclusive video of her police interview. As Totes sat in jail, her story fell apart.
I'm not telling you to drop charges. I want to know the facts about what happened.
Bennett later convicted of making it all up. She was sentenced to 35 days in jail, then an ankle monitor and probation.
I don't feel that's justice.
Totes says he's the one who's...
Absolutely not. See, false accusations like that will bring a man to his fucking knees. False accusations like that can have a man killed.
Has been punished. The
Some
Army
men,
National
it can make
Guardsman
them take their own lives.
Absolutely. Devastating effects. They end up losing trust with family members, friends, acquaintances, business associates.
That abandonment starts to set in the betrayal.
Yeah, and it upturns entire lifestyles. And the people, and of course, this is both-sided, men and women again. It's never associative with just one gender. But it upturns lifestyles and changes people.
Civilian job and was out of work for nearly 6 months after the arrest.
I've been behind on my car payment ever since.
He has his friends, but the emotional pain is still there.
I feel like I'm incapable to actually trust a woman again.
He says it's
that. I don't suggest you trust women or men. I suggest you learn how to diplomatically present yourself in all acquaintances and make very wise choices as to the friends and enemies and where you keep them.
telling his story that's helping him heal.
Giving me the opportunity to share it gives me the opportunity to clear my name, because I still feel like my name is not cleared.
Lindsay Watts, 7 News.
Absolutely. That's devastating stuff. I cannot imagine having to live my life with people continuously crying wolf and seeing it get worse and worse, because people see that as an effective mechanism for that charity that they expect others to give them when they cry wolf as a victim, saying their cup is only half full. Total entitlement from an overprotective, overzealous bunch of insane people that think they have authority. Same concept as Hitler's willing executioners. Again, in my opinion. Yeah, and here's another one I'm going to repeat from last week. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. We're going to go forward and we're going to find the. There we go. These are the people that
USAID awarded $2 million.
these are the people you believe have authority and stuff, and this is how they speak in public and don't even know it. This is how comfortable they are with their insanity, even at the levels of government that we're watching here.
To strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of...
Not sharing? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to pull it up. So let's start over. Thank you kindly.
USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala.
Gender-affirming health care. Again, folks, you cannot change your chromosomes. That has already been affirmed at birth. It is affirmed by the way your body looks. You can look at a dog and tell whether it is male or female. You don't need to ask it for its gender confirmation.
So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for trannies in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million?
Trannies? Oh, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. What? Call a Luma tranny. Get his ass up here.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
Yeah. She got some balls. See the gal in the front. See the gal in the center. I'm sorry, I just took a hit. The gal in the center sitting there clapping.
No, thank you.
Let's Chairman.
Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. This woman has more balls than most of you. Tranny. You dick suckers.
And not
Anyway.
not the kind you'll find on an automobile.
Richard Nixon said himself, I had nothing to do with this Watergate shit. Now here we got one about Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is one of my more favorable people in the political forum. And here's why.
This activist was literally left speechless when confronted with reality.
What matters more, the rights of individuals or your political ideology?
My political ideology doesn't matter at all.
Did this individual have male genitalia?
What? My political ideology doesn't have anything to do with it at all. Wow. Nothing to do with my political ideology.
Yes.
So you took a 6'2" serial rapist with male genitalia, and he said, you know, I'd like to be in a women's prison. And your answer was, that sounds great to me. Let me ask you something. The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Of course.
Do they have the right not to have a 6'2" man who is a repeat serial rapist put in as their cellmate?
Every person who's incarcerated has the right to be safe in their space.
But you didn't think so. And it is clear on your record, your political ideology matters a heck of a lot more than the rights of those women that you endangered. I think you're a radical, and I think you have no business being a judge.
You know, I often question myself. Am I wrong to think that some of these folks should get the rope?
Well, and that's why I say, you know, to a certain degree, we
As
have to
bad
have
as
some,
that sounds.
to a certain degree, we have to have some kind of censorship when it comes to threats and things like that. But when it comes to the reality, I always like to say, let them keep speaking.
Well, I'm
That's
not speaking on
that's
what was just.
that's the rope they are going to hang themselves with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't dress up
wasn't.
as a woman. I wear women's clothes. You hear that kind of shit all the time, and that's what we hear from this judge.
Yeah. See, I wasn't actually speaking on what they was about right there. Just anybody that thinks like that and in on some, they've done some things that I'm sure would probably get them the rope.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. It's let them lay their rope. They will convict themselves both through their words and their actions because they will prove consistently,
Mm-hmm.
repeatedly. They will stick to the lie. Absolutely. The next one we got.
Narcissists burn down their own house.
Absolutely. The next one, again, to the First Amendment, freedom of expression and freedom of speech, the right to record and make a record. First Amendment auditing, things like this, that keep an eye on Big Brother because Big Brother's keeping an eye on you. Quid pro quo. Let's take a look.
I'm getting footage of police cars. Why? I'm working on a story. I'm a journalist. Can I hear your name and badge numbers?
Officer Well.
You?
Sergeant Hine, S86. Now your ID.
For what?
Well, you're videotaping cars coming out of the police station. Now it says no trespass. So if you're recording cars and there's cars that we don't want you to see coming out of there, that would be a problem.
Okay, so you're saying no trespassing by view. You can't be trespassed in public. This is because anything you can view in public, you can't be trespassed from. So there literally has to be a no trespass sign, and that no trespass sign is a location of where you can no further go beyond. But in public view, I can stand right at the sign and still video record anything within my sight.
The property.
So in other words, I could stand across the street video recording, and we see it many times. They still come out and try the same shit. Well, there's a no trespassing sign. I don't care. I'm not at that sign or beyond that point. I'm clear over here across the street, not even on your property. And you think you can take your rights and interest in that property over there and extend them beyond the easement? I don't think so. That would be violation of international law, ma'am.
I just noticed you got your stash. I'm sure Tommy will love that.
Say what?
The stash. I just noticed you shaved it.
Oh shit, and I ain't even been showing the video. Yeah, all the way, baby. All the way.
I love it.
Off of it, you can still lose your privilege. So that would be like you would say you have public rights to go into that area.
I'm a public sidewalk.
Right, your ID.
No.
I need to know if you did capture any of the cars that you shouldn't be capturing.
How would my ID help you with that?
I'm going to document it that you were here and you captured that. But I'll let him explain it more.
Hello.
So, again, that First Amendment, in order to have your right of freedom of speech and freedom of expression, you have to have that ability to observe and record and make that record so that you can then express it. Okay? They go hand in hand, and you can't obfuscate them. You can't create a separation point. They go hand in hand.
Do she's standing here and she's recording all the cars coming in and out of here.
I'm a journalist working on a story, and I want to get some footage of a police car coming in and out.
Those aren't all police cars.
he didn't know what to say on camera, so he just called her off to the side because he didn't want to tell him on camera that, yeah, she's got the right to do that. You're in the wrong. So he's going to take her off to the side.
Yes, Cincinnati, I see. Oh, Cincinnati.
Yep. Now, here's one of those things I want to point out as to the insanity of this entitlement that people feel. And I mentioned last week that when it comes to child abuse, it's the woman that predominantly is the abuser 72% of the time. And not only that, but generally the abuse is rather extreme. Beware.
When this monster mom ran over her own special needs son, she had no idea what was coming next.
You told the police your son, who is nonverbal and autistic, jumped on the hood of your vehicle and that you began to drive away with him still on the hood. At some point, while driving on Gill toward your residence, your son jumped off the hood and she ran completely over him, causing him to go underneath the entire length of her vehicle, which caused him to sustain serious bodily injuries. Where is he now? Where? How do you?
Did you hear that, Russ?
Yeah.
Where is he now? He's with me.
I didn't hear where he was now. I was curious of that.
Yeah, he's with me. With me. Wow. Where is he now?
Where? How are we doing the injuries? Where is he now? Where? The injuries. Where is he now? Where? How are we doing that? She's not supposed to have any contact with any victims. You know that.
I don't believe that the police department or Child Protective Services have authorized her to be there in violation of your court order.
And here's the deal. I'm just finding out right now that that's been violated for months. But I don't like it. Yeah, we're going to have a hearing on that.
Promise to God.
Okay, be quiet. Be quiet. Okay, you're going to
promise to God I'm taking care of him. No, that calls into question your previous actions and your behavior, your almost comfortable behavior here today. A reasonable and logical mother that would have run over their child, specifically on accident, being reasonable and logical, not insane like this one, would most certainly still be distraught.
Well, another thing that's disturbing to me is obviously it's been a while because this judge is assuming that this child was in some kind of state custody or something and was shocked it was with her. So
yeah,
were they getting funding or something?
Something failed somewhere. Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, the next one, you know, like I said, my pet peeves is the lies.
Yeah.
And so you catch people up in lies like we saw earlier with the officer that said that it's possible you might be detained if you don't da-da-da-da. And the guy turns around and says, why are you detaining me? And then he explains why he's detaining him. You know, people put out those little white lies, and all you got to do is ask them questions to catch them in them. So here's a perfect example.
Most people are shaking in their knees, though, when these guys roll up on them.
My best friend and I are going to play 2 truths and a lie, and she's going to go first. I swim with whale sharks, I've skydived, and I've been a nanny for 5 years. I've known you for 15 years. So I can confidently say that the lie is that you've been a nanny for 5 years.
Okay, that's so fair.
You're right. My birthday is in June. I have blonde hair. And I saw you kissing my ex last week. I was lit, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
Busted.
I'm sorry, say that again. Say that again. I feel like it doesn't count if you're lit. Like that negates it. And you're counted when I kissed your dad that one time. What do you mean it doesn't count? It was my dad. It was one time, and I was lit. So okay, so then. Okay, so is that an excuse? Is that an excuse? Okay. No, you wouldn't take it as an excuse.
See how that ended up, Russ?
Yeah.
She used the excuse because I was lit. Evidently, this gal got caught kissing her dad because she was lit.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good enough excuse back then, so what's the excuse now?
They all trifling.
See, yeah, you want to play around with the little white lies. It's just so fucking insane. Here we got.
So good people get caught up with people like that, though, man.
Yeah. It's that. Look at them. The way they dress and the colored hair and you know, posh lifestyle. Evidently, you know what I see.
All bubbly.
Yeah. Keeping up with the Joneses, you know, that materialistic girl.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one I got is Southern Gen Z girl under attack for her accent. And this just goes to show the lengths people will go to find something to do the ad hom character attacks. Yeah. They have nothing in discourse with her other than her accent should show a definite sign of deep insanity in this drama game.
People are crashing out on the Southern girl, talking about how she just wants to be left alone because of her accent. Check this out.
You know, when you've been single for a while and you start to find comfort in your own company and you like to do things alone and you have solitude and the silence, that desire to really want to find somebody starts to dwindle. You know, you don't want to trade your peace for conflict and argument. And when you meet people, the smallest things will turn you off because you're like, buddy, you ain't about to ruin my fishing.
I live in the South, right? And sounds fine to me.
Right.
Girl said that
That's right.
it'd be illegal.
Yeah, you ain't gonna interrupt my fishing, right, Russ?
That's absolutely right.
I like a Southern girl like that. Let's listen to this one.
And so I just think that you should embrace your own individuality. You should be yourself. And don't worry about what anybody else said, because these folks talking about me and think they're going to offend me, that ship sailed a long time ago.
No shit.
It's like I say all the time at the closing of my videos, Russ. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That's on you. That's your fallacy. That's you wanting to be so emotional about somebody you don't even know. Funny how that works. Mm-hmm. So let's see here. We got greatest Uno reverse in dating history. Again, this comes to the terrorists terrorizing the terrorists, the players playing with the players, the tellers telling on the tellers. Go ahead, Russ.
Did you say Unos?
Yeah, the greatest Uno reverse. You know, playing Uno.
Yeah, Uno. Yeah.
Uno reverse in dating history.
This is the greatest Uno reverse card ever.
Took this girl out, right? So I told the girl at the table, I said, look, I'm having a great time tonight. I'm happy I came out. Plus, she looked really beautiful. She cut me off right then and there. She said, let me tell you something real quick, Brandon. I said, well, I want to let you know that I don't give it up on the first date. And I instantly got upset because I didn't say anything about getting none tonight. I said, how beautiful you look, how much fun I'm having. That's what I said to you. Well, why you don't give it up on the first date? And she said, well, I don't want this relationship that we have to be just based off sex. I want you to respect me as a woman. Plus, I got a lot going on in my life right now, and I would feel really bad if I give you someone the first date and never hear from you again. I would feel really bad.
I respect
if
that.
That makes sense. I don't know. That's what she said, right? And I had to respect that. But this bill came to the table really, really fast. And I'm looking over the bill. The bill's like $190. Right? It was a crazy bill. But
First
I
date?
to the bill, and what I found out was that I only had mozzarella sticks and 2 beers. So I told the girl, I said, look, I'll put in $40, right? Because I don't cover the tax and the tip. Because that's more than my portion of what I had. And she lost her mind. She said, are you kidding me? You invited me out. I thought you were paying. I said, listen, I want to let you know something.
Oh.
I don't pay on the first date. So you see, I don't want this relationship based off me paying, you know what I'm saying? I want you to respect me as a man, you know what I'm talking about? And got a lot going on in my life right now.
That's right.
Feel really bad if I pay for this date tonight and never hear from you again.
Man.
Tit for tat, word for word almost. You got to be careful what you say, folks. Got to be careful what you say. And Dank the Master says, are we here to make America great again? Each one of us, one at a time, each one of us coming to realize that we can govern ourselves. And this is our mentality of being able to regulate what we say and do with and to each other. We don't have to be bastards. We don't have to use a bastardized English. We can come into an etiquette and learn how to treat people like we want to be treated. That's what makes everybody great. It's not just about America. It's about people everywhere. Welcome. Learn the law, you ignorant bitch, is the topic.
You guys can't just grab people and pat them down, you idiot. What's wrong with you?
Where's your idea?
Why?
Because I said so.
Because you said so.
Yeah, because I said so.
Yeah, because I said so. No, you have to have a law that says I'm required to give you an ID. Because while you say that there is such a law, I don't have an ID. Now make me give one. See, language is specific, just like the law is specific. Well, I need you to identify yourself. Oh, you bet. I know myself. Mom and Dad have called me Keith all my life. I hail from the family Little. And I hear I was born. I hear I was born on August 20th, 1966. Now, if that guy on the other side wants to start scribbling shit down, and he puts down a first and last name and a birth date, and that would be his unlawful conversion of my yay and my yay, or my yay and my nay. The what I say. I am who I say I am. I never gave you a first and last name, and I never told you a birth date.
Taking pictures of all? Yes. Where's your idea?
You're taking pictures? That gives you the right to demand me ID because I'm taking pictures? Where's that law?
Your ID.
Where is your ID?
Where's your ID?
Do you see it?
Again, I don't have an ID.
I see a name tag. I don't see an ID. I want to see your address and everything.
Why? Is that where you're getting our information from?
You want to see mine?
So you can see it. Yeah, because you're taking pictures of government property right now.
Taking pictures of government property. Yeah. It's in plain view. That's what you use to do your investigations. The plain
What
view
statute's that under?
Yeah. I want to see where the government property isn't open for view to the public.
What's your idea?
Not only view, but access.
All
right, I'm gonna put you down for weapons.
No, you're not.
Yes,
No, you're not. You
yes,
can't touch me. You can't. I'm recording it. I'm not putting my phone down. I'm allowed to record this.
Okay, well, I'll grab and put
You
your
can't.
I don't care if you're recording, dude.
Just grab me and pat me down. What's your name? Name of you. You don't get to pat me down. And we're not gonna play. What is the? This is public property.
And we're not going to play. Damn right we're not going to play. I don't play. Do you play, Russ?
Hell no, I don't play.
We got to get over this shit. Noble Savage, I'm here to make myself great. Fuck America, the state of. Absolutely, it's just a label, brother. Welcome.
I'm in their face all the time. I'm in them boxes at least 2 or 3 times a week.
Yep.
And no need to be. But
I'm not quite that
I love
prolific.
everybody.
Yeah, I'm not quite that prolific, but hopefully one of these days I will be getting much more involved, particularly with the local grout museum. I'll have to talk to you about that, Russ. This Waterloo here is one of the 7 national heritage communities in the nation, and that's because of a family called the Sullivans. I happen to know a few of them that are extended family from these particular ones from World War II that went off to war. 5 of them, Sullivan brothers. They were all 5 brothers, and they all went off to war, and they ended up all on the same ship and lost all their lives. So now there's a military regulation that you cannot send all of your children off to war. You have to remain with the ability to carry on both legacy and dowry.
That's public property. What's your name? That's
Let me
public
go to
property.
war
It doesn't matter. Can I see through the gate, you ignorant bitch? Learn the laws.
And these are the people that are meant to be helping us.
You guys.
Yes. See, they're supposed to be here for support of the community, not to derogate it and create pejorative situations against those that are merely upholding their part of the oversight. This is pathetic. This is that part where I talk about the people are a certain body of government that supersedes that which is delegated by them as United States and state and otherwise. All of the executive, judicial, legislative, administrative organizations are a creation of the people and not of any other venue. It is an actual creation of the people. The people wanted government. The people are the ones that begged for the king. That's why you have the Magna Carta, where the people went to the king with a knife to his throat. They also propagated what was it? Carta de Forest, which is the possession and use of the lands, which is a sister document to the Magna Carta, the Great Charter and the Charter of the Forest. We'll talk about that sometime too, Russ. The next one I got is witness explains to Eli Crane what gender transition animal testing is. See, what is the purpose?
Thank you. I would now like to recognize.
What is the purpose of doing experimentation on animals to try to perform some kind of gender transition? First and foremost, understanding the concept, once again, you cannot transition from one gender to another if the gender is determined by your chromosomal DNA structures, XX and XY chromosomes. That cannot be changed. You got to change that in each and every cell in the body. You have to admit to the impossibility. Scientifically, medically, theoretically, it's an impossibility. So then, why would they do it in animals except for the fact that they can't do it in men, so they're trying to perfect it in animals so then they can carry it out in men. This is the fallacy of putting money into such research to begin with. It's not only just
sickness.
It's not only immoral, it's counterintuitive to the commercial profits. You'll never have success. Never. And I'm just some little hick born on the mighty Mississippi with mud squishing between his toes. This is simple reason and logic, folks.
Recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing today. Thank you guys for showing up. It was just yesterday in an oversight hearing that I asked Chairman Comer if we could get some therapy dogs up here because of some of the meltdowns that were going on. I had no idea I'd walk into this hearing today and see 3 beautiful beagle puppies. And I've noticed that my mood's already improved. So thank you guys for bringing them there. I think we should make it mandatory. We also talked about in the oversight committee hearing yesterday that some of the ridiculous programs and initiatives that need to be cut from our bloated government. And it seems like a lot of these studies are just another example of our senseless, out of control spending.
And that's what I'm talking about. He says it perfectly. The bloated government with excessive spending. It's what I mentioned. It's commercially, it inhibits things that would be much better propagated for decent humanity. You know, diet and food programs, whatever it takes to help people learn how to cultivate their own gardening. Here in Waterloo, we have a little Burmese community that somehow they have something set up with the city that they have one whole block that is for the Burmese community that pretty much lives in that entire area. I mean, they rent almost every place there. And so they have a community garden, a full block. And that community garden on a half an acre provides for like 500 people. It's amazing when you learn how to instill that stuff into small local communities. That's where your power is. That's your commodity, where you grow it yourself. So your service in propagating those crops is part of the equity in receiving that commodity. That's the exchange. You partake in it physically, your service to community, your service to your brother. That's your public service in a commodity way. That's your power. And one guy has talents that may be physical for plowing. Another guy has talent that is for splicing or genetically crossbreeding, various different things that each different member might have a different talent and therefore make a more prosperous and progressive garden. It's amazing the talents that we can put together and use the arts of earth. Go ahead.
Am I wrong in thinking that isn't it all about service? So the public service, wouldn't that be the corporate side of things?
No. That's your Roman court's presumption of government. That's the 12 presumptions. And in that, you do have the same authorities as to that presumptions of government. You just don't have to submit to their government. You just have to pose the same equal station in life. That though you have a public service to the community, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, I carry the same service. Except that my doing unto them is more on the private side as a matter of education and equity, so they too can manage a larger portion of their life without you having to take on a responsibility and claiming a superior authority. You forget where and who delegates your authority to do such things in the beginning. It is a social contract.
Oh, I think I get what you're saying, but I wasn't saying for me, obviously. I'm saying as for someone to go up into public service, you're as a man, and some ethics and morals and principles is what I'm getting at.
Right, like the forefathers.
I mean, you have to go there with that.
Without emoluments. That's the
Right.
difference. The political arena takes upon those emoluments, whereas the founding republic, as a government of the people and for the people, again, delegates that oversight by the body of people who constructed the government. And
so it should be bound by good works.
Correct. And that's where we're losing it. The good works are supposed to be done by the people. That's the only way you can delegate a good authority to then continue that good work, is people that are doing good works to begin with. This is that Titus 3:8. This is a faithful saying, that I will, that thou constantly affirm, that he who believed in God be careful to maintain good works. These things are good and profitable unto men. This is that do unto others.
Ego and pride.
Yeah,
start
you
getting in the way.
do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is more based on doing things in good faith and not with ill repute or bad faith.
Spending by bureaucrats who never really get held accountable. I want to start with you, Mr. Goodman. You said you have estimated over $20 billion in taxpayer money wasted on ineffective animal research. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Wow. Mr. Goodman, did you also say that it was your estimation that $241 million was spent for transgender animal testing?
Yes, and that's, I would say, is the floor, not the ceiling, because the information on federal databases is pretty incomplete.
So you think we're going to find out that it was much more money than that for transgender animal testing?
Yes.
Can you describe what exactly the American people's taxpayer dollars were spent on regarding transgender animal testing?
Yeah, in a lot of these cases, they're involve mice, rats, monkeys who are being surgically mutilated and subjected to hormone therapies to mimic female to male or male to female gender transitions, gender affirming hormone therapies, and then looking at
and notice he said mimic. It's not an actualization of gender transitioning. It's a mimicking. That's hormonal and steroidal imbalances. Go ahead.
I just think it's sick. I just can't fathom someone's mindset or a group of people's mindset, let alone an organization, and holy shit, they get in behind this stuff.
Well, yeah, that's because part of that social experiment that continuously goes on, despite anybody recognizing it, is that DEI is part of that part where we get to include ourselves through that victimhood I talked about earlier. And that's wanting to be part of the experiment. I mean, how can you not see that everything that's socially constructed through this political subdivisions and stuff is part of that popularity contest that I keep talking about, keeping up with the Joneses and this and that. It's all due to the false patriarch. You don't need that as a government, particularly if you're one of those people that can govern yourself and delegate that authority. You need to step into that position. Most people won't do that. They're comfortable letting somebody. It's that old adage, that thing I keep repeating about, you want to sit in your comfort and convenience of your home watching the boob tube of somebody else's grand life. Dramatic, comedic, mysterious, thriller, murderous, terror, beastly, adventurous, romantic, whatever it is. It's so much better than your life. That's why you're sitting there stuffing yourself with processed foods and drinking poisonous liquids. In the meantime, you hear the lights and sirens, so you peek up and you look out and they're arresting somebody down the street a couple blocks. What do? You go right back to your comfort and convenience. It doesn't bother you one bit. The next night, you're doing the same routine, stuffing your face and guzzling down the poisons. Them sirens and lights come on, you look out and they're down the street a block away. The next night, the same process, they're across the street. The next night, they're at your neighbors. When do you think they're going to come knocking on your door? It is, in my strongest opinion, here on American soil, slowly looking more like Hitler's willing executioners. I'm just doing my job.
Some of the things that you passed on at your El Perro site, or Hotep's El Perros, whatever one that is, you know where you allow my post to go through? Some of those things now, your website or your Facebook page.
Yeah.
There's a guy, he's a lieutenant in the Navy, and he's part of the Navy research lab, and his name is also Combs, and he's a psychologist, and he's obviously, I guess, written a curriculum for some of them guys to get in there, but I've emailed a bunch of them cats. I've never got a response, but
you never will.
Anybody, no, I haven't had anybody. You know, they know I know something ain't right. So
yeah, I don't. Well, I gotta say it depends, because I have gotten a couple responses from FBI and Secret Service, IRS. Or no. Yeah. Well, yeah, I got a notice from, or a response from IRS on one issue, but when I gave them notice of taxes being voluntary and various other things, and that's on my website, I got that notice up there. They never responded to that one. So our last correspondence by my notice is there is no communication. They've never responded. Let's finish up here. Because this is the insanity again. If you think your vote counts, and so you vote, and you end up with legislation on plastic straws and paper wraps to end up with paper straws and plastic wraps. The insanity at that level is the exact same insanity I just explained about sitting at on your couch watching the boob tube in your own comfort and convenience, because that's what you want to live with. That's your comfort zone. You like that kind of legislation. So your tax dollars are going towards legislating experimentation, which is absolute animal cruelty, for gender transitioning, which is an absolute impossibility. That's your insanity. That's what your vote counts for.
The biological, psychological, and physiological effects of the gender transitions, looking at the effects of taking vaccines after you've transitioned these animals from male to female or female to male, looking at the size of their genitals changing after you've put them on estrogen or testosterone therapies to transition them. And in the case that the example the chairwoman gave, there was a $1.1 million grant to give female lab rats testosterone to mimic transgender male humans, and then
again, mimic, and then they say, this is that trans species shit, folks. Transgender human males.
Dose them with this party drug to see if animals.
Party drug. Do you understand the level of the insanity, folks?
Party drug.
Transgender male humans, and then overdose them with this party drug to see if animals who are taking female animals take humans, and then overdose testosterone to mimic transgender male humans, and then overdose them with this party drug to see if animals who are taking female animals taking testosterone were more likely to overdose on the sex party drug than animals who are not taking testosterone. Testosterone to mimic transgender male humans, and then overdose them with this party drug to see if animals who are taking female animals taking testosterone were more likely to overdose on the sex party drug than animals who are not taking testosterone.
Okay, so let's understand what he's saying here in this experiment, and the concept is that the animal is taking the overdose. Not that somebody's giving them an overdose, but that the animal is taking an overdose as if though it has a choice. These are the kind of things that I catch that I just don't understand why nobody else does. They're telling you straight to your face the multiple levels of insanity we're dealing with.
Mr. Goodman, are many of these taxpayer-funded animal studies shared with the public, or is there a significant oversight of this research?
You essentially needed a degree in information technology to navigate the federal spending databases to find any of this stuff.
So what you found is we're not being very
information
transparent with what we're
technology.
Yeah, and he said you literally need a degree to be able to trace it through this technology. See, this is
Who's writing the program?
Well, and see, that's part of the protection of this blockchain. See, that's what this blockchain technology is. It's a chain of title, and unless you have specific permissions, you're going to have a hard time finding that chain of title, and that's why he said you somewhat need a degree in communication technologies and stuff. You got to be able to read between the lines and read what's written in the shadows, all that kind of shit. And it's computer-based language.
That degree should, I
Not at all,
feel,
and it's by design.
Should come from that spiritual foundation and that faith.
Right, and that's why I say the AI folks, I don't care who's trying to instill any kind of fear in you, the AI will never overcome mankind because AI is dependent on mankind's input. Okay? It can't
Natural
supersede that. Yeah.
Did you say that Dr. Fauci, in your estimation, had funded close to 95% of these animal research projects?
Yeah, in our analysis, Dr. Fauci funded about 95% of the transgender animal experiments.
Okay.
Imagine that. That sucker's into all kinds of shit, ain't he?
Yeah, buddy.
Found in some.
You know, since they're researching monkeys and stuff, you know, what about AIDS? Remember AIDS? See, that was also the same kind of concept back then, I believe. They were talking about it was a gain of function experimentation.
Some research that the EPA under President Trump is planning to reduce the agency's animal testing by 30% by 2025 and completely by 2035. Mr. Goodman, can you explain why that's a win for the American taxpayer?
Absolutely. Animal testing is incredibly time-intensive, inaccurate, and expensive, and it's not very good at predicting the human health effects or environmental effects of chemicals and pesticides. And right now, what we are doing to test human effects is poisoning lab animals, forcing them to breathe wildfire smoke simulated in a laboratory by burning different types of foliage and pumping it into animals' cages, making them obese to simulate what it would be like for obese people to be exposed to wildfire smoke, shooting off handguns and rifles and forcing animals to breathe the emissions and gun control experiments, and the list goes on. And that's what's happening currently at the EPA after the Biden administration overturned the Trump plan to phase out animal testing.
Mr. Goodman, one more question. You've also been outspoken about the COVID-19 outbreak stemming from Dr. Fauci's U.S.-funded research at China's Wuhan lab. What are the public health risks if we continue some of these outrageous animal studies?
We're flirting with disaster if we continue to fund dangerous virus research, both abroad, like in Colorado, where Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money.
Ooh, I got to rewind that and let them say that again. I might do it several times because that's strong language, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. See, I am so tired of the lies.
Levels of cruelty.
Well, yeah, and so when we start putting the truth out there, I think it's imperative that people comprehend exactly what's being said, and that people like myself that have been screaming out against this since the inception, it's the reason why we don't take vaccinations. It's the reason why we say, fuck you, you're not my daddy. We know better.
Research both abroad, like in Colorado, where Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money. Like in Colorado, where Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money. Like in Colorado, where Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money. like in Colorado, where they're trying, Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money. Like in Colorado, where they're trying, Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money.
This is the House Oversight Committee. And that sounds like what they call conspiracy talk. You know, that's what it sounds like, right? Now it's no longer a conspiracy, is it?
Yeah. No. No.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Well, listen, guys, I got to take a break. I'm going to throw up a intermission video, and I've got to take care of a few things. So it's going to be about 15 minutes. Go ahead and take a break yourself and everything. And we'll be back with some more of these clips, going over more of the insanity of this current DemoCrazy that we're experiencing. And Russ, I appreciate you coming up. Please hang out. Enjoy the intermission. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. And the StreamYard link, if you're not on El Perro, get over to El Perro. And the StreamYard link is pinned there if you want to come up and join the discussion. Please enjoy, and let's go.
You say about 15 minutes?
Yep.
Right.
All right. We'll see everybody back then. Ah, shit. Don't know what happened to the sound bits here. I'll have to go back and try to redo it. But it should come back on here shortly.
Who's your daddy?
And I don't like the word rule.
Well, if we don't like the word rule, let's call it leadership.
Leadership in government is political power, and political power is an official form of antagonizing the people.
What magazine did you say he edits? A commentary on current events. Pardon me. But
talking. I talk, thousands watch. You talk, 100 watch. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was up here. I was backstage restreaming. Fuck slaves, I do thousands of hours of broadcasting a year. You fuck slaves come on for 20 minutes to an hour every few days. Stop comparing us. It's a whole different format. It's a whole different energy and experience. It's a whole different structure, a presentment, idea, the whole nine, right? I don't have a formalized official broadcast where I'm the expert bringing on a guest to reveal the truth of how to save everyone from themselves. Different format. Dude, do you realize we never got to breaking slave news with all this nonsense? All right, give me the final word. I'm out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, 7 days a week, 1 p.m. DT, on or about, if not around 2, somewhere in that area.
It's a bit.
Hey, dumbass.
Oh. Humble, baby. Purple.
I think we just got womped on in sign language.
It could be. This experience I'm living, I'm doing my best to explain.
Where's Jesse? Jesse's gone. I wanted him to see Baby Hitler over here and see how he thinks about him.
Jesse's gone.
Who's Baby Hitler?
Who do you think is Baby Hitler? Take one guess of the people on the panel. Oh, God. What is Senator Shortbus? Heckle Bus is your baby daddy?
How's your energy doing, Jack?
That's fucked up.
Anyways, I sent him, she asked for his link, and then I was like, sure, I'll get it to you. And I didn't get it to her. And then she texts me and she's like, I really want that link. And I sent it to her, Flo. So what, who's going live next? Because I feel like
Blessings and grace. Charlie Chapchin, blessings and grace. Who'd have thought little Paulie boy from the short bus and the special ed class on drugs, never really a steady friend group, if you could imagine that. Always moving around different school districts, and I don't play well with others is the rap that I've gotten. That's what they tell me. From humble, torturous, suffering beginnings to blessings and grace, consciousness, awareness, discernment, unconditional love with conditional trust and respect, of course. Almost has to be that way. But it feels good to be me at this time. Can't stress that enough to remind myself, thankful and grateful. Stay faithful. Stay the course. Stay in your purpose and meaning. Stay disciplined in the sense of not just giving who and what you are away needlessly. Needy and wanton, codependent, attached. We nurture this power, this peace, this inspiration within self, and we give that away. Here, day to day, there has to be a bit of a isolation, in a sense. All right, enough of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Chaplin, famous silent movie actor.
Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? They're such terrible.
Do you see what they're doing?
Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? Do you see what they're doing though, Paul? Do you see what they're doing though, Paul?
So I'll never do a bit or be part of a bit. He's been doing this for 3 days. Numbers are up. This is the guy who said, by the way, he would never do a bit. He goes, I'll never do a bit or be part of a bit. He's been doing this for 3 days. For 3 days, he's been doing this.
B-Dog was asking how the adoption process worked. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, boys. That's how it works, motherfuckers. See how that works?
No.
Yeah, who in the back? Celebrate the time, come on! Oh wait, it better not be a Luna Tommy or fucking Flow State or one of them Flow State.
All right, Snafu Snaps. Maybe at some point, I mean, I can't even imagine that I would even entertain this idea. I'm a glutton for punishment. We'll have to see what your skills and abilities are and what your willingness is. Presuming you're not creating any value to get the things you need in the meantime. We may have to take care of Snafu Snaps, Charlie Chaplin. If I take care of him, I mean, give him a piece of land and a tent and tell him, well wishes, right? Best of luck. Whatever you can come up with and create or co-create, whatever you can be involved in. We know we were not going to put him on hash oil detail. That didn't go well last time. Oh man, I just love those silent films. It's quite a sight to behold. The confusion of the folks who lack discernment. As if,
You know what though? It's the person behind that character. I know the person playing that character,
And I know that brick wall,
I
and
wouldn't
that's
like
why I
the
don't bring her up.
character playing.
So you could understand that.
Yeah, I think that's
Wizard,
it. Can't separate the character from Wizard
well,
because I
so
still see Wizard.
you don't understand how much this character was so anti-American and so anti-system.
Point and nod, Wizard. Shake it, like give the big nod while he says that.
I mean, there's a reason why Wizard reflects and resonates with this character. It's not just a dumb, like, I picked this character, I picked this hair. This is Wizard at full Wizard, but good Wizard. Appreciate it and really enjoy it.
But when he ends it, he has to slick that hair over and do the full spear hand hello.
No, this
Like,
is his
end it on
metaverse.
full
This is
small
it, Tommy.
mustache.
He's stuck. We know him as the wizard is dying, is dead today. Wizard
No,
this is
your wizard is reborn.
oh, thank you.
I don't know. But if you start off a cartoon character, you end up a cartoon character.
That's what he wants.
But his character that I first met him is one that I just distasted. Like I don't
And you embrace change.
and I don't like it. And so I'm not gonna like any other character he plays.
And that's why I don't let you up, Cynthia. You got it now.
Oh God, Tommy.
See what progress Wizard is facilitating?
In my next video. You're gonna be in the streets.
I am in these streets.
Yeah,
I'm calling shots in these streets.
Just remember that.
And thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed that. As a reminder, the last you saw there says hit the like, share, and subscribe, folks. There is a PayPal link for anybody who wants to share some love. And anybody that's not on El Perro wants to join the panel and be part of the commentary. The StreamYard link is linked or is pinned on the El Perro channel. Get over to El Perro if you want to join the panel. So the next one we got cop crashes while driving on sidewalk at cyclists. You
would never call me names if I was out of this uniform. You know why? Because bad things would happen to you.
You want to know why? Because bad things would happen to you. Yeah. Bad things happen to us when you're in uniform. Are you trying to say they'd get worse? Come on. Now, this is the idiocy these guys pull. I mean, he uses his lights, siren, horn, everything. Watch what this fool does. This is the kind of people we have as policy enforcers. And the insanity of their feelers and emotions. Again, proof positive they know not the law at all. All because he's videoing. This guy is actually creating a public disturbance as a policy enforcer. And just ran into the building with the city property.
Hit your own building, you dumb piece of shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the It's a public sidewalk, you dumb shit.
Absolutely. Right on the sidewalk, a public sidewalk where vehicles are not allowed. He gets up to the pole. Now he's going to just go around the pole.
Look at that nice bill you got. You see what the fuck's wrong with you?
See, if this officer really had any kind of authority, don't you think he'd have just got out and arrested the guy? But no, he creates a public disturbance This is pathetic. You with us, Russ? Evidently not. Not back yet. But this is the kind of stuff Russ will confirm firsthand as well.
You see this guy? What's he doing? What is he doing? You would never call.
Acting insane. And again, these are the kind of people you think have authority over you. I was so disdained when my mom looked at me. I was 49 years old, I believe.
Names if I was out of this uniform.
I was 49 years old, I believe, and my mom looked at me and said, "Keith, the police are your authority." That is delusional in all respects when you look at the reality. Absolute delusion. It shows that you have absolutely no knowledge of how the system works. None. And you've done everything as far as believing and didn't do your research. You just went along to get along and got along pretty good and call that proof positive that you did something right, that what you were doing was absolutely true and correct. I think your spirit was stolen. I think you lost your spirit somewhere along the way. Started paying tribute to a false patriarch and believed in absolute authority from them. Sick. As you brought me up in Christianity, going to church. Again, folks, just one of those points I want to point out. Do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. And for crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know. Another one about that public view doctrine in photography and First Amendment audits and such, and maintaining oversight over your public officials.
Everything I can see. I need your ID. Can I have your ID, please? Hold on 1 second. Let me get my lawyer for you. I don't need your lawyer. I need your ID. Who are you? I'm the chief. In today's day and age, I think I have the right to ask you.
In today's day and age, I think I have the right to ask you for ID. No, you don't have a right. You have a legal obligation to follow a process in order to require any man to give up any kind of ID. I don't care about your feelers.
I'm the chief. In today's day and age, I think I have the right.
In today's day and age, there are laws, and you have to abide by those laws just like anybody else. I don't give a fuck if you're a chief.
To ask you to identify yourself.
Is it not a public lobby?
It is.
Is photography a crime?
I need your ID.
I'm asking if photography is a crime.
I need your ID.
It's a yes.
See, it's a yes/no question, as the man says, and he refuses to answer it. It would break down his lie that he has authority to demand ID.
Or no?
I need your ID. You're walking around my lobby.
My lobby.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, my lobby. No, it's not your lobby. You work there, and you work for the people, a different body of government who delegates the authority you pose as authority over them.
To me.
My lobby. I'm someone who checks up on the government, and it's suspicious to me that you're so worried about the people putting cameras on you. What are you doing wrong?
And this goes to the insanity of all these people crying and whining about Doge, Department of Government efficiency, and Elon Musk and Donald Trump as far as the business aspects go, and auditing those the record so that they can make sure that the money of the people are handing over is being delegated officially and properly as so appropriated by law. Not by, again, somebody's feelers and emotions and personal conduct or personal contacts with other people with this nepotism, systemic nepotism.
I'm not doing anything.
Then why are you so worried about the camera?
I need to know who you are.
You are doing something wrong right now. You're trying to demand ID unlawfully. Am I detained or am I free to go?
No, you're detained.
I am.
No, you're detained. Now we get to the reasonable articulable suspicion of the crime. Or is it just because your feelers are hurt? This is the ignorance.
Detained? All right, so we're going to do an unlawful detainment. I have the right to be in here and film my public servants. But what was your name? Can you verbally give it to me?
No, it's okay.
You can't?
You got my name right.
Is that what you tell the judge?
I don't tell the judge that, no.
No? Because you got a little bit more respect for the judge than the general public? You're dismissed. Thank you for coming.
Got a little bit more respect for the judge than he does for the general public because he knows he's under the authority of the judge. He has to do what the judge says. Because the judge is the one that knows the law, right? The judge is the one that's going to back him up. See, and that's the problem with this bullshit blue line shit. See, you don't gain or deserve or earn the respect of the people when you're the corruption, and then use other officials as part of that base of corruption to support you in your idiotic discernments because you don't know the law and you do many things based on your feelers. And again, it's systemic, folks. These kind of people, no matter what their age, and that's another point I want to make. People getting into this kind of capacity in life, in oversight of the people as a matter of protecting and serving, have to have that ability of protecting and serving as a real man. And that means they have to have a good discernment, not some of the 19 or 20-year-old. That's way too young. I don't think we should have police any younger than 30 years old, minimum. And most certainly some kind of degree in law and not just military tactics, though that should be part of it, I agree. But when the main portion of it is military tactics for enforcement purposes, without having the discernment of the law to begin with, then you're not enforcing anything but your own feelers again. You with us yet, Russ? Evidently not. So we'll continue on. Next one, like I said, we got a lot of imposing on the police because I think this is the main thing that we need to reorganize in this great nation of this land called America. Reform, total reform in both the way they're educated and trained.
Get that light out of my face. I ain't gotta get nothing out of your face, man. This is my house. I can't see. Now.
They entered the wrong house, but look at their attitude. There is something seriously wrong with them.
They entered the wrong house. They know they're in the wrong house. And yet this is still the way they act. This is total insubordination. This is total terroristic activities. This is total assertion of absolute authority, particularly in the face when they're wrong. And the simple solution is to admit they're wrong and go to the right house.
I asked y'all for the paper before you even hit this door. You did not show me. You're supposed to put that in my hand. Period. The seal camera just my voice. They did not put that paper in my hand. I asked them to put that first.
Get that out of my face.
I just camera.
Get it out of my face now.
This camera.
Yeah, I know it's a camera.
Okay then.
Get it out of my face and watch him move forward. Now notice there's at least 6 feet there. So he can't claim it's in his face for space, distance. Distance rather than space, but when it comes to the space, it's in this man's house, secure in this person's papers, houses, and effects, and the First Amendment, again, observance and recording to establish that which he needs to speak on or express.
Get it out of my face. You got that light, Brian. You want to go to jail? Get it down.
Give me that rest. Give me that warrant. I asked you for a warrant.
Put the light down.
I ain't got to put my light down.
See, they do not have absolute authority, folks. Not at all. None whatsoever. I don't speak to them so politely. And that's why. They come up to me with their Babylonian speak and don't know what they're saying and profess that they do, and they profess that they know this and they know that, when none of it's true. Again, all I've ever seen is they have support of other people in that setting of administrative services saying they have authority over everybody when they don't. Here's another one. Bully cop openly violates guy's rights and questions his choice of clothing. See, this is, again,
this guy was just standing.
Again, relative to the aspect of profiling, first and foremost, because of his question about clothing. But again, he asserts that he has the ability to do this, and because he's got some kind of authority. But watch how he walks off when it's all said and done with. And he looks like a total idiot.
Then this cop showed up, and for no lawful reason, he straight up jumped into questioning his choice of clothing. But watch him challenge his nonsense and questions his policing tactics.
Yeah, you're wearing a tack vest that is meant to hold magazines for guns and stuff, so that's why I thought I don't answer questions.
He's wearing a tack vest that's meant to hold those kind of things, but is it? So what concern of it, or what's the concern of it if there is no such thing being held in all those pockets as such a vest described? So already we see a nonsensical form of questioning, and again, it's in a format of a profiling because of its usage by intent as a tactical vest for such things. But obviously it's not being used at that time. But that line of questioning still poses the profiling. These people are idiots.
Is it illegal? No, it's not illegal at all. Like I said, you're not detained. I'm just coming over here to ask you why you got a tack vest on.
And is that your job?
Yeah, actually it is.
It's your job to ask people about things that aren't illegal?
Yeah, about their clothing choices in a public place like this. Yeah,
Yeah, see, that's his job. That's his job. I'm just doing my job. What's up, brother?
Not much.
I have yet failed to understand why they think they can get away with such idiocy. I'm just doing my job. And in this case, his job is so fucking insanely ludicrous, if that's truly what it is. I don't understand how he could be making so much money, except the fact that it's the insanity of the people that want such things. They want the police protect them. They want that comfort and convenience so they can sit in that couch and watch that boob tube again, somebody else's fantastic life, because theirs is so wonderful. And they hear the lights or hear the sirens and see the lights, so they peek their head out. They want it. That's part of the excitement. See, it's okay to watch the excitement on boob tube, but it's even better when it's more local. See, that's the thing about these panel verse drama things. It's more exciting on this metaverse because it seems so close and connected, when merely it's just a electronic communication. Like I said earlier, it's 10% of the ice, or the tip of the iceberg here, which is only 10% of the reality. So of that 10%, that tip of the iceberg, you only see 10% of that on this metaverse. Of that 10% that you see, of the 10% that presents, you only comprehend 10% of that. So you come up with a 0.1% reality. on this metaverse. And yet that's what people use to drive the drama and make statements about that 0.1% of reality and construct everything else around it as if though that other 99% is the reality, when it's all fiction. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Shut the fuck up. You ain't got nothing nice to say, shouldn't say it at all.
That's it. Pretty simple concept.
Totally. That's discrimination.
Okay, I can walk up anybody I want and ask questions. It was just an interesting clothing choice, and I was intrigued. Fair enough. Do you have anything in the pockets?
I don't answer questions.
You got like a...
Oh, now he's going to go to investigatory questions. Looking for things unseen. Fifth Amendment. Trying to get somebody to testify against themselves to a crime that ain't even been committed yet, ain't even been suspected yet, but if there's an inkling, he can use it, and goodness gracious, that's great discernment for enforcing the law.
Oh, while having a shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah, exactly. These people are insane and delusional. They enjoy it. These are the kind of people that enjoy it. It's sick.
An inhaler, like some food, some snacks. I'd put some snacks in there if I were you.
I don't answer questions.
Okay. No snacks in there? That's a waste of space. You don't put any snacks in there.
That's a waste of public resources, bro.
This guy was
Absolutely a waste of public resources. Fraud, waste, and abuse. That's what Doji's all about.
There's plenty of that.
At all levels, and most systemically at the bottom. Cop doesn't know the law credits. People's court audit. Let's take a look at this.
I got a complaint that you're creating a public disturbance by what you said to the young lady.
No, sir.
See your ID.
No, sir. We did not. We have everything on there.
I know.
We didn't say anything.
I'm going by what she said. I need your identification.
No, sir. No, sir. Okay. We have freedom of...
I'm going by what she said. That's hearsay. You're getting it from a first-hand witness, but at this point it's still hearsay because you don't have an opposing record. See, this is plain bias as a way of asserting he already has authority to demand ID because he's going by what she said.
Speech.
Okay, come over to the car. You're under arrest.
I am actually.
You're under arrest. Let me talk to you 1 second, just so I can get the...
Yeah, sir. Are you his superior officer?
Let me talk to you for 1 second.
Yeah. The First Amendment.
So as soon as he went hands-on, his superior officer went up because his superior officer already knew he was going the wrong way. Not in the wrong way as heading towards a cop car, but in the wrong way in his unlawful demands and his assault.
Right.
Amendment. You cannot do
I understand.
This. And you will have a lawsuit on your hands.
I'm not worried about
Go talk. You should be. You should be worried. You're on film, and we have all the evidence. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Today's...
I got a complaint.
Sorry about that.
Appreciate that. Cops who don't know the law.
I got a complaint.
Absolutely, cops who don't know the law. But you notice that some of them do. Particularly supervisors should.
How do they get the job if they don't know what it is that they're supposed to be doing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the problem, and like I said, it's systemic. They're in desperate need of people that will enforce the law just because somebody said so. That's that Dunning-Kruger shit.
Some of these top heads need to roll.
Along with that grandeur of being in this popularity contest, of being put in capacity of a protector and provider. When you're not a protector and provider. 19, 20, 21 years old, you cannot be substantial enough to be a protector and provider unless you've got some experience under the belt. Particularly if that thing that you're protecting and providing is not just a woman and maybe some children, but an entire community. You have to have a great discernment for that kind of stuff. And that's the failure. Not only is there not a great discernment, but there's not a great comprehension for lack of that concise English, plain writing, reason and logic through that bastardized English. And everybody thinks it's so great. Freedom of speech, freedom of reach, as she says. So the next one we got, let's get the whole department out here. This is when, the excessive force and the excessive enumeration over a guy with a camera, and all of a sudden they want to get the whole force out there and badger and intimidate, things like that. This is another one of those tactical training aspects that they use to enforce law rather than the actual knowledge and assertion in the proper process. That all goes by the wayside.
This guy was going to the gym peacefully when this cocky Sergeant Bonzo followed the guy and stopped him in his tracks. But watch this guy challenge him and his minions.
I need identification from you right now, okay?
And again, notice that's the first thing they tell you. I need identification from you right now. They can't do anything without that identification. Sorry, sir, I don't carry or hold any identification. I am who I say I am. And if you write it down in the wrong way, that's on you. I can't help you comprehend English as that's something you should have already done. Okay? So if I give you the name I have been called by my mom and dad since I was born, which is Keith, and I tell you that I hail from the family Little, and that I was born on August 20th, 1966, that I hear I was born on August 20th, 1966. I was in fact there, but at that point in time I was incompetent to even understand the English language myself. But there comes a time when you are educated, and it's presumed that by the capacity of being a police officer, you would have that comprehension and use that comprehension in your discernment. But we see through your discernment you don't have such comprehension. This is plain. We hear it in your language. Not only do you not know the law, you don't know the language. Oops. Let's finish this one first.
The state of Utah, if I'm investigating a crime, you have to provide identification to me. And even if you're not involved in the incident, then you can still be charged with failure to comply.
I don't
or provide information.
Officer.
You don't have any. What's your name?
I don't feel comfortable giving it out to you.
Okay, dude, you want to be arrested? Dude, this isn't that hard.
I didn't do anything wrong, officer. I'm going to the gym.
You would rather be charged with a crime?
For what? What did I do?
Okay, this is threats and intimidation, tampering with a witness even. As he said, he thinks that they have the authority to demand ID from a witness, even if you weren't involved in the crime. He has the ability to demand ID from a witness. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Show me that law.
He does magical powers.
Yeah. Show me that law. You're gonna try to call me a witness and then tamper with me through threats and intimidation, tell me I have to identify myself so that you can hold me accountable as a witness. Under what authority?
I remember when that drunk driver, and I guess when they got going in that trial, they was telling me I was going to be a witness, and I was telling them, go F yourself. And when I called back down there, and that lady, she told me, she said, well, we can send a cruiser out to get you. I said, I'll be outside waiting. It never came.
Of course not. Of course not. That's like the last time I walked out of jail and they handed me that paper. It said clear on the top of it. Concise English. Release paperwork. Oh, this is official documentation? Yes, sir. I need your signature at the bottom. Well, I'm not going to sign that. He says, well, you have to sign it. We can't let you out unless you sign it. So really, you're going to tell me I have to sign that document? Well, yes, sir. Everybody has to. I said, no, what you're telling me is that you're willing to violate the judge's discharge order. And I pulled that document out of my back pocket and showed her. Nowhere is there a qualification that says that I have to sign your documentation after the judge has already discharged me. That tells me you're willing to violate the judge's discharge order and not discharge me according to his order. There's no requirement in that discharge order that I sign subsequent documentation. Not only that, but I refuse to sign documentation during the whole case. What makes you think I'm going to sign now?
Failure to comply, failure to provide identification.
What am I looking for? What are you looking for? What do you guys need? Now we have 3 officers.
We just need to know what your name is.
All right, well, now we have 4 officers coming up.
I know you're not.
All right, I was about to give you my name, but let's just wait for all the 4 officers to pull up. Let's wait for 10. Shit, let's get the whole fucking sheriff out here. Let's get the whole department out here.
You know what?
Let's get your higher commanders out here.
This guy.
Absolutely. And again, it shows
Get
the
letter where you're at.
Yeah, again, it shows the extent of the fraud, waste, and abuse over somebody going to the gym. He wasn't even recording. He was going to the gym. And for some reason, they have yet to explain any kind of crime. And in fact, told him, oh, you don't even have to be a suspicious. You could be a witness. Implying that that's all he's looking for is a witness. A witness to what? Again, a witness to what crime? There has to be reason and logic in the process. That's what the process is based on. Reason and logic, not your feelers. Now here's one where
it is mind-blowing how oblivious to some of these folks really are.
Well, yeah, this is a perfect one right here. We're going to get into a few of these where they try to throw the owner off their own property. It's insane, folks. Listen to this one. Karen cop harassing man on his own property.
I understand you're no longer allowed out here.
I understand you're no longer allowed out here. On my own property?
Who told you that? That's what I've been understanding. You know who I am? Who are you? You said it's your understanding yes. That I wouldn't lie to. Well, make sure that I've got the right person here. Who am I? You tell me. You have idea.
See, he doesn't even know who he's talking about. And he's telling him, to my understanding, you're not allowed here anymore.
My understanding is that you're running on hearsay.
Well, yeah, not only that, but it implies that he already knows who he is. And he's already caught up in it because he doesn't. He doesn't know who the guy is. He's just asserting authority, and he's asserting authority over everybody as if though he knows them, and he's just doing what he's told.
Understanding that I wasn't allowed out here. Do you have ID on you? Yeah, I'm sure I do. Then can I see it? Then I'll tell you who.
Okay, and that's where I don't have ID on me. You have to be able to correctly identify me. And I have a Fifth Amendment right. Be questioned with counsel present. Where 2 or more people come in my name. Therefore I am. See, it applies to yourself and a second witness, your counsel. You, sir, have misidentified the owner. You still don't need his name. I am the owner.
I believe you are. I was told that you're out walking on the interstate. You're not allowed to be walking on the interstate. Who told you that? It doesn't matter, sir.
It doesn't matter, sir. Yes, it does. If you're going to, again, bring in a witness, now you have to be able to identify that witness. Okay? You're saying that this man is doing something wrong and you have a witness to it, and that's your authority. You have to prove your authority.
You need to go. I was being polite. I'm not going nowhere. You're not going anywhere. No, I'm not going nowhere. Okay, you need to leave the...
I'm being polite. No. You're asserting some false authority without knowledge. particularly first-hand knowledge.
You got a court order says I got to leave the premises? That's what I've been. Let me see it. I don't have it with me. I'm not leaving.
I don't have it with me. That's what I've been told. See, there's no record of it. It's just like the prenuptial earlier. Okay?
Right.
Well, we're gonna move on the fact that that doesn't exist. If it shows up later, then it will be enforced. But you can't enforce it if it doesn't exist.
Oops.
Okay, turn around. Put your hands on top of your head.
What's the reason for arresting him?
Failure to comply with the lawful order of a police officer.
But you didn't show him. You didn't show him a court order that
Doesn't matter,
he's
sir.
supposed to be
Put
here.
the camera down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, sir.
Yeah.
Put the camera down. My understanding.
And then he went after the cameraman. Now, I would be kind of surprised if that warrant was issued for two people at the same place at the same time, claiming that neither one of them's the owner. So again, we have a tampering with a witness, as well as kidnapping. Let's never forget the kidnapping charge. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise out of them shall be put to death. You shall put evil away from amongst you. And they do this all for commercial purposes, folks.
Yeah, they're definitely selling.
That's the only real enforcement they have under these statutes, since they are considered contract terms and conditions required to implement - commercial items, commercial services. The next one, it says, it's your property. Cop gets trespassed and refused to leave. Another one where they refuse to understand it's the owner that you're violating.
This cop was trespassed on a doctor's property and parked his police car illegally. When the doctor saw him, he told him to get off his property, but the cop's ego got hurt, so he refused to leave.
Stay in the car.
No, you're in my property. You can get off it now.
It's your property?
I own it. You can get off it now.
Okay, can you show me?
I don't have to show you anything.
Okay, but you first off, don't drive up on a police officer that's sitting there.
Okay, so now he's going to deflect and accuse him of driving up on a police officer on his own goddamn property. How fucking insane. Go ahead, Russ.
I mean, I saw it immediately. I seen it immediately. I'm like, what the? You can't be this stupid, can you, Keith?
That's why they hire them. They are that stupid. It's the only way they can get them to enforce their idiocy. It's all an insurance scam. So anyway, continue on.
They're like that.
You don't swear at me.
Okay, well,
you don't sit on my property without asking.
I didn't know it was your property.
Please leave the property now.
Okay, well,
you're trespassing. There's signs that say trespass.
I'm not trespassing on your property.
Please leave the property. Okay.
I'm not trespassing. You're on property beyond the point that the trespass sign says trespass. No trespassing. You went beyond that point and entered that man's private business property. You are trespassing. See how little they discern the law? The law is for ye and not for thee and not for me. They refuse to admit it.
Stuff to do.
No, I'm going to figure out whose property this is first.
Get off.
No, I'm going to figure out whose property this is first. No, you already trespassed.
All right, we'll go ahead. While you do that, I'm going to go in here and turn my St. Bernard loose. He's got to go out.
Off the property.
And
I
you're
got
in the electric fence.
Okay. Well,
yeah, see, that's what I do. Electric fence, stun gun, something. Quid pro quo.
Yeah,
I'm not going to use lethal force, but I'll pull a stun gun out. I'll zap your stupid ass.
Well, we're going to figure out whose property this is first.
You're making it harder for me to serve your community. If you'd get off my property, I'd appreciate it. You can leave now.
See, one public servant who poses his absolute authority, violates another man's private rights, and trespasses his property. Man, these people. In that, they distract from the other man's service to the public. See, we are in fact to a degree, all each other's brothers keepers. That's that public service to each other. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This shows this officer would rather have you violate him.
This cop is a real danger for the society.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because I'm telling you right now, like I said, if I had a stun gun myself, I would most certainly be willing to use it in such a situation. Get the fuck off my property. I've already told you way too many times. You are, in fact, violating the law, and I do, in fact, in good faith, believe the law will support my actions. Castle doctrine. The fuck off.
They're chuckling just the thought about if you just if the old boy would have had one and they'd just pulled it out, you know how they.
Well, you know about curtilage.
It probably scared the shit out of that old boy.
Anyway, we got the next one. Nazi Germany in Columbus, Ohio. Again, somebody that's believing that similar ideology of mine. Through my observances, I see America slowly becoming Hitler's willing executioners, full of people just doing my job. And this is my job.
Any more obstacles for me? You guys have already given me a huge obstacle just to enter into my building and do what I have a legal right to do, which I will be following up with a civil lawsuit. Everyone involved, I got your name, badge number. I have this guy's information. I have the policies. I have the state statute here for Ohio. And this guy thinks it's funny. He watches these videos and he still thinks it's hilarious. But, you know, I'm saying you're going to lose your qualified immunity. Is it really worth it to not uphold the law, which you swore an oath to do? Are you a patriot or not? No?
Yeah.
Are you a Biden supporter?
We told you exactly how to accomplish what you want to accomplish.
You're just parroting a bunch of nonsense that doesn't even follow the law. So, okay, so they think the ORC 149.43 B2 is nonsense. And also their own policy verifies you don't need an appointment. They can't create unnecessary obstacles. You're creating more obstacles for me. You guys have already.
Yeah, see, they're trying to tell him he's got to get an appointment, that there's a process. No, they're supposed to be at the disposal to provide the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act information and stuff like that according to the public's need. That's their actual job. They're the holder of the public record. In that, they have an obligation to the obligee, as pursuant to a contract with the obligor, and their superior, their authority, the ones that give them that job. And like I said earlier, when it comes to these magistrates, the chief magistrate in your Constitution will show is the governor. The next one is get the fuck off my land, bitch. Another one. These people think they have the authority no matter where they're at. That's not so.
This officer incorrectly accused the owner of trespassing on their own property, when actually it was the officer who was trespassing and refused to leave.
Imagine that. It's the same scenario, and like I said, it's systemic. The belief that these people have absolute authority identifies and multiplies itself systemically. They use the same concept of their own self-imposed authority because they wear a badge and somebody else said they have that authority without actually knowing the law.
Do you have permission to be on the property?
And what would you do if I don't answer that question?
I have the right to investigate further whether or not you belong on this property.
And how would you do that?
I would contact the property.
Why don't you do that?
I would contact the property owner. In today's day and age, they would contact the property owner. How do you suppose they would contact the property owner? They would get on that little device and find out who owned that parcel and get a communication number, a telephone number, and call them on the phone. So that when he called the owner, guess what? This man's phone would ring. Too easy. Too easy to identify through a documentation that they already have. They're demanding that this man give them documentation that isn't required.
But first of all, I need you to identify yourself as part of the investigation.
This is private property.
I don't know if you have the right to be on this property. It's a house on the...
I don't know if you have the right to be on this property. Therefore, I came on and trespassed this property to make sure that you're not trespassing. In that, I need your identification. No, you should have got the identification of the property owner first and called them and asked if this man in this vehicle with this license plate number should be on that property. Had you done that, you wouldn't have entered the land to begin with. There is a process.
Construction. Do you belong to this house?
Why don't you call the property owner?
I need to determine who you are so I can call a property owner and find out if you're allowed to be.
He needs to determine who this man is so he can call the property owner. No, you need to go to the record to determine who the property owner is so you can call them. You don't need nothing with this man.
Here, if you shouldn't be on private property, then you're trespassing.
Thank you. So why don't you determine that? The property owner, is that correct?
You have rights to be on the property.
So you are going to first identify me,
Yes.
right? And then what do you plan to do? I would like you to leave.
Do you own the property? You don't own this property.
And what, you just answered that question yourself.
I'm not leaving the property.
Let's go, bro. Let's go inside my house.
So I need for you to confirm that.
Get the fuck off my land, bitch.
This officer.
All I needed you to do was confirm that you're the owner. No. You don't need him to do anything. That's your job. Your job is to confirm who the owner is and contact them, as you said. It's pathetic how they think, again, that they have this absolute authority to do things their way when there is, in fact, a process. Reason and logic, not your feelers. And as it goes to feelers, the next one is, do you have a degree in psychology? This is a good one.
This cop demands to enter man's house for a welfare check on his mom, but the homeowner's response puts him in his place.
Yeah, what's going on? So your mom's nursing company want me to come do a welfare check on her. They're here doing it right now. Okay, well, they call law enforcement to come out.
So there's already somebody there to do a welfare check. And the reason for the welfare check is kind of similar to a situation I'm facing with my companion in developmental stages of dementia as she grows older. So there are certain concerns, of course, where we may need to have the assistance of certain people, but it certainly wouldn't include somebody that doesn't have a medical degree, a psychology degree, and isn't there merely as a law enforcement agent when there's no law that's been broken. Okay? The community care concern is already taken by appropriate people with the requisite licensing and care management degrees and knowledge, and particularly probably with better intent, or more specifically guideline intent, as it relates to medical and mental conditions rather than some kind of law.
Here, check on her. Can you see her right there? Yeah, but I'd like to go speak to her. Make sure no, you ain't coming inside my house.
But I'd like to go speak to her to make sure she's okay. This is where the psychology degree comes in. Ain't none of your fucking concern. That part is already taken care of by the appropriate people, the appropriate professionals, those so already determined by degrees and licensures to be conducting their activities in good faith, specifically related to the topic of that community care call.
Why you always give law enforcement a hard time? Because I watch too many YouTube videos. You believe everything you see on YouTube?
I wouldn't have said that. I watch too many YouTube videos. Maybe I do watch YouTube videos, and that has some kind of influence as to my observance. But I wouldn't say I watch too many. I should watch more. Nah, I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going to say that. I watch what I watch, and I compare it to the reality I see in society. It's like this mustache. See, I wear this short mustache as my own little test with society in this metaverse. It's a simple truth that people have to face through a visual observance that communicates something, but do they interpret it correctly? It is a trigger, and I don't mind if people call it a Hitler mustache and relate me to Hitler. I am, in fact, German. My parents or my grandparents did, in fact, immigrate here from Germany after World War II. So, could very well possibly be from that line of Hitler's willing executioners myself. But I'm not such a thing. I do believe in doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. Your neighbors, your brothers, your sisters, your moms, dads, children, brothers, cousins, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles. We're all related somehow as it relates to mankind. So, does this guy have a degree in psychology as he stands here and tries to play this psychological game? Incompetent, even in that. Listen.
I believe this camera ain't lying right now. Appreciate.
Me too.
I believe this camera ain't lying right now. Appreciate you guys doing your work.
I believe this camera ain't lying right now. And like I said earlier, Big Brother's keeping an eye on us, and the best defense against that is keep an eye on Big Brother. That is, in fact, our actual responsibility, for that Big Brother cannot exist unless we actually delegate it.
But not all of you are honest. Y'all just had one busted for trafficking over here, one of your own color. So I'm not buying the whole good cop, blue line bullshit anymore. I used to think all cops were driven with pure honesty, maybe a little aggressive.
I'm just here to do my job. I'm here to come check the welfare of your mother.
She's not in her.
I'm here to come check the welfare of your mother. Like you said, it's already being taken care of by the qualified professionals. You are not qualified to determine the actual intent of the community care pursuant to this particular call. Now, if it was somebody that had a gun there and was professing suicide or something like that, that might be a different situation, but that is not this situation.
Right now.
I've been briefed on that.
And you have a degree in psychology?
Do you?
No, I know my mama.
No, he's not asking or saying that he does, but he does have a firsthand familial kin connection that would say that even above and beyond the psychologist and psychiatrist, perhaps, he would know better what his mother is going through. So even above and beyond possibly their associate degrees and professionalism, he would even know better. Possibly. So it doesn't take a psychology degree. It takes that firsthand experience.
I know how she feels.
All I need to do is make
That's not going to happen. You can take no for.
All I got to do is make sure. No, you don't got to do nothing. It's already done. You got to stick to your guns on this stuff, folks.
Let's look at it, the persistence.
Yeah, if you're going to be a real protector and provider, you have to stand on it strong. And don't let anybody that is not competent come anywhere near it. Do not put your trust and faith in such activities. These people are
They're
not
going to test you.
Oh, yeah. It is definitely a test. Absolutely. Do not put your trust and faith in these people. Now, the next one I got, citizen arrested for calling mayor a fascist. We got citizens out there calling Trump fascist. Or not, well, yeah, Trump and Elon. And you know, here we are going down to this feelers thing and arresting people for calling somebody a name.
Trying to walk out the door and you stop me from walking out the door.
That was Noah Peterson being arrested after he called his local government fascist, ironically proving his point. City council meetings are supposed to be the primary place for citizens to make public comments. Noah went because he was concerned about the way Newton, Iowa police harass residents. Rather than listen to his concerns, the mayor and police chief chose to arrest him without probable cause. Freedom to criticize the government is at the core of the First Amendment. And sadly, what happened to Noah is not unique. As part of IJ's project on immunity and accountability, we filed a lawsuit to protect Noah's free speech and ensure that government officials are not above the Constitution. Stay tuned for updates.
Absolutely, and that was a situation where they arrested a young man that was, I can't remember what he was going to school for there, but he was arrested for DUI, and yet he passed the field sobriety test and the blood alcohol test. And
Well,
yet
how does
they
that
still
work?
Exactly. That it works through fascism. Assertion of absolute authority despite the fact of being wrong. They will never admit being wrong and stick with the lie. Fucking pathetic. It's that DemoCrazy everybody wanted. That's that democracy everybody thrives on when it's actually a DemoCrazy. Go ahead.
These people would steal the copper pennies out of their dead mother's eyes.
Oh, absolutely. All for that fame and popularity of a fiat money that says you got to keep up with the Joneses. Here's another one about ID. See, everything is about that ID, and I urge people to learn to know thyself. Like I said earlier, Genesis 2:7, God formed man of the dust of the ground, and when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that man became a living soul. One is a noun, one is an adjective, and it's a matter of redressing the government for grievance. That's the way they address you. That's the true address. They address you by name. That's a misidentification. The identification it's subordination of perjury for misidentification. And you do it yourself because you don't know thyself. You don't understand the conversion of that given name and that familial name to a legal name and a commercial name.
This guy was only exercising his right to free speech. Then this cop showed up, and stepping on the First Amendment, he detained the guy. Then he stomped on the Fourth Amendment too, asking for his ID. But tough luck for the cop this time, because this man is a legend and dismantles him like a pro.
You got ID? Why do I need to give you ID? Yes or no question. Do you have ID? Of course I have ID. Can I have it, please? No, I'm engaged in constitutionally protected activity on a traditional.
See, and again, I'm not saying these guys are wrong by having the ID. I don't have an ID. It would be wrong for me to do it because I know certain things. So hopefully one of these days, these guys will be educated enough to understand the concept of that ID. And by even saying that you have an ID says that somewhere there is definitely an implied contract as a state of employee or agent of some sort, official or agent by residency. And that's why you have that ID with the legal name and the address. See, that's the misidentification. That's the redress that is required because you've been misaddressed. It's a false address. Don't address me as sir. Don't address me as Mr. Don't address me by title. Address me by my given name, Keith, or brother, or neighbor. Go ahead.
That always gets me, sir. Sir. I hate that.
Absolutely. That's relating to the surname as if though you're in business.
Public forum. Are you body cam recording? What's your attitude, man? Talk to the hand, man. I don't like your attitude. Jackass.
I didn't hear you.
Jackass. Don't do jackass. I don't like your attitude. You come in here, you're supposed to be investigating. You should be asking me questions.
I did ask you.
You asked me for my ID.
Yes, sir.
Is my ID going to tell you whether a crime is afoot? Is my ID, you want me? Hold on a second. It's in my pocket. I'll get my ID out for you. Here's my ID right here. You want to ask it questions? Hey, ID, has Jeff committed any crimes, or is he suspected of committing any crimes? No, Jeff, you're not suspected of committing any crimes. See, getting my ID does nothing for your investigation. Learn your job, dude.
Absolutely. See, that is not your job. Your job is not to get an identification. Your job is the investigation that would lead to being able to comprehend who might be the suspect. Or if a crime has been if somebody has been accused of a crime, you would know who the suspect is by the witness pointing out who the suspect is. And again, your investigation is supposed to start out with the one making the accusation so you can get some details. They don't want to do that. They want to come up and start investigating with no crime and say that you're the suspect because they're in their feelers.
I have a hard time feeling that, a hard time believing that they don't have, they're not, let's just say, reminded to move up in the rank requires getting an ID first and foremost, gentlemen. You can't tell me that they don't get reminded of those things.
Yep. Well, that's how they get their promotions, is the quota. Quota. Greetings. Welcome back, John.
Hello. Yeah, so Keith, like, isn't their title internal police? Isn't that their actual title? I mean, I don't know for sure, but in other words, they're supposed to just investigate internal affairs. That's all they're supposed to do, I think.
Right, and that's why I say, right, that's why I say it's a set of corporate courts, and the only one that's subject to it are those under the commercial administration of a corporation. And that's what says you've got to be organized to a capacity where you have a board of directors that can hire an attorney to make a representation of that corporate entity in the court. And it doesn't happen. So even in requiring the ID, what they're doing is still mixing jurisdictions, and that's why I say you shouldn't have that ID. The only reason you should have an ID is if you have an actual organization that would be constructed with that board of directors, and that ID would be a corporate ID of that corporation, and you would have a title under there as to the legal administration of a commercial entity. So it would be the combination of the legal entity with the commercial entity.
Right. So like the driver's license is more like a trespasser's ID, I call it, because that's what you need a license for, to trespass onto someone else's land.
Right. Absolutely. That's that right of passage and right of portage, and the trading with the enemy. You want to make sure whoever's crossing across your lands or using your body of water to get from point A to point B isn't an enemy trying to invade you. That's why we have a border. So let's look at the next one. Somebody strips this cop of his qualified immunity, and this is an excellent example. Power tripping cop, another one, again asserting absolute authority, and gets stripped by opposing that. Opposing absolute authority is what strips them of their immunity if you know how to do it. So watch, pay attention.
How you doing?
Can you come over here in front of my car so my camera can watch you, please?
Yes, sir. Am I being detained?
You are.
For what reason?
Sir, I'm investigating a suspicious person. Don't play games with me, okay? I know what you're doing.
I'm engaged in lawful activity.
I know what you're doing. You're First Amendment frauditor. I get it.
Called him a First Amendment frauditor. I get it. So he's already come with his own discernment. Again, despite the fact that he already knows this man has a First Amendment right to make an observable record so that he can then express it and speak on it. That's his ability to journal his testimony. Okay, this is tampering with a witness again, folks. Subordination to perjury by misidentification and falsely addressing people other than what they truly are.
Constitutionally protected activity. Why am I being detained?
Because you're creating a disturbance.
This is constitutionally protected activity. You cannot make it a crime.
Sir?
Okay, so you would have to show how he's creating a disturbance other than it just disturbs you emotionally because you don't want him recording you. Okay? Again, an officer that doesn't want somebody recording them because it's going to expose their idiocy and violations, and yet here we are. They don't understand that's exactly what they're doing by doing this shit. Exposing their idiocy and their violations. This is literally how stupid they are.
My name is Jeff. I'm with Connecting Services.
Listen.
I got my ID in my pocket if you want to see it.
You don't dictate what happens here.
Again, I got my ID in my pocket. You know, you got to quit that, folks. That's one of the main nexus of a minimum state contact. It implies a contract that you have to adhere to until you figure out how to pierce that corporate veil.
The law and the Constitution dictates what happens. I'm on a public sidewalk.
Stop. I know your game. It's okay.
Then why are you even here?
I don't want to play with this game with you. Okay?
If you know my game,
you are
then you know
intentionally creating a disturbance
in
order to create a lawsuit. That's what you want to do. I want this video camera behind you to watch you.
You are intentionally creating a disturbance so you can file a lawsuit. Okay. The fallacy of that is this man has no way of being able to possess the other man's intent, particularly when he's showing his intent. Is the First Amendment qualification of your right to make that observance and record so that you can then speak on it and express it. Okay?
You have yours. That's great. That's cool. I look forward to seeing myself on YouTube. You're going to be providing me with your social security number, your driver's license number.
Ooh, you're going to be providing me with your social security number. Sorry, you just lost your qualified immunity just simply for asking for it. And this is more of a demand. You're going to be giving the social security number. The fuck I am. You'll have to speak to the Social Security Commissioner on that one.
He just facilitated a national defense.
Yes, international crime. Proving that he's willing to thieve somebody's identity to an identification number. Okay?
Know it, your date of birth, your address, and your full name. And if you don't provide the information that I'm asking for that report, yes, you will be arrested for obstructing criminal operation.
So there we have extortion. There we have extortion.
Driver's license number, if you know it, your date of birth, your address, and your full name. And if you don't provide the
information, threats come about, in which, again, they implement statutes which require contract terms and conditions to implement commercial items, commercial services, because they are paid and they will issue a commercial bond in order to do so. That's the traffic citation or the incident itself, whatever violation, whatever statute they use, and the form that they use to record it. And again, like I said earlier in the video, that comes down to calling into question the validity and credibility of their testimony. They can't be allowed to testify then. How can they have immunity now? See, it destroys them. You have to understand how to use that against them. They're using their incompetency as a weapon, and all you got to do is understand that and use it against them by being competent yourself. That's how you maintain oversight and enforcement.
Information that I'm asking for that report, yes, you will be arrested for obstructing criminal operation.
My name is Jeffrey. Under duress, your qualified immunity is out the window. How you doing?
And this is what I talk about with the incident this last year with the local church right up here behind the place we rent, in that I travel back and forth from point A to point B and back regularly, several times a week, going back and forth to the gas station and the store and the movie center and pizza joint, whatever. And I go across this parking lot, but I never speak to anybody, and I go straight across, never interfering with anything. And they tried to say that I was being trespassed because I don't belong on the property. Sorry, it doesn't work. You lose your immunity, according to Scripture, when you pose that you have possession of the land. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. By trying to trespass me off the land when I'm a stranger and sojourner with him, particularly when you're a church, and you should know these concepts through the Scripture yourself, but yet it's your patrons that violate those Scriptures. It makes me wonder how good of a minister you are, a Baptist minister. Again, supporting it again with Scripture, Psalms 121:8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Relative to your right of passage and right of portage, which we just recently spoke of. So let's get back to it. Go ahead.
I was just debating on whether I wanted to call code enforcement on John with the beeping smoke detector.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's ours. It might be.
I think it's John.
I'll have to listen. But anyway, let's get back to it, because the next one is says the phone can be used as what? Cops pick on guy for no reason. Such a familiar story. Yeah, I think that's
This
mine.
guy noticed 4 cop cars.
I think that's mine.
Pulled up on his street, so out of curiosity, he took out his phone to film. It's anyone's constitutional right to film anything.
Sorry, John.
But watch what happens when this mockery of a cop notices the phone in the guy's hand.
4 cop cars, though. It's crazy. He says, I don't need to know.
Hey, bud, where are you living at?
Huh?
Where are you living at?
I don't answer questions.
But I would ask you to stay in the intersection and film this
You
because
want meat too?
with our investigation.
Oh, I'm over here in the public space. I'm
right
just
now you're on somebody's property and you're
not right here. I'm not.
It's a roadway, so go in the intersection. Otherwise, I'll have to detain you for interfering. Okay? And I'm being super cool. So if you're being cool to me too,
Can I say something?
No, let's go over there. Just let him go. He's gonna whine. Okay. Don't.
Say what? Did somebody ask to say something?
No.
Okay.
I just.
Okay.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah, I wasn't beeping, and Keith, thanks for sharing the scripture. That was very nice.
Yeah, that was me, and I just took care of it. Sorry about that.
Don't come to our investigation.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I came back down this way to.
We're trying to keep that down. You're being totally disrespectful.
Please don't grab my phone. What are you guys doing?
Stop.
What are you?
Stop.
You can't. What are you doing? You can't take my phone.
You gotta get that out of my face, man. I thought you were trying to.
Got to get that out of my face. I thought you were trying to assault me. Really? Really? You advanced on him. Watch this again. Oops.
Guy noticed 4 cop cars pulled up on his street, so out of curiosity, he took out his phone to film. It's anyone's constitutional right to film anything happening in public. But watch what happens when this mockery of a cop notices the phone in the guy's hand.
4 cop cars, though. It's crazy. He says, I don't need to know.
Hey, bud, where are you living at?
Huh?
See, he's the one that advanced on him. Don't sit there and say that you thought he was going to assault you. You're the one that walked up on him.
Living at?
I don't answer questions.
You knew he had a phone out recording the whole time as you walked up on him.
Oh, I'm over here in the public space. I'm
right
just
now you're on somebody's property and you're
not right here. I'm not.
It's a roadway, so go in the intersection. Otherwise, I'll have to detain you for interfering. Okay? And I'm being super cool. So if you
and I'm being super cool, no, you're not. You're being aggressive to somebody that you had nothing to do with. You had some other duties going on, and you saw a camera in his hand. Lying motherfuckers.
Being cool to meet you.
Can I say something?
No, let's go with it. Just let him go. He's gonna whine. Okay, don't come to our investigation.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I came back down this way.
We're trying to.
Yeah, that's why you advanced on him to turn around and accuse him of not coming to tell him not to come to your investigation.
Keep that down. You're being totally disrespectful.
Please don't.
You're being totally disrespectful. No, you're being disrespectful and violating the man's First Amendment rights.
Grab my phone. What are you guys doing?
Stop.
What are you?
Stop.
You can't. What are you doing? You
Stop.
can't take.
Stop resisting. You're being disrespectful. No warning of arrest. No cause given for arrest, and you're going to go hands on and arrest him. That again is assault and kidnapping, folks. I will not back down from that. Prove me wrong.
Take my phone.
You got to get that out of my face, man. I thought you were trying to. We told you to try to officer, man.
It's sicker as we go on. I can't understand 2025 and the plethora of these same kinds of incidences. Give me your ID so I can investigate. Another one. Same concept. We see it reiterated. Give me your ID so I can investigate.
It's amazing how many legal determinations they try to make on the side of the road.
So I'm asking you for your identification.
I'm not going to identify unless you can reasonably articulate a crime that I have committed.
Well, I'm investigating a crime. How can I
I got
investigate a crime if I can't determine who I'm talking to?
What is my name going to tell you about your investigation? What is that going to help you with your investigation?
Well, it's going to find out if you have any warrants or not.
Okay, so how's that going to?
Oh, so you're going to use the identification as a profiling technique to check a database to see if there's any warrants. How does
look
that?
at that shit eating smart.
Yeah, how does that attach to events currently occurring and some supposed crime that you suspect me of now? See, they think that identification is the key to everything, because if you just hand it over, which is what most people do, it's systemic. And it's not just them. I'm telling you, folks, that ID is a major issue in your life, and you really need to comprehend what it is and how it's used throughout the various different jurisdictions to hold the authority over you. It's your willingness. You're volunteering to do so without comprehending. That ID says state of Iowa. That's your false patriarch daddy. There's but one Father which art in heaven. You cannot serve two masters. And when you start falling victim to this servitude of paying tribute to that false patriarch as if though it has authority, you're the one granting it authority. It is only by the consent of the governed that they have that power. They tell you that.
To help with your investigation right now.
Well, I have to figure out if you're wanted, why you're here.
It violates my Fourth Amendment.
It's not violating.
Yes, it is.
Yes. By requiring somebody to hand over an identification to then determine if there's some kind of warrant without any prior reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime, you violated the RAS. You've lost your immunity.
Is this a traffic stop?
Well, not right now, does it?
Okay.
Not right now, it isn't. Oh, so you think you're going to turn it into a traffic stop sooner or later?
So right now, you approached me without any lawful reason. Okay, a lawful. I got you, but once I say I don't answer questions, you're supposed to stop asking questions.
Oh, that's how it's supposed to work?
Yes.
Sixth Amendment. Right to be questioned only with the presence of counsel. Fifth Amendment, not to incriminate yourself, so that you have a proper interpreter available. That's the presence of legal counsel, somebody that can interpret what's going on for you because you're not competent of the legal industry.
Am I being detained?
And neither are these guys.
Right now, yes, you are.
For the crime of.
All right, Keith, I'm going to take this
Okay.
opportunity, my friend, and bounce out of here. But it's always a pleasure, Mike.
You bet. Thanks for stopping up.
And with that,
Always.
yeah, absolutely. And I just want to leave behind popularity without a purpose in advancing life forward holds no value. Much love.
Absolutely. Be blessed, brother. Thanks again. I just watched the most depressing hearing live on Cameron's channel. That's Power Inherent in the People. Went over a Lewis. I can't remember his name. His first name's Lewis. He had a appearance today in court. Says maybe comment on it. The guy has another hearing tomorrow. Yeah, and this is another situation where they pulled him over for not having valid plates and registration and stuff, and trying to assert the right to travel. And again, it's the administrative courts that are bound and determined to assert their own interpretations according to the Chevron doctrine that has recently been overturned just this last year, as it relates to supposed delegation of such authority to do so, when that's inherently wrong. The legislature is the one that interprets the law, and that interpretation is supposed to be stood by. The states go by an administrative procedure where they're allowed to use the letter of the law, which may vary from the intent of the law, which is the interpretation. So yeah, kind of sad to see, but it's going to continue happening until people get gain the knowledge themselves. You're never going to get it through an attorney. You have to do your research. Again, do not believe me. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Do your research so you know.
Okay, so I'd like you to read me my Miranda rights then.
You want us to do that?
Oh no, I want you to.
No, I'm not going to do that.
This cop.
No, I'm not going to do that, because you don't have any reasonable articulable suspicion of any crime. You're reaching for straws. This stuff is pathetic. Again and again, over and over. And I want to make a quick note here, guys, just so you know. These are the kind of videos you got to be aware of when you're watching. We've been watching a lot of these videos today, and you cannot let these videos affect you emotionally. You have to be able to watch them with discernment yourself, using reason and logic, looking into the details to be able to see all these similarities and how it is systemic. That way you can hopefully look at them with a sort of apathy to better open your mind to be able to come up with solutions for your own situations when you come upon these kinds of events and incidences. Learn how to deal with these, quote, public officials and agents. There is a certain etiquette. Again, did you get a diploma? Do you know how to speak diplomatically and bring that education? Let's take a look at the next one. Cop fired after deleting a video. See, they get caught up in their stupidity and they can't admit their faults and errors. They have to lie. They have to cover up. They are corrupt.
Second off your plate, sir, you're refusing orders. Step out of the car, sir.
Hold on. You didn't even step out of the car.
The Selma Police Department in North Carolina pulled over a local mechanic named Matthew. He was driving a client's vehicle to a body shop to have repairs made to the rear bumper when he was pulled over by Corporal Atkinson and Officer Hine. Once Matt began recording, the officers immediately demanded that he exit his vehicle.
Pennsylvania versus Mims, man. You're going to step out of the vehicle for me.
Step out of the car.
Yeah, they use Pennsylvania versus Mims. Funny. This is in relations to Terry versus Ohio in order to get that ID. Again, unlawful process. It's a violation of due process, wherein that's a Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and Sixth Amendment violations.
Yes, sir.
Why am I?
You didn't step out of the car.
You didn't even ask me about it. Hold on, sir. I know my rights.
You are in the car. Step out of the car, man.
For what?
He's already asked you. Get out of the car. Get out.
For what?
Get out. First off, throw the marijuana. Second off, your place
No, expired. Sir,
now you're refusing orders. Step out of the car, sir.
Hold on. You didn't even
step out of the car. Put your phone right here.
Unlawful orders right from the start. Open that man's door and everything. That's a violation of person's houses, papers, and effects. That car is one of his effects, and they violated it by breaking and entering.
Step out the car. Put your phone right here. That's fine.
I'm gonna cut the car off. Okay,
that's fine. Do that. Leave the keys right here.
You motherfuckers.
Oops.
First off, throw the marijuana. Second off, your place
expired.
Was missing. After entering his password to the trash folder, he was able to restore the mysteriously deleted.
The hostility.
Step out of the car.
I want to know the hostility. You didn't have a reason to pull me over.
We don't have to give you a reason, man.
You didn't have no reason to pull me over. We don't have to give you a reason. Yeah, you do. That's part of the process. You inform them of what they supposedly violated.
Yeah, or at least have an oath for my constitutional rights.
Right, and that's what these people don't understand is that process. Once you break that process, you lost your immunity. The only reason you have immunity is that you're abiding by lawful orders given through a process administered by a superior authority. You're saying that you did in good faith what your boss told you to do, when that's not what you're doing, unless your boss is telling you to do that. And that's why I say these people have so much nepotism and favoritism within the ranks that they cover each other's asses. That's a bad system. That's full of corruption, and it's systemic.
To give you exactly, we stated a federal, a Supreme Court ruling is what we stated.
For nearly 10 minutes, the officers will make a mess of the car, and eventually, Corporal Atkinson notices Matt's phone is still recording and removes it from its stand to set it down in a manner to obstruct the lens.
That, folks, is tampering with a witness. It's a device used by a living soul of his observances, so as he can record it, like it said in the video earlier. Video doesn't lie. What you're seeing here is a tampering with a witness. It's an alteration of a record being established so that you can be informed as well as provide testimony in its most perfect form.
Once the traffic stop concluded, Matt was released with a total of 5 citations, which is when he realized his phone was not in the same position he left it in, and the recording of the traffic stop was missing. After entering his password to the trash folder, he was able to restore the mysteriously deleted video.
That officer, Corporal Atkinson, stopped that video and attempted to delete the video.
But Mayor Byron McAllister says an investigation didn't find these claims to be true.
That's that mayor supporting the police, like was mentioned earlier. Hang them all. Everybody that's complicit in it. Maybe not to the extent of hanging, but they're most certainly culpable and responsible, and therefore they should have some kind of consequences. Absolutely.
Claimed that the mayor also said that the act of deleting the video didn't violate any department policies.
Yeah, it may not violate any department policies, but again, it's a violation of the First Amendment, First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and of course, the tampering with the witness, altering a record.
But on October 21st,
and those are felonies, folks.
Police Chief Jamie Hughes terminated Officer Joseph Atkinson from the Selma Police Force. So let's just be clear. Deleting a video from a private citizen's phone during a traffic stop to hide inexcusable behavior, an egregious violation of one's constitutional rights, is not a policy violation? And if it were, 3 departments couldn't prove that it happened, but they still fired the guy? It sounds like complete bullshit to me.
I think
absolutely
that the judge, the district attorney, and my attorney will look at this, and they're going to look for the officer in the courtroom. He's not going to be there, and they're going to throw it out.
I would hope so. I would certainly hope so. And this is the kind of stuff that's got to start happening more and more. And that's why we make a record. That's why we need to be observant. That's why we have to be educated on what we are observing. And that education doesn't necessarily come from me, the neighbor, the government, or your mother. I urge you, don't believe any of us. Do your research so you know. Never open your door to the cops.
I'll get my ID.
Okay, I'm not going to play this game with you. I've done it before a couple years ago. I'm not going to do it again.
Hold on.
I had a reason to identify you.
What for?
Property damage. When you kick a vehicle, it's considered property damage.
Okay, is there evidence of that?
I have 2 witnesses, so yes.
No, is there evidence? It's hearsay right now.
No, I have 2 witnesses.
We can both say that he kicked me and I...
Okay, dude, I'm not going to play this game with you. Identify yourself. I'm going to put you in cuffs. I'm going to take your fingerprint and identify you.
So you're going to threaten to arrest me?
I'm not threatening to arrest you. I'm threatening to detain you.
Is that...
I'm not threatening to arrest you. That's what you just did. Either this or I'm going to arrest you. That's a threat of arrest. I'm not threatening to arrest you. It's like they actually believe their little white lies as they're saying them.
Yeah, Keith, I've heard of this. You could get arrested for resisting arrest.
Yeah, when there's no charges.
To identify you, yes.
That's all I need to know. Am I going to be arrested if I don't ID?
That's a strong possibility right now.
Well, it's a possibility, but am I yes or no?
When you are being investigated for committing a crime, I have a reason to identify.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
To identify.
Yeah, if you suspect me of a crime. So what's your reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime?
I called these people. You just looked him up through his address because we've been here before and did the same thing with him.
Well, and he did the same thing with them. Of course, because it's the process, you dumbass. Keep following the process and you'll find out you're going to get the same result the last guy did.
Oh, I just want to know if I'm convicted of a crime. If you suspect me...
I can't convict you of a crime.
No, suspect me of committing a crime. It's real simple.
When you go and kick a government vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, if I had kicked it. If.
I'm not going to play the game with it.
No, I wouldn't either. I
just need your information, and then I don't need to talk to you no more.
Okay. Well, if you guys already know who I am, that's cool.
That's a hell of an investigation where all you need is his personal information. Then he doesn't need to talk to him anymore. Well, what does your investigation consist of if you don't talk to the one making the accusation first, but instead you come approach this man and tell him all you need is his information, and then you don't need to talk to him anymore? Sounds like you did convict him of the crime already, because you're not going to worry about investigating what was originally accused, and you're just going to run with it as if though it's true. This is the level of discernment they use, folks. There is a process. They're not supposed to be approaching this guy first. They're supposed to go talk to the person that made the call.
I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
That's okay. That's okay.
I've been out here before and did the same crap with you.
You weren't here before?
Yes, I was.
With the skinny little guy? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, because I like to honor the oath of the company.
So he should already know the results. They refuse to accept that they're wrong, even though prior results show that they are. The insanity of how far they will dig in. It's pathetic, weak.
Constitution. I like my Fourth Amendment.
Okay.
I like it because when I go to jail or court, and they say, "Did you suspect him of a crime?" and you say he allegedly kicked a car,
that's me suspecting of a crime. Yep.
Yeah, but there's no proof of that or any evidence of that.
Do you have any law degree or anything?
Do you? What school did you go to?
I study criminal justice. So.
Okay, same here. Yeah. Your body cam on?
We don't have body cam, sir.
Yeah.
He professes to study criminal justice. Imagine that. And he's a fucking sheriff.
No accountability.
You're recording me right now?
Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to get any other way. You have a cell phone, why aren't you using it to record?
Because I'm not required to use my personal cell phone to record you.
Okay.
But body cams will be coming soon.
Good.
Beginning of the year.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of cool guys in the sheriff's department. I guess
Appreciate it. I just don't know why we have to be difficult when I'm just asking for your identifier.
Man,
I don't know why you have to be difficult. No, it's not a matter of being difficult. It's a matter of following a goddamn process where I'm not going to let you violate my rights.
I just don't know why you can't honor the oath that you took.
What oath am I not honoring?
Constitution. I have the right to be secure in my person, my papers, and my effects. Without a warrant, you can't do nothing. You have to have a warrant.
You when I
yeah, that's my person, my papers, and my effects.
You might want to look at Missouri state law.
Well, state law.
Yeah, Missouri state law doesn't trump the Constitution, dumbass.
It doesn't trump the Constitution, so.
Well, you're in the state of Missouri. So.
I'm not.
You're in the state of Missouri. No, he's not. In the state of is a corporate fiction, territorial for Admiralty maritime transactions and transfers. That's it. That's that part of that corporate charter I was talking about, where the legal representation comes by a board of directors that hires the attorney for any individual case.
In the state of Missouri.
You are in the state of Missouri.
Well, that's going to have to be proven in court too. Good.
Absolutely. Got to be proven in court that I'm in the state of Missouri. That's why I say it's the record. That's what the record is. In the state of Missouri is the record of the state of Missouri. That's their record.
Legal claim.
Right, if not, that's defective service, right, Keith?
Correct. That's why I talk about 22 CFR 93.1, diplomatic channels of notice. Again, it's a matter of diplomacy, etiquette in your communications.
528 North 18, which is an address in Doniphan, Missouri, which means you are in the state of Missouri.
Oh,
that's real.
Again, that's the need to petition the government for redress of grievance. The redress is because they are addressing you wrong. They are not using the proper diplomatic address as it goes to etiquette, grammar, not location, but grammar. So when this guy read off that address, that's a corporate contracting address. The resident. And that legal name, the first and last name with the address in formation of an expressed trust.
Real crazy, ain't it?
It is, because you just made a legal claim. That's even crazier that the sheriff's department makes legal claims while on duty. What's up?
You understand that, John? That's exactly what he did.
He did?
Well, yeah, the officer said you're in the state of Missouri. He can't discern that. That's the record. And he's looking for his information to match it up with the record. So at this point, he has no evidence, firsthand or secondhand, that this man is in the state of Missouri. He made a legal determination that he was. It's a presumption, not fact of law.
Probably wasn't even the registered owner of the vehicle either, Keith.
Maybe not. Whatever it's for. But anyway, the next one, we mentioned that Lewis, Tribe mentioned the trial of Lewis, or hearing of Lewis today, whatever that was. We got Cameron up next. I'm not driving. I'm not operating. I don't have a motor vehicle.
Otherwise, I will see you.
One more question. Who's the verified complainant?
State of Oregon.
Hey, question for you. You have to have a person of the state.
I gotta tell you something really quick.
Yeah.
It's not legal for you to drive. I'm just telling you that.
I know it ain't, but I'm not driving.
If you're operating a motor vehicle.
I'm not operating a motor vehicle.
On the roadway, and you get stopped on the roadway, Cameron, I'm not waiting down the road for you, so your car could get towed. I'm just telling you that. I'm helping you out. I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I'll tell you with this.
Right here.
With this county, I've already filed my notice of liability. So if they violate with the sheriff's office, so if they violate any of my constitutional rights, then they will get a fine of $100,000.
Okay.
I don't.
See, and that's that negotiations of creating contract terms and conditions with the proper state people, so that they have notice that if they violate through agency or principality the private rights of a independent man, living soul, then the fee schedule is already set. It's an agreement already in contract form on the private side with the public agencies, letting them know you are asserting your private right of contract above and beyond their third-party intermeddling.
File notice of liabilities with small little cities. I only file them with the counties and the sheriff's office. I'm being honest with you, dude.
Fair enough.
The sheriff's office knows what's up with me. The city doesn't.
Nice to meet you.
You as well. Yep, that's getting fixed right after my appointment that I was supposed to be on time to. Yep. Got to head to Malala. Thank you. Bye.
So go ahead and check him out. This is Power of the People here. It says I think it's actually power inherent in the people. Well, let's look it up. Let's go. Yeah, it's power inherent in the people on YouTube. And you can see I'm subscribed. He does a great job breaking down the law and Constitution. He does Papa, good old Carl Miller, constitutionalist. Great comprehension of what's going on. Go check him out, Cameron.
Nice.
The next one, boomers. Boomers. Let's see what they got to say about boomers.
Fuckers are never gonna believe this bullshit. I was with my little cousin the other day that's still in middle school. He's in 7th grade. I haven't been in school in a really long time because I'm turning into a dusty old bag of shit. So I was with him the other day and I decided to ask him how's school going. We were talking and he asked me, what is one memory from middle school that you miss the most? And I said, I'll tell you what, Junior, I kind of miss playing dodgeball in PE class and completely punting people in the fucking face. He said, what's that? I said, I beg your pardon, pal? You don't know what dodgeball is? He said, no. And I looked it up on the internet. They banned dodgeball from high schools and middle schools and elementary schools because it's too violent. What the fuck is this generation turning into? Too violent? Why don't I drag my fucking balls across your face? Is that too fucking violent? Are you serious? When I used to play dodgeball back in middle school, I never aimed for the body. I went straight for your fucking dome piece. And you're going to say it's too violent? Listen, homeschool your fucking kid. Because if you're keeping your kid in these public schools, they're going to turn into a fucking vagina. Keep your kid at home and teach him everything you fucking know. Because he's going to be fucked staying in these schools. Violence. Get the fuck out of here with that. You mother...
I can't say my sentiments towards public education differ much. The dogmatic principles that are fomented through the public education system by teachers that have their own ideologies and their own feelers, and it's more about how to raise up kids with a good emotional sense of balance by letting them pick and choose. They want to live their life as a rabbit, a robot. The insanity is just fucking so delusional, folks. And this is what we have by giving up our responsibilities as moms and dads, not just for the education of our children, but bringing them up in the ways of the Lord and sparing the rod and not the child. So, let's see, the next one, I gotta, oops. Okay. Sorry about that. Again, one of those things about lies, and it's not just the police. We have watched a lot of the policy enforcer videos today, but again, just like it's not just women, it's not just police, it's the criminals too, and their idiocy and what they believe they can affect through their idiotic lies.
Does he want some Birdie Bots every flavor jelly beans? Maybe a box of chocolate frogs? Nope. Apparently he wants a Muggle-made 5th Avenue bar, so he's going to look up at the counter, make sure the cashier's busy with his friend before hitting us with an Evanesco and making that candy bar disappear. Speaking of his friend, he's helping himself to a free high-speed Type-C charger, and that's the expensive one. That's like $12.99. So he makes sure the cashier's not paying attention. He's going to slip that into the thief bag. Yep, he never pays for that. So the candy bar thief is going to complete the theft transaction by making his way outside, and here comes the gas station attendant.
Hey, what'd you just do? What's in your pocket? I just watched you steal it. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. Now come back in here. I'm going to show you that. Let's go. We'll call the cops. You can wait for them.
Video don't lie. The guy shows him the video of him catching him stealing and sticking it in his pocket. He says, "No, I didn't. No, I didn't." Confronted in the moment with video evidence. This full-grown man. What has gone wrong? So wrong with society that such a large majority of the population will convict themselves. Again, a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary, and his lies will convict him of his innocence.
Okay, well, come here. Then let me show you what I watched you put it in your pocket. Yeah, no, I'm not tripping. I watched you. No, let me see them. We'll empty them out. Show me where you put it then. No, I have nothing in my pocket. Well, come here then. Come here. Come back here. I'm calling the cops. For you stealing. I watched you. Both. You shoved it right in your pocket, right in the aisle. I watched you do it. I have nothing in my pocket. Then you put it out there. I watched you do it. You tripping. No, I ain't tripping. Come here. I'll show you the video.
And look how brazen they get. Now the other guy's going to come on, knowing that his buddy's being accused of theft, and they showed him a video. He's going to go in knowing he stole something and likely on video too.
No. You shoved it right in your pocket, right there in the middle aisle. No, you didn't, bro. You turned around and shoved it in your pocket. Come here and watch the camera, and I'll show you where you put it in your pocket. You're lying because you know you did. You know you didn't. You didn't. Candy bar in the middle aisle.
The candy bar?
Yeah,
How much is the candy bar? My guys ain't here to steal.
What are you guys acting like it's not a big deal? He did. I watched him do it. Okay, come back here and look at it then. You think I'm lying?
I don't like what you got to do.
Yeah, they say it's not a big deal. While in the background, chuckling in his mind, yeah, I got a $20 set of pods. That $1.50 candy bar ain't no big deal.
99. So you're paying.
Go on out to the car. I don't care. Go to the car. It don't matter.
No, I ain't tripping. I ain't tripping. I wouldn't just come out. You don't. I picked it up. But you looked up at the camera twice to make sure.
Go to the car.
What did you buy in here?
You didn't buy anything.
You didn't buy nothing?
No, you stole it.
You took a candy bar and you put it back. No, you're right.
I put it back.
Yeah.
You put it back after you picked it up, right? Yeah. For what?
So he didn't steal it then, right?
You stole it. I watched it.
If you don't have it on him, he didn't steal it.
Oh, no, I don't care where he put it. I don't know where he put it outside. You want to come over here and watch it?
It's not that serious.
Okay.
Yeah,
$2.
You don't want to watch it?
I don't want to watch it because it's not that serious. No, you don't want to watch it because there's evidence and you'll have to admit that you hang out with fucking liars and thieves. See, it's that popularity contest, and they want to pose as if though they're popular and they got shit, when all they're doing is stealing shit and supporting each other in doing so. This is society today, folks. at its core. The majority of people act like this.
Because I watched them do it.
Y'all satisfied?
Yeah, we're satisfied. All right. Yeah, I'll watch our backs.
Now, unfortunately, they paid for a small candy bar, but he stole a king size. So if you know these thieves, let them know they need to turn themselves into the local authorities so we can properly have them charged with theft.
And they never, again, here they never mention the other guy that stole the pods. Again, on camera. It's amazing. Here we got, how does the Nye case from Nevada affect searching backpack?
Question comes from an officer in Nevada. He says it involves a search instant to arrest of a backpack or a purse or something similar. Does the Nevada Supreme Court decision in State versus Nye prevent police officers conducting a search instant to arrest of a purse or a bag? If an officer does conduct this search instant to arrest, does the arrestee have to be immediately next to it, right? Or do we have to just do an inventory? Okay, he's talking about a case.
Okay, real quick here. What they're doing here is they're conflating inventory as being different with search, where in fact they have to conduct a search to either come up with an inventory or have an inventory for which then they search for the items in the list.
So 2020, where essentially here's what happened. An officer arrested Nye, I think for a warrant, okay? She had a purse. He arrests her. He takes her purse. He puts the purse into the back of the patrol car. He takes her to jail, books her in, and then he searches the purse. When he searched it, he found some narcotics. What did he call that search? He called it a good old-fashioned search incident to arrest. Do you see the problem? Do you see the issue that the Nevada Supreme Court brought up by calling it a search incident to arrest? The problem is that when search and arrest is supposed to be contemporaneous, right, at the same approximate time of the arrest and within the proximity of the arrest.
So in other words, what he did was he transported evidence before he searched it and made a log of it, a list of it, an inventory of it. So there's a time span where there could be a chain of title issue that calls into question the credibility of the officer and his testimony for failure to follow processes due.
It could have been an inventory, but here's what the court said, essentially. The authority to search incident to arrest derives from the need to disarm and prevent any evidence from being concealed or destroyed. Here, the search occurred after the officers arrested Nye, secured her inside a patrol car, put her backpack, not a purse, in the trunk, and took her to jail. Thus, at the time of the search, Nye did not pose a threat to officer safety, nor was there an immediate need to preserve evidence because she had been and remained separated from her backpack. Accordingly, this was an invalid search incident to arrest. So, what are we supposed to do?
Absolutely. Unlawful search, incidental to arrest. Let's see here. Our next one. Two options.
This signed order basically says, and the judge just told me on body camera, she wants you removed. Okay?
I need to be removed from the courthouse?
Yes. So you have two options.
Yep.
You may leave. You're free to go. Or we arrest you for interference.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Nope. You're free to go. Turn around and you can use that exit there to leave.
I'll go up the stairs.
Okay. Have a good day.
No problem. So I can't ask you questions?
No, I'm going to escort you, so we're going to go together.
Oh, so what can I ask you some questions?
I'm not going to answer any questions.
What's the name of the are you exercising your Fifth Amendment rights, sir?
Yeah, and he laughs. Yeah. I'm enforcing my Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent in case you incriminate me in conspiracy with the judge. And you find out, you see how pathetic that is, John? Right, blatantly on video, no shame to the game or anything.
Disgusting.
And these are the people you think are serving and protecting your communities, folks.
So what you're doing right now is escalating the situation.
Nope.
Yeah, you just like you did before when you wouldn't identify yourself.
And I gave you my full name.
Yeah, after I asked you previously and you didn't identify yourself. That's escalating the situation. What judge told you to remove me from the building under threat of arrest? Sorry?
Judge P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S.
P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S?
So she says that.
Or what would I be charged with?
Just consult an attorney because I can't give you legal advice.
I don't want your legal advice.
Okay.
It's horrible.
Good. I have two options for you.
So the epitome of ignorance and incompetence being weaponized in relations to communication with public officials so that we are well informed, so that we can take appropriate actions. And they want to assert a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. They don't have that right in a public capacity. See, the onus probandi of privacy is on the state, and there are certain elements that aren't subject to privity because they are matters of public concern and cannot be hidden, latent, or anything like that. They have to be, it has to have certain levels of transparency. And when they start negating that transparency at any level, particularly when there's two or more going at it the same intent, that would be conspiracy. That's the level of sedition and treason that we're talking about. That's the DemoCrazy. They think they have authority to do this stuff, but they don't. And it's all due to their feelers and emotions in a popularity contest where they don't want to admit that they might have done something wrong because it might cost them a couple social credit score points. Pathetic. You're absolutely right, John. Pathetic.
Yeah, and great job with this collage today of all these videos. I mean, good job.
Thanks,
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I mean, there's millions of videos. You're finding the creme de la creme here.
Well, and it's one of those things. They're just coming together, and I think it's synchronicity somewhere working with me. I don't know. I'm blessed, and all glory goes to Him. I only hope to be a messenger to show the reality of, like I said, the DemoCrazy that we're going through in these current times. Hitler's willing executioners. I'm just doing my job. Never challenge a captain to publicly correct his chief. It won't end well.
Why are you taking pictures of our cars?
Because
you're on our property.
They're public. This is public property. These are public service vehicles.
Why are you taking pictures of them?
Because
some of these are undercover cars.
But they're in
so
public
you know who
view.
comes to take pictures of undercover cars? Drug dealers.
Well, that's your perception. I can't.
You know who takes pictures of undercover cars? Drug dealers. You know who else takes pictures of undercover cars? Municipalities. And they have video cameras all around the city where you drive on those public roads. You fucking morons.
I can't judge you for your perception. Well, sir, this is public property, and if you ask me to leave public property, which is public, this is tax funded. This isn't paid for through some public, some private organization. I do not. I haven't committed a crime, so you don't need my. I don't want to give it. I haven't committed a crime.
I like that. Do you have any ID on you? No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't carry such fictitious entities.
And this isn't a stop and ID state. You have to be able to give me reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime, and you can't give me that. So I haven't committed a crime.
Okay, well, we have undercover cars
need to leave.
Don't need to be.
You're asked to leave this property now, so you need to leave.
Can I ask you what your job title is here?
I'm captain.
You're captain.
Yeah.
So as captain, you don't know that you can't tell me to leave from a public
I can
space.
tell you to leave.
But this is public, and I can tell you, but this is public property, sir. This is
don't
public.
need our vehicles.
Well, this isn't about what you need. This is about the Constitution telling me that I have.
Yeah, if you need to protect your public vehicle, your vehicles, then again, that onus probandi of protecting them would be the same thing as privacy. You would put them in a place that's private where it would be considered trespass. But you don't have such a thing on this public property. You don't have a secure area, and therefore it's open to the public and the public view doctrine.
Have the right to my First, Second, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment.
If you're going to take video, then you can tell us why you're taking video.
I'm gonna step this way because I don't like this officer.
Yeah, I'm taking a video to make sure that my the people in this governmental body known as political subdivisions, they're upholding their obligation to the people as benefactors to the very trust of their public service. Public service is a public trust, and it is due justly the competencies and moral standards and ethics in order to uphold that system of justice.
Behind me, I'm gonna step this way. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna stand this way so I can see him. That's all.
Look, I can see him.
But again,
you can tell us why you're videoing and
because the Constitution says I can. If you want to take that up, you go. Take that up before founding fathers of the country.
Okay.
The Constitution tells me I can do this, and it's unconstitutional for you to allow him to tell me that I have to leave this public space when this is public property. That is unconstitutional, and that is against your oath. That is against your oath.
Here we go. We're asking you to leave.
All I want you to do is honor your oath, sir. I'm not.
We're asking you to leave. They cannot demand that you leave. They cannot give you a lawful order to leave. Absent that reasonable articulable suspicion of committing a crime, which of course they can't call for your ID, then they can't trespass you. There's nothing there to support the trespass.
Give you my name. Just honor your oath. Also listen to me, okay? There's a gap between Americans, but there's
you to stand here and photograph our cars.
Y'all drive your cars and people can see them in public. What's the difference? If my eyes can see them, so can my camera. What's the difference? Y'all don't drive these cars.
You're not going to produce ID, you're going to leave.
Sir, I don't have to leave because I'm not telling you my name. Tell me the statute that says if you don't identify.
So at the border, you have to produce ID in order to leave. And here, if you don't produce ID, you have to leave. You see the inconsistency in the application and interpretation of what that ID is all about? Know thyself, folks. Your yea is your yea, your nay is your nay. You have to know how to author and write it. And that's your journal. He wants to know what this guy is doing, what his intent is. Mine is to make a journal of my observances. And I do so through any means of recording devices, audio, visual. I might even want to jot down some of my own notes in a text somewhere.
Identify yourself to a police officer, you have to leave. But that's not a crime. That's not a felony nor misdemeanor. And you should know that. That's not a felony or misdemeanor.
Do you have any weapons on your?
I don't. You can try to.
Okay, so now they're going to deflect from the original issue and the assertion that they're going to make him leave. And now they're going to try to do another invasion of violation of rights and merely questioning if he's got a weapon on him.
I'll check you. Pat me down, please, sir. He's going to pat me down. Go ahead.
I wouldn't even have done that. Again, like I just explained. Now you're deflecting from the original issue that this conversation was about and interjecting something else as if though now all of a sudden you have this concern for officer safety. Knowing full well that I'm here with a camera and doing my part in oversight, as is my obligation and responsibility in public service, doing unto others as I would have them do unto me.
There's no weapons on me.
You're going to be on our property.
That's fine.
Okay. Don't want to give us your name. We feel in fear for our safety, so we're going to make sure we don't have any weapons.
We fear for our safety. All these officers and one guy with the camera, and they fear for their safety. You fucking coward motherfuckers. What a lame fucking excuse for you beta cuck corporate bitches. Excuse my language here, folks, but this is just upsetting. And again, like I said, it's so systemic. I don't see why other people don't see this.
That's fine, sir. Please search all you need. I have nothing on me other than my keys.
You don't have any weapons?
No, sir. You can check both legs. I'm literally just here to take pictures and videos, but I just don't think it's fair.
There's his intent. He's literally here just to take pictures and video to establish a record of what he's observing so that he can then use his freedom of speech and freedom of expression if he needs to or wants to. It's a matter of making a journal through multiple different forms of media.
You're done. You've been here for a few minutes. Are you done taking your pictures? I'm not. I would have been done if I didn't get interrupted. But what I don't agree to is that there's some few high-ranking officers here who I respect their work from you guys. But to allow him to go against his oath and tell me that I have to leave a public space, that's unconstitutional. And there's already a gap between Americans and LEOs because of this type of stuff. And for you to allow him to tell me that he can make me leave public property, that's unconstitutional. So can you please correct this officer?
Now you're talking to me.
Well, can you please correct this officer and ask him to honor his oath when dealing with law-abiding citizens? That's all I want you to do.
What he's doing, okay, we're trying to protect our officers.
But your job is to protect
what
the
you're
public.
Doing with that
Exactly. We're trying to protect our officers, but your job is to protect the public. Now watch what he says about the camera.
Camera.
Why are you taking pictures of our cars?
That's all I want you to do.
What he's doing, okay, we're trying to protect our officers.
But your job is to protect
what
the
you're
public.
Doing with that camera, putting that.
What you doing with that camera, putting that data? Excuse me? Again, he was outside with the camera, doing what he's doing, and they approached him. Now they're projecting that he's putting that camera here or there. Okay? You fucking coward, bitch-ass slaves. The next one, law student refuses to ID and educates cop trespassing on private property. Oh, this is the same one that was earlier. It looks like opposite door frame. I missed that. Yeah, we already saw that one. It's just reverse mirrored image. Okay, so let's look at a funny one here. Fugitive's friend trolls a bondsman. And I don't condone this kind of stuff because you're talking again about insane people that are in their feelers and dealing with their livelihood in this materialistic popularity contest and making them look bad and things like that in their commercial setting really kind of triggers them.
I'm Trevor. I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
Girl Scouts?
Bail Bond Company. I need to talk to Antoine.
My bad. One more time.
My name is Trevor.
Okay.
I'm with the Bail Bond Company. I need to speak with Antoine. I have a warrant for him.
My name is not Antoine.
Right. You don't look anything like Antoine. What's your name?
Okay. Okay, end of story. So again, just like the security guard, this is a bondsman asserting that he has some kind of authority over people that he has no business with. He already knows it's not Antoine, yet he's going to stand here and start asserting and still assert authority and going to start demanding personal information of somebody he doesn't even know. Funny how this assumed, presumed, insane proposition of authority over another man just because you wear a fucking clown outfit is fucking pathetic.
Sir.
My name is Philip.
Your name is Philip?
Yeah.
Okay, Philip, do you have an ID with you?
No, Philip. But I'm not interested in anything you guys have to sell. But I think you guys have the wrong address.
Okay, we definitely don't have the wrong address.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
You want to double check?
No, I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong address.
No. Do you have an ID with you just so I can mark down who we talked to?
No.
No?
My name's not Antoine, though.
I know
you said yourself I don't look anything like Antoine. What address you got on there? You got to read the numbers.
2649. That's where you live, huh?
Hey.
My name's Trevor. I'm with
That guy's sharp. That guy's sharp. He's at this guy's door that he doesn't know. And he reads off the address. And he knows it's not Antoine. And yet he's going to continue that he's looking for Antoine and he needs this guy's name in order to find Antoine. And John, can you help me?
What do you need help with, Keith?
I'm sad.
Oh, okay.
This is a sad state. You know.
Right. Right. It is. It's just getting worse. But as long as we're unconscious, we're not going to know it's worse.
Well, I think it's becoming more and more obvious. Like I said earlier, if you get to watching too many of these videos and it starts affecting you, that's what I was being satirical about that. I was trying to be funny, saying I'm sad. You have to understand, you have to look at these videos in an apathetic way so you can see them for what they really are. Get out of your emotions and look at them through the reasonable and logic lenses to see what the fallacies are that are being presented. These people, like I said, they don't have any degree in the law, and yet society, over a very long time, has had some kind of delusional belief that they can do such a thing without the actual knowledge.
Well, some are waking up, like you said. I guess this is good.
I hope so, John. I do actually see it getting better and better. I see more and more people jumping out and saying, hey, you know, maybe these people have been right, you know. And it kind of goes to that point that it's just getting more extreme because it seems to be getting more extreme because it's becoming more prevalently observed by more and more people. It's still the same extremity it's always been. So eventually, it'll get better. It's just one of them cycles, and I can only hope this is the worst it's going to get, that we don't actually get to Hitler's actual executioners. Here's one, as it relates to the ID and that investigation. Again, that's that Fifth Amendment, being secure in the person's houses, papers, and effects with the person as it relates to the ID, but inherently, preemptively, it's your Fifth Amendment that helps support that security in the person's houses, papers, and effects. And that is, I don't have to help you investigate. Not at all.
Here, you're just sitting here. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that it might be a crime.
Have you had anything to drink tonight, sir? Have you had anything to drink tonight? We're going to need you to step out of the vehicle, okay? Go ahead and open the door for my partner here.
You got anything else on you, bro? Nothing on you? Anything to drink tonight? What's going on?
I have had nothing to drink.
Okay.
I'd like your names and badge numbers, please.
Absolutely.
I've told you.
We'll provide those.
You're stopping me?
Well,
are you detaining me? Yes, sir. Are you detaining me? Yes or no?
At this point, yes. We're
for what violation of law?
It's 11:15 at night. You're parked here. You're just sitting here. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that it might be a crime here.
What violation of law? You haven't stated a violation of law. You gave me your feelers and emotions of some kind of illicit concern. You're delusional.
Crime.
I'm worried that maybe this car could be stolen. Maybe that you had something in the car.
I'm worried. Has it been reported stolen?
You're okay.
Based on the way you're acting.
Can I put my hands down?
Based on the way you're acting, he was minding his own business.
Absolutely. No, I have no problem with that. Yeah. Thank you. We just want to check out with you, make sure you're good. Are you safe? Or is everything been good to you?
Oh, now it's about his safety. Fucking insane.
You and I both know that there is no violation of law here, and you have no grounds to detain me. Zero grounds to detain me. You're making up stories about a vehicle being stolen.
So here's the thing. It's 11 o'clock at night, and you're just parked here.
Here's the thing. It's 11 o'clock at night, and you're parked here. Well, that doesn't give you any excuse to make up a story about a stolen vehicle. I don't give a fuck what your worry is. I'm a full-grown man minding my own business. None your business. And here you are assaulting me, giving me unlawful commands by two or more conspiring under the same pretense. Somebody might have stolen. This might be a stolen vehicle. You didn't get a stolen vehicle report on it. So stop with the delusion.
This whole area is ridden with crime. I don't know who you are. Your windows are
This whole area is ridden with crime. I don't know who you are. I don't give a fuck about none of it. Where is the crime?
The back end of this vehicle has been rear-ended, and you're not opening the door. Like, that's just super weird.
Sir,
don't you think?
It's just super weird in a high crime ridden area to not open my door to some clown making unlawful commands. Fucking get stupid with me.
You know very well I have not been drinking. You know very well I've had.
At this point, I don't know anything. I don't even know your name.
I'm not going to say anything.
Exactly. You don't know anything. He just convicted himself. I don't know anything. You don't even know if there's a crime committed because you still haven't stated it. You know nothing.
Further to you, I want an attorney
or commercial activity, Keith. That's
Say
really
what?
where they're supposed to, or they're supposed to have probable, whatever it's called, for commercial activity. They got to start with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that reasonable articulable suspicion has to come from some kind of supposed crime. And the second rule of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure is there's one form of action: civil. And that's that dual jurisdiction that they intermix. It's pathetic.
Where are you going to go from here?
I don't know. Do you have a license to drive a car at least?
I said I am pleading the Fifth Amendment.
Absolutely. And they're going to keep continuing to ask questions that they have no reason to ask because, again, there still hasn't been a mention of a crime. It's 11 o'clock at night and you're sitting here parked.
If you can give us your identification, we can make sure that you're okay. We'll be on.
If you can give us your identification, we can make sure you're okay. No, you don't need my identification to make sure I'm okay. You can see I'm okay. Matter of fact, you even mentioned earlier that you were looking out for my safety. And yet here you are posing some idiocy that the safety exists in a form of identification.
On our way.
Yeah, we'll just leave. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. Do you have a license to drive?
As I have
Are you
said
Gerald?
before, and I'm going to repeat myself.
Are you Gerald? Ooh, see, now they present the idea that they already know this guy from previous instances, and gosh, that kind of maybe sounds like they might even be harassing him at this point.
So, you have no grounds to detain me.
Like I said, we'll get out of here as soon as we just identify you. That's cool. We'd like to just identify you. Are you Gerald? It's not a big deal. How can I know if you're the owner of this vehicle? What's a good way for me to figure that out right now? Just help me out here. We'll leave. We'll just get out of here. Come on, man. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just want to make sure.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Yes, you are. You're trying to pose that you have the authority to force this man to do something that he's not required to do, and you're doing it through deceitful tactics that are plain and clear. You fucking lying bastard-ass cowards.
You're good. Like I said, we'll leave. Just if we could just have your name at least.
Do you have a supervisor you can get here?
Sure. Sergeant? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or we can just have your name and we'll be gone. Our investigation will be over and we'll just head on out.
Again, investigation into what? You still haven't mentioned a crime. And yeah, you can have your sergeant come, or we can just take care of it now. No, you've proven that you're not willing to take care of the issue, which is you, because you keep posing this false authority. Yes, I want to talk to your superior.
Dude, all comes down to what you want to do.
Sergeant coming up. Am I still detained?
Actually, I don't want to talk to your superior. I don't want to talk to you. I want to be let alone. But the next step in the process, of course, at this point, and of course, certainly prior, I want to speak to your superior. I'm tired of your dumbass already. First idiocy out of his mouth. I'm done with you. We're full-grown adults. We're supposed to have some kind of diplomatic etiquette. And here you are posing as the one that's supposedly protecting and serving and has that capacity to sustain such a diplomatic etiquette. This is why you lose your immunity.
Yeah.
What are your grounds for your vote?
You don't want to help us figure this out real quick, man.
You heard it.
This guy was in a wreck up here. He's running.
Mr. Willard, sir, show.
Damn
This
it.
guy was in a wreck.
Are you detained?
Try this again.
Yeah, I pled the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, I'm not required to assist you in your investigation.
Okay, sir. Like you had mentioned, though, you're going to be on your way. We're good with that. If you want to go ahead and leave, you can leave right now.
You cannot detain people without a violation of law. You
I
cannot.
missed it.
Head on out, dude. All comes down to what you want to do.
Sergeant coming now? Am I still detained?
Yeah.
What are your grounds for your for the
You don't want to
violation?
help us figure this out real quick, man.
You heard it. I'm not.
You don't want to help us figure this out real quick, huh? Figure what out? Your worry? I don't have to help you figure out what you're worried about. You still haven't stated a crime.
Not required, sir, to help you in your investigation. I've already told you I pled the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment. I'm not required to assist you in your investigation.
Okay, sir. Like you had mentioned, though, you're going to be on your way. We're good with that. If you want to go ahead and leave, you can leave right now.
You cannot detain people without a violation of law. You cannot do that.
Okay, well,
it violates the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, well, no. Stop with your fucking excuses.
It's like talking to a brick wall. It's not my job to educate you. Both of you, you need to learn the law. You cannot do this to people. Are you detaining him?
Absolutely. This has to stop. And that's why we have to become the educators. It's not going to stop until we educate them. Look at the next one here. Tyrants cost the city $450,000. Let's take a peek.
Nah, not really.
Okay, I'm live.
Huh?
What are you taking pictures of us for?
Excuse me?
I'm asking why you're taking photos.
You're asking too many questions.
Well, you're walking around Yankee Stadium and you've been taking numerous photos, so I'm just asking what you're doing.
That's,
like an project or something?
I'm doing a story.
A story? What's the story in regards to?
I do stories, I do videos, and I sell them in Iraq.
In Iraq?
Of course, he's playing them here, but this is Eli, the People's Guy. He's the one that runs People's Podcast, the People's Podcast. Go check them out. But he says it pretty succinctly. I'm making a journal.
And you've been taking numerous photos, so I'm just asking what you're doing.
That's,
like an project or something?
I'm doing a story.
A story? What's the story in regards to?
Yeah, I'm doing a story. He's creating a story. He's gathering and recording his observances to then be able to speak and express a story.
I do stories, I do videos, and I sell them in Iraq.
In Iraq?
Yeah.
What's the stories about?
It depends on what you say.
What do you mean? Well,
I'm talking too much, miss. You asking too many questions. And you interrupted my video right now.
I'm interrupting your video?
Yeah.
Well, you're interrupting what we're doing over here.
How the fuck?
You're interrupting what we're doing over here. See, this is where they start approaching you and tell you not to get involved in their investigation. You left your investigation over there and approached him to say he was interfering with your activities over there, when in fact he wasn't. That's clear and plain by the video itself. The video doesn't lie, folks.
Fuck, I'm interrupting what you're doing over there when you came up to me and you approached me.
Sir, you walked around our vehicle 4 times.
So what?
So I have a right to ask you what you're doing when you're walking around my vehicle.
You panic? You scared or something?
This is my job. I'm here all day.
This is my job, to be in a mode of panic and fear, because it's unusual that someone should assert their First Amendment right. It would be unusual that someone would assert that they have the ability, just like any other licensed or credentialed journalist, to be able to make their own journal.
Nah, if you're scared, you gotta quit. If you're scared, you gotta quit. Stop playing with me.
Scared.
Yeah, you came out the vehicle asking me questions,
Yeah, they're scared. It's for officer safety.
interrupting my project.
What does that have to do with fear?
Huh?
What does that have to do with fear? I'm inquiring of what you're doing at Yankee Stadium.
That's being nosy.
No, that's my job, is to ask questions. That's what my job is.
Okay,
sir.
but
you might say it's being nosy, but I'm here for the community. I'm here at Yankee Stadium watching the traffic.
And I am the community, right?
You are part of the community.
Exactly. Right now, I'm telling you, you've been dismissed and you interrupted my video.
I'm not dismissed. I'm right here doing my job.
If I'm
right here doing her job, interfering with his project, which coincidentally really isn't necessarily not his project, because there's many times where he does video the police, but usually it's more of the social interactions with other people and their insanity, feeling that they have to give some kind of permission for you to record in public. No, that's what the First Amendment is all about. So it doesn't matter who you are. The onus probandi of maintaining privacy is laid upon the independent being in each and every situation, at all times, in all places.
part of the community and I tell you that you've been dismissed and you interrupted my video, what do you think you should do?
Nothing. I'm here. I've been here for this whole time. So we were here before you even got here.
What's your name and badge number?
Right here. Officer Tulio. T-R-U-G-L-I-O. The G is silent. Tulio. Shield number 17535.
What's your name and badge number?
Officer N.S. 468. 44th precinct.
Okay, keep doing what you was doing. Leave me alone, please.
I was just, sir, you didn't have to answer my questions. I asked you.
Keep doing what you was doing, man.
To walk away and not answer my questions, but I'm allowed to ask you why you're circling my vehicle.
Your vehicle? That's not your vehicle.
Yeah, again, my vehicle. No, it's not your vehicle. It's government property, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, and that government property is paid by taxpayer funds, so it belongs to the people who actually paid the taxes. And I'll remind you folks, I ain't paid taxes in 20 years, except for the taxes on your purchases. You know, that local 7% tax or whatever. Still resolving issues with that, but hopefully one day we'll have that figured out too. If the commanding officer shall cause receipts to be issued, they may serve the spoliated owner indemnification. In other words, through this fiat money system, you should be able to reconvert that cash item known as commercial paper into a electronic credit form. It's actually establishes a certain amount of credit that has been converted to definitive paper form, again, in a receipt form that can be used to serve the spoliated owner indemnification. That indemnification is the release of all liabilities on any of the contract that is resulted from that or involved in that receipt.
This is my vehicle.
Nah, that's public property. That's not your vehicle. It belongs to the city. That's city property. City property. Exactly. But it's not yours.
Exactly.
You don't pay for it. You didn't pay for that shit.
Why are you so angry?
Excuse me?
Why are you so angry?
Because you fucked up my video.
Well, I was here before you got here, so.
So what? So that gives you the right to interrupt me?
Yeah, we have the right to ask you. We have the right to do whatever.
And after I told you, you're still here fucking it up.
You're right. I was here before you.
See, he gave him the answer. I'm taking pictures and video to make a story. That's a simple answer. They don't want that. Give them a simple answer each and every time, and they're going to keep on keeping on with deflections and all of that.
So if you don't want to be near me, you can gladly walk away. No one's forcing you to stay here.
This is why they hire young cops, Keith.
Well, yeah,
Because
and that's
right.
Well, yeah, and that's why I say it's part of the problem. You know, the young people that they have on these forces, and even women at any age. Women, you don't belong on the police force. If you belong with the police department somewhere, I would absolutely agree with the desk job or something. Generally, that's the kind of job most women take for. It has expanded in the military and police force tremendously through this DEI, but I highly recommend you rethink what you're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, Rodney. And I want to take a short minute to remind everybody, I appreciate everybody's support. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down in the details section for anybody that wants to share some love. And if you're not on El Perro and you want to join the stream and join in the commentary, go ahead and go over to El Perro, and the StreamYard link is pinned over there. So let's see here. Another ID refusal. Again, it's important that people understand that's the main issue, is that ID. And I'm going to give you a simple statement. Subordination of perjury by misidentification. Subordination of perjury by misidentification.
It's public information. No, it's not. I'll look it up tonight. Perfect. You look it up tonight. For you. Are you serious? Did you just say that to me? It's not public knowledge?
Not all of it is. No.
You're explaining a lot to me. No, it seriously is public domain.
Not all of it. Not all of the information that was gathered on this call is out for public record. It's not.
Damn it.
You got your situation handled and everything?
It's none of your
Music.
You're putting words.
I filmed you saying that my music you couldn't think. You said it. It's on camera.
Yeah.
Now recant.
Yeah. I did say that. It was so loud that it was hard to think. Yes. I did say that.
No. The idea that it's hard for these people to think isn't because of any loud music or anything. And again, we were all indoctrinated through the public education system, where we were taught to remember things and not to actually think for ourselves. And therein is where the problem lies. We need a base of people as it relates to these policy enforcers that have a much higher degree of education when it comes to being able to procedurally go through this process of civilities and criminalities and make sure that we're making good and proper discernments when we're making these accusations. Bearing false witness is one of the most heinous crimes.
So you're a trained professional through the academy who has experience. How long have you been a police officer?
20 years.
20-year veteran.
20 years this man has been violating people's rights. 20 years this man has been violating people's rights. That's his admission, whether you like it or not.
Loud music can actually disrupt your thoughts.
Yes.
I'll take that. This is Officer Bloom, patrol officer of 20 years. You're not getting it.
So you're in violation of city.
Go ahead and arrest me. I'm ready to go. I'll put everything down. I'll go. No, I don't care. I'll go. I want to go to jail. If you write me a ticket, you're taking me to jail. I want to go. If not, leave me alone. You're taking me to jail, or you're not bothering.
See, he's trying to tell the guy that it's a city ordinance. It's not an arrestable offense. But that doesn't matter either here than there. The point is, he's willing to do what he's got to do. The officer better be willing to do what he said he's going to do.
You better not touch anything of mine.
I'm closer so I can see your.
No, you're not. You better not touch my private property,
sir.
Fourth Amendment. No. Fourth Amendment. I'm secure in my persons and property and self. Do not touch my property on private property. I have an officer on my private.
See, that's why he's standing at that fence. This is known as curtilage. Now, and when it comes to the curtilage and that address, this goes to the other portion of address, and that is the diplomatic address, how we address each other. See, that's a private thing, and you have to be invited in the private to go across that curtilage. If you're asserting your public authority and you go across that curtilage, it would only be under the enterprise of an advertisement or a contractual offer. Otherwise, you have to pose some kind of enforcement of law. And if you can't do that, that's that corporate veil. And that's what's going to get you busted in the nuts. That's where you lose your immunity. That's why those easements are so important to understand. That curtilage allows for a man that's selling wares to go up and introduce himself at the door by knocking. But when there's notice that you're not welcome, you have to leave. This goes to the biblical principle of inviting the devil into your house. If you do so knowingly, you have to support him. You have to be a gracious host. You have to be diplomatic. You have to have that higher degree of etiquette, despite the detriment.
Private property, which is private property. Keep out. Step into my property.
And this is why knowing equity is so important. You got to be able to bring equity first. You got to be able to come with clean hands. And thus the importance of knowing this stuff, so that when people do this kind of thing, you've got that lawsuit. You can hold them accountable.
Property, trying to video cam. Back up on my property. Take me down. And arrest me. I'll go. I want you to do what you feel you have the right to do.
Keep your hands out of your pockets for me, please.
Now we're pockets.
Keep your hands out of your pockets for me.
Now we're pockets. Now we're pockets.
Thank you for escalating. You're the one that is doing this.
You're an officer. You're supposed to do.
You're the one that's doing this. Thank you for escalating. You're the one that's doing this. No, you are escalating. You're the one that's fear-mongering for your safety. Keep your hands out of your pockets. You fucking coward little bitches.
Yes, guys, senior training your policy. I read every day. I know your whole policy matter of conduct. Literally, I know it, and you're not acting in it. Continue on camera. Continue.
You're in violation of a city ordinance. I am asking
Prove
you.
it. He didn't get the tape measure.
It doesn't matter. If you're amplified music
is your device to record the distance.
If you're
what is your device?
Music,
what is your
my
device?
ears. My ears.
Your experience?
Yes.
My ears, my experience. 20 years experience showing that he violates people's rights because he doesn't know the law, and he goes by his feelers, his senses, his hearing, and not by actual factual evidence like this guy's pointing out. Do you have that meter to read the decibels or the distance?
So you can judge distance by feet, by your ears.
It's not about feet.
Back away 50 feet, tell me if you can hear it.
It's not about feet.
So what is it?
Anything that can be heard off of your property line is violation.
So when I go downtown and I hear the music from the clubs and the bars banging into the street, they're in violation?
You could
Are they in violation?
They can.
So why aren't you arresting them?
Because I'm
so
not
you're
there
singling
right
me
now.
out.
I am not.
So you got your situation handled and everything?
So I'm not there right now, but that still doesn't exclude the fact that when you are there and they are bumping and you don't make that arrest. See, it's for your convenience. The law applies for the commercial revenue. Okay? They can enforce it against, or they do their best and often get away with enforcing this kind of shit against the independent living soul at their residence or something. But when it comes to a commercial business, now all of a sudden the law is for thee and not for the other one. See, the law is supposed to be applied uniformly according to like kind. So let's see what else we got. Karen going home. Karen go home. And this is when it comes to these people that we call Kens and Karens. Again, this is just another subset of people that are asserting some kind of insane and delusional authority, fomented by this popularity contest, keeping up with the Joneses, and he who is rich is the king shit. See, it started out, he was outside filming, and these people, they don't care why you're filming, why you're videoing, and they come at you. Okay, and then they start getting in your personal space and demanding that you don't have authority, you don't have their permission, their consent to video them in public. Again, the onus of probandi of providing privacy in public is on yourself. If you don't want somebody videoing you, then maybe wear a mask, a hijab, and cover up the whole face like the Muslim women do, or maybe just walk away instead of walking up to the camera. See, this is the fallacy of their supposed authority to do things that they say they don't consent to. They directly get involved and play the victim role while they're the ones that are the aggressor. They're using just like that incompetence weaponization. So they came at him and broke his gimbal, and in defense, he pepper sprayed him. So in pepper spraying them, the police got called, and the police have been told that he assaulted them. Beta cuck, beta cuck, beta cuck. This is the Ken that supports the feminist rights through DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, because he feels he needs to be included. And so he uses a venue of feminists to insert himself as part of the DEI, because he can't be a real man. He can't be a real man and shut down the delusion. He's got to be part of it. He's got to be part of that offensive. Oops. I got to check and see if we are still live, folks. Seems like we lost John, and I came back from the video there, and it said lost screen share. So let me double check here real quick. Make sure it says we are live. Yep, we are live. Okay, so let's get back to it. But yeah, here's the same delusion of projecting your entitlement through some kind of feigned ability to assert your authority over somebody else while you're in public, and claiming they have no right to video you. This is absolutely the epitome of not having the single bit of comprehension of the First Amendment, while trying to scream about being a victim and being violated through your constitutional rights. See, and this is the epitome again of people professing that they're victims, and in the process of waiting for the police to get there, their actions absolutely show that they are very offensive. They are not in fear of their life or anything. They are the ones that are still moving forward and being the aggressor. Insanity. See, and that's the way it should be done in regards to these investigations into criminal activity. Is if there's footage available right away, go ahead and get that footage. That's the video doesn't lie. And that's the importance of understanding the ability of making that observation and recording it and connecting it cohesively with a reasonable form of expression and speech. When they ask you what you're doing, well, I'm making a record. I'm creating a record as I journal throughout my day. Simple as that. And you have no, there is no licensure or credentials required to do that. And that would be a limitation upon that very inherent right. And I want to read this. It says, Rodney Kitley says, I heard the foundation of law was common law, and the USA is under dual jurisdiction, admiralty, administrative, and common law. The admiralty administrative, not so much. It's admiralty maritime as a territorial jurisdiction, so administrated through an executive branch that is composed of legislation with judicial elements of varying values for the varying jurisdictions. The dual jurisdiction is the admiralty maritime and the common law. So let's go on. The next one we got, I think I got two more here. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Come on. Here we go. Relations to that pocket one earlier. Their safety. Their safety. My safety. My safety. When they tell you to do things or not to do things, unlawful commands, and they again think that they have absolute power to direct another man to do so. Don't be reaching, and he pulls out a gun. Now this is the thing that we hear occasionally, in that they ask for ID, and then when you reach for ID, they pull a gun on you. He was reaching. Well, yeah, you asked me for ID. And see, this is, and again, look at the stripes on this guy's arms or whatever, and just know that this guy's probably been on the force for a number of years, and this is pretty much what they do consistently. It is systemic. It seems to be getting worse, though it may just be the preponderance of evidence is more and more, because we've got more and more video as more and more people are standing up. Hallelujah, keep it up. But I please, I urge you, comprehend the value through education. Don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government, for crying out loud. Don't believe your mother. Do the proper research so you understand the context of what these laws are and how they're applied through that education. We got to get away from these false discernments that these officers pose. Yeah, see the whole video, and we can watch it again if you want, but never did he tell him to step out. And now he's saying because he won't step out. These people think it's almost sometimes like there's a script there, and they might forget a line here or there, and they don't even realize it. Just like the lies, they don't realize they're spouting lies within the same sentence. Contradictory statements like, "I don't dress up as a woman. I wear women's clothing." I hope you people are seeing the same kind of bullshit that I see. So the last one I got, and then we're going to shut her down. A trespass warning. And this is in reference to that curtilage again. See, they're up on this man's property in the curtilage. Because I got to explain to you why we're here. Okay? And this is why I said the curtilage thing. There's a reason of, or reasonableness to somebody wanting to contact somebody at their residence in this, quote, curtilage area by knocking on their door and asking them questions in a form of an offer, say a door-to-door salesman type situation. And that's what the curtilage actually applies to in regards to the invite. You can knock on a man's door, and he has the choice of whether he wants to answer that door or not, just like the telephone. Okay? So if he does answer the door, it's a matter of equity, coming with equity and clean hands. And when you answer that door, in your politeness, you ask who's addressing you. Who are you? Can I help you? In that, that's when they respond. And of course, diplomatically, appropriately, according to normal social constructs, they speak and tell you why they're there. At that point, if you decide you don't want to accept their offer, you can tell them, no, thank you, but have a blessed day. Shut the door and be on your, go about your thing. These people are in the same exact capacity when it comes to the concept and intent of that curtilage. It's private property, and they have the ability, in respect and decency and good intent and good faith, to go up and knock on a door with a valid concern or investigation, but again, with ethics and morals. And then if the person that answers the door, if they decide to do so, says, no thanks, I no longer wish to speak to you, Fifth Amendment, then they have to leave. And see, this is a trespass thing where a situation occurred. The lady told him she doesn't want him on her property. He agreed and left. And now they're going to try to issue the actual trespass, saying that he went on the property after she told him to leave. No, that's not the way it works. I was given notice. I followed the notice. I left. Now, if I go back, then she can press trespass charges, and then you can come on the property and issue your paperwork to me. Yes, it does require you. You took an oath. This man just blatantly said it does not require me to do so. You do have to respect the people. That's part of the ethics. You do have to support the Constitution and protect their rights. Are you guys hearing this video? Somebody give me a yay or nay. I got a couple comments down there saying that can't hear the video. Anybody? Let me do this. Okay. Well, I'll be damned. What happened there? How many videos has this been going on? Well, I guess that just makes for a shitty ending to the stream, seeing as how I was going to end it anyway. My apologies, certainly, folks. My apologies. My apologies. I am not the best. I am not intending to be a producer. I only portray information that I find by having conversations and providing commentary and my opinions. And I can only hope that people comprehend them as I explain them to you, but I cannot comprehend them for you. And I certainly hope people have some kind of agreement or even disagreement. It is an open-minded thing that I push, and so if you have any disagreement, let me know. But also remember, it's okay if you disagree with me. I can't force you to be right. Just a little bit of humor. And I once again want to let everybody know I appreciate you. I thank you for your support. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link down there in the details section for anybody who wants to share some love. And I will be back again, hopefully getting in line with a more structured set of videos, getting back to the Sun Tzu Art of War videos and other things. And my apologies for slacking off here lately. We've had things with my own personal situation here at home. So hopefully that's all resolved and things are on the up and up now. And we will see everybody again soon. And remember, folks, I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That's on you. So may God bless you and have a good day.